2023 work session today. It is now 10:02. Let's get started. Hope everyone had a great weekend. And again, I'll call this meeting to order with roll call. Board of Commissioners, certainly when I call your districts, please respond accordingly if you're present. District 1, Commissioner Henry Mitchell III.
Present.
District 2, Kelly Robinson.
Present, Madam Chair.
And our Vice Chairman, District 3, is not going to be here today. She's notified me in advance. District 4, Commissioner Alcaraz.
Present.
And Chairman Dr. Ramona Jackson-Jones, present. Board of Commissioners, we do have a quorum this morning. Clerk, do we have anyone sign up for comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, before we start, I would like to say we have a pretty robust meeting today. And Board of Commissioners, I'll be calling a recess around 12 noon to allow us to engage in maybe to just grab a bite to eat and continue, because it appears to be a lengthy meeting. Who knows? We may beat our own record and be done by 11 o'clock. What you think? Is that a joke, Board? Okay. With that being said, we have a presentation this morning, Board, and I wanted to start off with Travel and Tourism 2022 Annual Report. We have our Madam President of our DCTT here to present us with us this morning. Also, she have our Director, Ebony, this morning.
Good morning,
Good
Madam
morning.
Chair and
Good
Board
morning.
of Commissioners. It's my pleasure to be before you. Once again, my name is Dorcia Simmons. I'm President and Chair of Douglas County Travel and Tourism, and this is Ebony Hammonds. This is Ebony Hammonds, our Executive Director. It is our pleasure to be before you this morning. Do I do it this way? Okay, so Douglas County Travel and Tourism, what is it? It is the county's 501c6 destination marketing organization. We are responsible for expending the hotel and motel tax, not just all of it, but the restricted part of it, that we get from the unincorporated hotels that are located on Thornton Road. Our goals are to promote the attractiveness of Douglas County as a travel destination and to increase the hotel motel tax by increasing heads and beds. And we are also to support the travelers and visitors while enhancing the economic impact for the Douglas County community at large. So let's talk about some of our top destinations that visitors and travelers come to when they come to Douglas County. Now, this is not the extensive list, but we do invest in business intelligence that can give us over 50, as much as I believe 100 of those locations. So before you, you'll see the top 20. Thornton Road is and remains the top destination when visitors and travelers come to Douglas County. And in another slide, well, really, if you go down this slide and you see all of the hotels that are listed, those are the ones that are located on Thornton Road. So they don't tell us why they're going to these destinations, but if I had to take an educated guess and I see all of those hotels, I would think that that would be one of the reasons why. Another of the sweet spots that they go to when they enter into our county is some of our parks, like Boundary Waters Recreational Complex and Deer Lake and Clinton Nature Preserves. They also go to Douglas County Travel and Tourism's film trails, and particularly the Film Trail and the Butterfly Trail. So that's just to name a few. All of this information is located in your Douglas County Travel and Tourism annual report that should be at your desk. So let's discuss some of our accomplishments for 2022. We have new Douglas County Travel and Tourism trail signs. We did a kickoff of our new product, the Agriculture Trail and the History Trail. We have also coined ourselves the County of Trails, and we have a County of Trails website. We have also redesigned the Film Trail website as well. We have a new visitor kiosk located in front of the Douglas County Museum of History and Art. We also invested in community signs. Being a resident of Douglas County for over a decade, I didn't even know there was a community garden. But now we have signage so that not only I, but anyone who travels within our boundaries, they will know that there is a beautiful community garden. We also invested in new wayfinding signage for Boundary Waters Recreational Complex so that when visitors and travelers come, they'll know all that the recreational complex has to offer. We have videos in 11 locations at the Georgia Visitors Information Centers. We have ads in Explore Georgia, Georgia State Parks ads. We actually conducted spring and fall group hikes at Sweetwater Creek Park. And we also invested in a firm from Philadelphia to do a 5-year strategic plan for us so that we could better expend the restricted hotel motel tax with vision. We've reached over 80+ million people through the airport and state line billboards. We've also reached over 5 million people through our exploration challenges, and we reached over almost 150 million people through our media and social media campaigns. There was a lot that came out of our 5-year strategic plan, and we had to go through that and sift through what was the responsibility of Douglas County and travel and tourism and what wasn't necessarily our responsibility because we do expend restricted dollars. Some of those things I would like to share with you briefly today. One is to invest in the state-of-the-art renovation of the Douglas County Museum of History and Art. The consultants thought that we had a hidden gem here, but they thought that it needed to be updated to match the flow of the museums across the nation. When you enter into a museum, it should tell a story with or without curation. Everything should be digitalized. Every room should be open. The hours of the museum should be flexible to be open in the evening when people who are working or traveling are available, and also throughout the weekend. That was just some of the things. And they also said that we needed to create an interactive county trails exhibit at the museum since we've already invested in DCTT film trails. They also thought that Boundary Waters Recreational Complex was a major tourist asset, that it could become one to attract youth sports from throughout the region, from all of the contiguous states and above. And that's something I would like to discuss with you individually as we go forth, because we are doing some exploration into the Chattahoochee Hills and some grant opportunities that have presented themselves with the use of the Chattahoochee Hills and the water there. They said that we all should collaborate with a new film studio to enhance our Douglas County Film Trail and to also support the development of unique local dining options and enhanced evening activities. Now, with that one, we, of course, would be cautious because we're not developers. We could market those unique dining locations. They just said that we needed more unique and diverse dining options for travelers to come. So if their heads are in our beds, we don't want to lose them by them having to go to other cities or counties for them to get diverse cuisine. So that was just some of, and we do have our strategic plan on our website. Let's talk about the money. So we have been entrusted to, since 2020, matter of fact, it was February 2020 that we came into existence, so thank you very much. We appreciate you, and you, Madam Chair, for attending our meetings. So last year, we were budgeted for almost $600,000. Over 1.1 million actually came in. So last year when I was before you, I had to ask. I always have asked, but I guess you're used to that now. One of the asks is for you to start collecting money from the short-term rentals that we were missing out on, about $250,000. At that time, it was a guesstimate. It has actualized that the county was missing out on that amount of money, so therefore we have had an increase. We spent our money on operations. We didn't have too much going on with the memberships. Ebony said that the organization that she was a part of, AMTA, it has chosen to dissolve itself. But the TCT is for marketing, and the TPD is for tourism product development. And those both are restricted funds. Our board members are Coria Faulkner. She is our secretary and our vice president. and she's also a radio executive. Terrence Eady, he is a general manager at My Place Hotel, and he's our treasurer. Charmaine DePass is general manager of the Hilton Garden Inn and Home 2 Suites. Marjorie Stanzo, she represents District 4, and she is a master gardener. And Davin Abel, she is a school administrator, and she also serves at the pleasure of Madam Chair. Now, let's talk about what we're going to be doing this year. Some of this stuff is just enhancing what we already started, but some of the other stuff is new. As you may know, we have over 20-plus billboards at the baggage claim. Last year when I was traveling to Canada, I was so proud to see my county when I was in baggage claim. I was like, there we are. There's Douglas County. It's a big deal. But it's also in the domestic terminals. But what we're doing new this year is right there at Starbucks at the Delta Terminal is Douglas County Travel and Tourism's billboard. We are also expanding our billboards for the states. We now have a billboard at the Florida-Georgia state line and the North Carolina-South Carolina state line. We'll also have physical ads in the Atlanta Parent magazine. We'll also have television ads, just to name a few. So with our tourism product development, it is our intentions to research and develop opportunities to use the DCA Appalachian Regional Commission grant, including boat access to the Chattahoochee River. Number 2, to invest in an architectural rendering for the state-of-the-art renovation of Douglas County Museum of Art and History. Number 3, develop an interactive trails exhibit at the museum. Number 4, new outdoor gym at Boundary Waters Recreational Complex. Number 5, enhanced outdoor gym at Clinton Nature Preserves. And number 6, add locations to the Douglas County trails. At this time, I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much, Madam President Simmons. Did you want Ebony to provide some remarks as well, or? Okay, good.
If you had any questions for her, she's here to
Okay.
answer.
Board of Commissioners, any questions regarding the DCTT presentation? And again, thank you, and I'm pleased to serve as the ex-officio member of this amazing organization. You all have just done a yeoman's job. Took it from ground zero to the epitome of greatness, and it has just soared like an eagle. So thank you. Board, we have any questions? Okay. Commissioner Robinson, you have the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry. Good morning. All right, so let me just jump right in. Again, I'll echo Madam Chair's comments. As it relates to what we call our outstanding boards, you guys have done a phenomenal job.
Really?
By the books, know what bylaws are, know what rules are, hold it to a standard, know what reporting is. Exactly. Thank you for that. That's just straight, like, yes, that's how you do it. But we shouldn't have to pull annual reports out of people who've been here forever, as if it doesn't matter. It does matter. And I appreciate the standard in which you guys have committed to this. And you gotta remember, we've got commercial economic development up in there. Right, so that's business. And so I appreciate you being the professional you are, because again, you're working with these hotels that's offsetting your taxes. To my citizens. And we need that, and I like the holistic strategic plan that you have. I mean, you're tying it all together, all the assets. Right, that's how you act on stuff. It's like a consciousness. That's how you implement. And keep up with it every now and then. Okay, that one's rolling. I don't have to ask. She tells us where she is. Thank you for that. I know why the Sweetwater State Park wasn't mentioned, but that's not us per se, that's the state. But I still think it's something that's acknowledged why people come on Thornton Road. That's my district. I know why they're there. I know where they go. Right, they need some other restaurants. I get it. We're not developers. I understand everybody wants something there. I get it. Need rooftops. Like they need beds, rooftops. It's about volume and density. There's a separation from them hotels. They're not going all the way over to downtown Douglasville. They may. She's doing a good job of trying to push people out. But you got to diversify those assets. You got to build up what you got in your own backyard. Well stated. Well stated. So I guess my only ask is this year's budget, what do you really want to accomplish this year? I mean, obviously you've got funding, again, no problem. You're applying it right, you're being accountable for it. And I saw your objectives, but what is that one key thing, if you wanted to walk away with, but what I could advocate for, that I can listen for, what is it that you guys need now? I know we've got this museum, and we're probably going to get into that at some point, because again, we put money into this thing. Like, okay, now what am I going to get out of this? Why are we going to point you toward that as a highlight? It's a gym, but it needs to be implementation within that. But what is the one thing you're trying to accomplish, please? One thing.
In order for us to do marketing of the county, we have to have more attractions, right? So that's why I mentioned the museum and Boundary Waters, and the reason why I mentioned those, to go even deeper, is the Douglas County government owns those assets. We can't take this money and invest in something that we do not own, okay? So we have to have more attractions. It's wonderful that Six Flags is near us, but it is not ours, okay? And we cannot track the tourism dollars. We have to have assets that we can track the tourism dollars. So big ask is for the museum, because we can literally track the tourism dollars that are coming in. That museum can not only serve as that during the daytime, somewhere for people to go, have fun, and partake of the exhibits that are in there, but it can also be an event center at night that the county can use to make money.
All right, thank you for that. I won't belabor it, because again, I got your point. That's something the board will have a real conversation on. Well, what are we exhibiting inside that museum? And so I think you will stop right there. And you've done good as far as putting us to our assets. Right. I mean, I get it, and that's a big ask, and I understand. We need to quit talking about this, because we've been talking about this since you came on board. We started with the museum. That it only exists because of this whole conversation that your organization exists when we broke that thing up. So I got to get a backstory like, no, I got it. We're going to come back to where we started from. Let's finish this. It is about the museum. It's about a collective history. It's everybody. And so I look forward to that. Madam Chair, let me get out of here. We got to keep going. We'll be here till lunch and dinner. I yield.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, Commissioner Mitchell?
Yes, just one. Ms. Simmons, job well done. I think you guys are doing an excellent job, and so glad to have someone like yourself that's leading our tourism dollars. But my first question, though, is the kiosk that up at the old courthouse. How is that coming along? How are you tracking any? Because I want to tell our story. I like to tell our narrative. Is it going well, or we need more of those, or you tell me.
I'll give you in brief, but I do want Ebony to have an opportunity to speak.
Okay.
The kiosk was a brainchild of mine because of the pandemic. I felt as though we needed to have assets that are pandemic proof. And as we know, COVID won't be the only pandemic that will hit us. So where do visitors and travelers come and all the buildings are shut down? They're gonna come to the kiosk, so it's gonna tell you where to stay, play, eat, have
Correct.
fun. So it is measured, because what cannot be measured cannot be managed. And we do have plans on another one, but I'll let Ebony come and speak.
Okay, sure.
Ms. Dorsha pretty much said it well. We do track it monthly. I get data on it. In 2022, we had 4,200 plus people actually interact with the kiosk, and it was only implemented in September, so that's a great start. That's where we are, and then we're looking for other locations to place kiosks, perhaps Boundary Waters Recreational Complex, perhaps somewhere on Thornton Road for those visitors over there, so we'll see where it goes.
Good. I was just curious, just in that vein, because I think even when I'm driving by in downtown Douglas, and I'm glad that it's in my district, I see a lot of play there. Don't know, am I just driving by at the right time or not, though, but job well done. Your relations, well, let me back up. Heads and beds. I know that's a key factor of all of this. How are we tracking that? How are we keeping up to reassure that these few dollars that I know you guys are getting and putting out the marketing side of it and all that, is it truly working? Or is there more that's needed? I just heard Ms. Simmons talked about more that's needed, but we want to make sure we get there, and how do we get there?
Well, we do receive the STAR report, and then also the business, and that's what I was about to say. We do the STAR report, and we have the business intelligence product that I discussed, which is called Arrivalist. When that was pulled up, you could see that they were going to our hotels.
Got
We
it.
actually, the billboards that are on the highways, we have some dedicated just for our hotels, so that people will know when they're crossing over the state line where to come and stay. So
Got it.
that's very important.
Got it. Good, good. And the Airbnb / short-term rental, can we tell me, how do you guys police that? Because, I mean, is it an honor system of some sort? How do you reassure that those that are using the Airbnbs, and I'm assuming that's the short-term rentals, or is that not? Okay. How do you reassure that you're capitalizing on that sector of the dollars that come through that?
So that doesn't fall under our purview. It
Okay.
is under the county. I believe it's in your zoning department.
Okay.
And you have a partnership with a contractor that is responsible, is the contractor that I stood before you and recommended.
Got it.
Now, there are some challenges to that, because when I recently looked at the data, it's the enforcement piece. There needs to be greater enforcement. The money is there, but it needs to be greater enforcement.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, there's not enough teeth in this to make sure that those that are using the Airbnb approach are doing the right thing. I'm assuming it's more of an honor system, but we'll get with staff and we'll have that conversation. But do you have any recommendations to staff as to how and what teeth that needs to be in there? So when it goes to that planning and zoning, that we definitely are covered, as opposed to just the honor system.
I don't know necessarily the ins and outs of whether or not it's an honor system, but I know that this board would have to take action, that there are penalties for not, because the business intelligence that is used that tells you where they are, where they're located, send the letters out. But if there aren't penalties attached, then they can just keep, ignoring you. It's like if you're a part of an HOA, right?
I got you.
And you didn't mow your lawn, and they're like, well, you didn't mow your lawn. You didn't mow your lawn. Well, guess what? If there's no fine, and then another fine, and then a lien, then guess what? They will never mow their lawn.
But see, we can see the mowing of the lawn. I just don't know when the Airbnb is being used. That's kind of where my thoughts are. How would you know? Not you, but.
But whatever is available, it's posted online.
Oh, got you. Okay, got you.
Yeah, because they're a business. They're doing business as our hotels do
I got you.
business.
Okay,
Yeah, they're online.
I got you. Okay, I just don't know that makeup and that process and what that consists of, though. And last but not least, I'm assuming, well, maybe you guys do or don't, but when it comes to BHE and the artifacts and stuff at the old museum as a location, as so even when we got the kiosks, what involvement do you guys have with that board when dealing with the old courthouse, the artifacts with Suzanne Hudson and all those guys, to kind of make that an attractive place as a destination at least?
First, we're not authorized
Okay,
by your board to have such interactions. They are a separate 501c3.
yes.
And so their mission is a little bit different than ours. Ours is very specific, and by law, we have a lot of reporting that we do. We do audits. I mean, we're mandated to do what we do. So I wouldn't mind having a conversation with them, but I would like to take it away from both parties to have someone strategic come in and share with us the better use that could bring whatever assets that we have in there to paint the picture for us,
Got it.
right? I don't want to come in arbitrarily and like, well, I like jazz. Let's have a jazz exhibit.
Right.
No, it needs to tell a story. It needs to be comprehensive, and it needs to be aligned with data. I'm a data person, because if you don't have the data, don't do it.
Ms. Simmons, thank you again. Madam Chair, I'll yield, but you guys are doing an excellent job. I enjoy going through the airport, which I travel a lot, and seeing all the Douglas County information and where to come and where's a great stop and through the airport. So job well done. I mean, you've convinced me, and hopefully you'll convince others to come out here and hang out with us, though. Madam Chair, I'll yield back. Thank you
Thank you,
again.
Commissioner.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you so much, Madam President Simmons, and thank you, Ebony Hammonds, our Executive Director. Thank you. Also, Commissioner Mitchell, the board has approved for a consultant to come in and look at the museum and provide us some guidance as to what could be done to enhance it, make it, take it to the next level. So that, we approved that about maybe a month ago.
Okay.
And so that's in the works, okay?
Good.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
appreciate you coming in today
Thank you,
presenting. We're going to move on to our next presentation board, which is the county print shop and mailroom update. Certainly had an opportunity to round, and I believe in leadership should not just sit at your desk all day. You need to get up and manage or lead by walking around, and had an opportunity to tour Mr. Mark Poole's area here in the county's courthouse, which is the county print shop and mailroom. And I would like to say that he has taken it to the next level as far as he can, but it's a lot of outdated, or should I say significant number of items down there that are outdated and should be in a museum. So with that being said, I'm going to yield the floor to Mr. Poole, and we look forward to your presentation today. And thank you for allowing me to come down and spend time in your operation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board of Commissioners, thank you for allowing me a little bit of time just to share with you a little bit about the assessment that I've made in the last year. I came on board about a year ago of the county print shop and mail services. Talk a little bit about sort of immediate changes that I've made, and then go into kind of some future vision of what I see the department being. First, one of the things that I found was just a real lack of awareness that there was even a print shop down there, much less what we did. So just to kind of set a little bit of a foundation, just kind of give you an idea of what we do. So we provide printing, graphics, and delivery services to all county departments in support of their internal operations, their communications, and service to the citizens of Douglas County. So county departments are the customers that we serve, and indirectly the citizens. So just to couch these recommendations and these observations a little bit, I've been in the print and graphics industry for 40 years. I've had a number of conversations with leadership in the county, conversations directly with the users of print services in the county. And middle of last year, we did a survey of the users to get an idea of what type of products and services they were using, and what types of products and services they were outsourcing, and what types of products and services they see themselves using going forward in the future. So just looking at the current state, the print shop particularly was one that I would describe when I came in as status quo, pretty much doing things the way that they'd always done them. With an industry that's seen as much technology growth as printing and graphics has seen over the last few years, that's problematic, and really wasn't a service to the county that it could have been. So the initial biggest risk that I identified was really staff. There's two people. I'm the sole employee in the print shop, and I've got an employee in the mail room that's a mail clerk. We are each other's backup, so if one is out, the other backs up. The challenge is with the mail services and delivery services that we provide, it's pretty much an all-day job. From all of the pickups that we do, the deliveries both in the courthouse and off-site, deliveries from the post office, taking mail to the post office, all the legal mail, the certified mail, everything that we handle, there's not a lot of free time in that functional area. So with one of us being out, typically that's the focus, so the print shop closes for that amount of time. So any kind of vacation, sick days, if there's training, if there are large orders or big bubbles of work that come in, we're basically moving resources into the mailroom. That wasn't asked for this year's budget, and it was approved, so I do have a full-time person that will come on board that will split time between the mail room and the print shop that'll be hired a little bit later this year. So that's great. Thank you for that. The second thing is the equipment, the big category. As mentioned earlier, with one exception, back in the end of 2021, with the help of you guys, there was a nice, large, color digital printer that was added. And it's an awesome piece of equipment. It's expanded the capabilities and the quality of work that's coming out of there exponentially. There is a challenge. There's a couple of different items or categories that we print that that printer does not do efficiently, nor is it recommended by the manufacturer that it's even done at all. And that's the printed envelopes that we do and the carbonless forms that we do. So far, I've had to replace the fuser 3 times on that because of the carbonless forms and the envelopes that were running through it. Those 2 items make up 39.9% of the items that I print in the print shop. So one of the asks that we had in the budget this year was a production inkjet printer. It did not get approved in the budget, but we're working through a potential opportunity to make that part of the copier switchover program that we're working on to replace an older Canon copier in the print shop with that production inkjet printer. So that would be great. Graphic design and print preparation software. There was an old, outdated program that was really designed for flow chart development that was being used to prepare work for print. And it was not efficient and really not effective. And with the help of DCA Perry, right after I got here, we were able to bring in sort of the industry standard in the Adobe suite of products to be able to start doing more design and more efficient and effective print setup. So that was addressed, and that was great. Again, the remainder of the equipment in the print shop is what I call museum quality. All of it was from the early 80s or older. Some of it is not even operational at this point, just because it has sat so long and it would need significant refurbishment to be able to even be useful. And when it is, the capabilities are very small. So you're limited to 2-color printing on one side of a piece of paper. And that's not sort of where we're looking to take everything with the addition of color and photographs and some of the promotional stuff that we're doing for the county departments, particularly externally. That's not an effective means of producing it. So again, that color Canon printer helps us to address that. The other big issue equipment-wise is a safety issue with one piece of equipment. We've got something called a guillotine cutter, which is a large hydraulic cutter that cuts paper prior to production or after it's produced. So for example, when I print business cards, I'll print 10 cards on one sheet of paper, and then it's cut into individual cards to make the order. That's the most efficient way to produce it. That cutter is from the early 80s. There are safety triggers and safety switches and functionality that's not on that cutter that's on the ones that are currently out there. It's a concern from my point that I have not even trained anybody else how to use it. I'm concerned about the safety of what we've got. If you know what you're doing and you're careful, it's easy, but bringing somebody in, a secondary operator, I don't have confidence in it enough to do that. So that, again, was one of the budget asks. That one did not get approved, but we're working on trying to find some alternate means of funding for that. I've had conversations with Jill Hobson to try to look and see if there's any grant opportunities, and I'm not sure what other opportunities are out there, but we're kind of looking everywhere we can to try to make sure if there's money available that we can use to do that, then we'll do that. Processes, there were very few. When I came in, none of them were documented, and the processes that were there weren't consistently followed, which from a manufacturing standpoint, in my opinion, is a problem. Everything was manual, including ordering process, and I'll talk a little bit about the future, where I see that going and what we've done. And then reporting, it was very general, it was very muddled, it really wasn't decisionable. What was being reported was the number of sheets and the number of impressions. And so what that did was it mixed in all of the different product types, and it mixed in printed and non-printed work into one number. And that is not manageable. And if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. We'll talk about the upgrades I did on that as well. So products, very basic product offering. I talked about that a little bit earlier. The turnaround time was very lengthy and inconsistent from the feedback that I've gotten from particularly the users. The result of those things really was a lot of outsourcing. So it's almost like the departments were encouraged or allowed to do things on their own just to get things done. That's definitely something that I've tried to change since I've been here, and I can update you on some numbers on that in a second. So the immediate focus was to address some safety issues. The area was not very clean. There were a lot of old paperwork, old partially printed jobs, printing plates, empty bottle. I mean, a number of things that, in my mind, were safety issues and efficiency issues, just being able to move work and move people around the area. Chemical storage was not done as it should have been. There were a number of chemicals scattered around the production area, and with that offset printing with those old presses, chemicals were involved, but they were not handled in an appropriate manner. So I've gone in and got that corrected. So the first two have been addressed, and then the second one is the guillotine cutter safety issue, and something that we're working on. The other immediate focus was really to bring as much work back in-house as we can. So just a little background, the way that the printing department charges out work to the departments is that we charge for the inventory cost. So whatever we paid for a ream of paper, that's charged to the department, and then whatever the click charges or print charges off that printer is, that's charged to them, and that's it. So there's no other charges for, if we have to fold, staple, cut, none of the sort of services aspects of printing. The departments are not being charged for any of that. There's no profit, no overhead, none of that's added to the price that the departments are charged. So when they're outsourcing it, they're paying all those additional numbers and additional fees. So there's significant savings for a department on their budget by keeping it in-house if at all possible. So that's something I've preached to everybody that I can have audience with to try to help it. So part of the way to address the outsourcing is just awareness. And again, making sure people know that the print shop's there, the capabilities that we have, and the changes in particularly the service time. That was critical to a lot of the users that I talked to. So we've done some survey. That survey really brought awareness up. There's some things that we've got on the schedule. I've got a SharePoint site that have developed that we're looking to implement hopefully pretty soon, that has a lot of information around what we can do, the capabilities, helpful hints as far as how they prepare their work for print, as well as automated online order forms. So they can fill the order form out online, hit a button, and it automatically comes to the print shop. It doesn't make it ready to print, but at least the order is automated and comes to us in a consistent and quick fashion. Processes and automation is really, in my mind, the way that we improve the quality and service time. So there's a big focus on that. I'm working to document all the processes that we've got in the department, and as well as the equipment we've looked at, the online order forms, a number of things that we've got going that really addresses the automation. It helps the speed, and it also helps as we bring in secondary operator or bring in new employees. It's much easier to train, easier to retain when those items are more automated. Looking at opportunities to reduce cost of materials and operating supplies, looking at additional vendors that hadn't been used in the past to get the best pricing and options available. And then expand the product offering and capabilities. Through that survey, we found a number of items where it were things that we could print in-house and they didn't know we could. So it's getting that word out. And the other thing is taking some of those items that are frequently outsourced and using the print shop as almost a clearinghouse for those orders, so that we have vendors that not only give us the best price, but the best service, the best quality, and having it all go through one department to try to get that economies of scale and get that, quantity pricing from those vendors. Future. So my goal is to make this the best-in-class print and delivery services. Some of the ways, again, using the categories we talked about with the assessment, from staff, again, there's an additional full-time person that's approved for 2023. It's really going to eliminate downtime because we're not going to have to shut a department down. We're going to have the staffing that can keep that going. Faster and expanded services, both in the print shop and mail. Currently, we're delivering to some external off-campus sites, whether it's tax and tag or senior services or, those types of places. There are ones that we don't. So some of the recreational facilities, Boundary Waters, Deer Lake Park, some of the libraries, whether it's Dog River, whatever, we don't deliver to those currently, but having an extra person would give us the manpower to do that. Equipment, the Canon software, variable print was approved on the ARPA list, and that gives us the ability to do variable data printing. So from copy to copy, we can put consecutive numbers, we can put addresses on mailings, whatever, that varies by each print that goes through the machine. Hot Files is an automation tool that allows us to do a lot of the prep work and setup work automatically through a script, so that, again, secondary operators can print more quickly. Production ink press we talked about, and the guillotine cutter we talked about. So that's really the equipment, the major equipment that we're looking to kind of take us to that next level. Standardize and measure, just include the processes. Be more customer focused and process driven. Hopefully that's come through in some of my comments. It's a goal for us. Improve service and expanded product offering. Creativity is one of the things that I think that I bring based on my experience, not just in the graphic design piece, but in problem solving and being able to take advantage of opportunities that we've got through print and mail. And then just consistent high quality and improved delivery. And that's a quick update.
All right, that was very good, Mr. Poole. Thank you so much. Board, certainly I appreciate the opportunity that I had to visit your operation, and I must say it was quite eye-opening, and certainly I'm asking the board if they could just consider that guillotine, and you provided myself and DCA Perry with some cost, and that's not one that I would like to see us wait on a grant because of the safety issues. Certainly I am the eyes and ears for this Board of Commissioners, which requires me to make decisions at a moment's notice. And when I had an opportunity to see that guillotine, it scared me. I hadn't seen that. It was an equipment, a piece of equipment from the 1980s, and I immediately said, let's get some pricing so we can get this to the board. So I would not be fair to not bring this to them. Also, the area was not clean. I agree with you on that. You know, like you've done what you can to clean it up, but it definitely needs robust cleaning. Material safety data sheets, we talked about that. That was not in place. Thank you, Mr. Poole, for making sure we had a material safety data sheets board. You're very familiar with that, which you have a hazard communication book. Your chemical storage thing is labeled, and you're doing the best you can. And some things may have to go to, I guess, another source, so that you may not even know what's in some of those bottles.
Correct.
So, thank you for saying if you can't measure it, you can't manage it, because you don't know what some of that equipment, or should I say some of those chemicals are. Board of Commissioners, you have any questions for Mr. Poole?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner Alcaraz, you have the floor.
Mr. Poole, just a quick question. Do you have an idea about how much we're spending in outsourcing on printing?
No, I don't. Part of our challenge is with our accounting and purchasing system, all of the printing gets lumped into the supplies general ledger, along with staples and staplers and pencils and pens and whatever. So you could get sort of an idea if you knew vendors, but a lot of the printing that I've seen come through, they've ordered printed products from Staples Office Products or from Office Depot or some of those. So to see a Staples invoice or Staples charge, you don't know if it was office supplies or if it was printing. So there's not that granular breakdown in some of our expenses that would indicate that it's a printing order.
Okay. I mean, I know that printing is very expensive, especially when you go to a Staples or something like that. They're very proud of what they put out. Also, I'd like to echo Madam Chair's comment. That guillotine, that piece of equipment, that old, that much of a safety issue is very concerning. How often is that machine used?
I mean, I pretty much use it almost every day. I mean, between business cards and some of the other materials that I have to cut either before I print or after print, it's almost every day.
So that machine's used daily, so we're taking a risk safety every single day with that machine. Okay. Also, just, I'm glad that you got or was approved an assistant, because I really don't believe there should be a single department here that should be down for a day in case one individual is not able to be at work. Your copier that an updated copier, do you know how much, or have you looked into expense, how much those would be?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I don't remember the number, but we're looking at leasing it. That was one of the items on the budget that we went toward the leasing end of it rather than outright purchases because of the changes in technology that keep coming. Within 2 or 3 years, the speed, the quality of that inkjet technology is going to improve drastically. So it's under, I believe it's under $1,500 a month
Okay.
for the lease on that piece of equipment.
And of course, that's going to be for an up-to-date copy of those, be very efficient and save you guys a lot of time.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I need. That's all I need, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Poole.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Alcaraz. Commissioner Robinson, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. First time I've ever seen you and in this area, even not just you, but just this whole area. Now, I need staff and the public to listen to what was just said. You got equipment that been here since I've been an adult in 1990. In certain parts of this county, look at the 30-year policy, the 30-year spend. Areas like, I'm sure too, like our HR, with certain tools that we didn't have in place from technology. Like, if it's not the big 5 things like transportation and stuff like that, everything else gets put in a corner. They get deprived. and he has to come here and justify how much volume he produces. To Commissioner's point, like, he needs help. That's volume. Then you got dangerous work conditions, and we're sitting here, right, really, this is not a legislative matter. It really is an executive, Madam Chair, do it. It didn't need us, but I appreciate your point of how you did it, because it highlights, like, why are we even here? Right, some things are like that old, and he's trying to justify his existence, and, I mean, like, no, call it what it is. You need this amount of money. We spend all types of toys and tools in different areas, but there's some people who are the unsung heroes, people in the backbone of this. We're a government, we produce paper. This guy is key to that. But yet he's trying to do what he has to do with just like, and I'm sitting here like, okay, this, I'm sure whatever is necessary, like, you know, if you get a chance like that, you know, ask. When we ask you how much, say it, just call it. Because some things are just like, okay, come on, guys. We're going to fit this in the queue of list of things to do, and we'll make it on the list at the bottom. Like, what? For all the favorites that get ahead of this man is sitting over here, but he's part of the backbone. He talk about workflow. Like, he's making this happen. We're having to outsource things. And yes, we'll get into the procurement process at another time and how, look, we don't have data. He can't give you the answer because we don't produce nothing, but still he's exposed. I appreciate you coming down here and stepping up and taking the time. And I'm sure I have no problem. We need to just fix it to the point where, why you got that old equipment over there? No different than an animal shelter. Them bad work conditions, we knocked that thing over there, loom. Like, some things why are you justifying that we're saving money? We need to keep this quick. There's nothing wrong with it. You don't get somebody killed, get somebody maimed by maintaining stuff that it makes no sense. It's a false argument. This should have been done. Thank you for bringing it up, Madam Chair. I'm glad you found out. Clean this up. I support whatever you guys bring forth. I mean, math will be the math. I yield. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Mitchell?
Yeah. Mr. Poole, how ongoing conversations have you had with the Deputy County Administrator, those that are in that role, that kind of to help you understand kind of where we are? Because I'm looking at the process, because I agree this has been a long time coming, and it should have been rectified long before now. But have you had a chance to speak with staff, your direct report, to say kind of this is what we need, this is where we are, this is how far behind I am, and this is the safety issue?
Yes.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
it's been conversation, it's been part of the budget hearings, it's been talked about, yeah.
Great. And I think that's to me, the process is the step to make sure we get there. And definitely, if it's a safety issue, it needs to be addressed ASAP. However, but there's still the process. So I would hope that you get with the procurement director, the directors of the directors, and whomever that is, to reassure that what these numbers are, because I don't know, are we in the printing business? If we are, then I'll be probably asking the question why, and then where's the printing business going? Is it going to the cloud, and we need as many copiers and printers and all this other good stuff? I don't know. That's your field. But I want to make sure that whatever we decide to do, whatever direction we go, it definitely makes sense. And we're going to need your direction to make sure you tell us what that really is. And I don't want to wait till somebody get maimed or anything of that caliber, though. But I just think there's still the process. I just want to make sure that somebody know, and I'm glad that you came before us to let us know that this exists. But this is kind of staff, to me, that should have addressed this and told us what the numbers are. And procurement directors and others should have said, here's what it's going to cost, this is where we need to go and get it, this is how we're going to do it, and these are the vendors that could possibly pull it off. So thank you again, Mr. Poole. Job well done. I appreciate the conversation, but I think to me, this needs to be back in the hands of staff to move this thing forward and be done with it. So thank you. I know you're back, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. I do want to just remind the board that Mr. Poole hasn't been here that long, really, and I'm just so glad that he's here. Sometimes well, I won't say, sometimes you have to burn the forest for new growth, and also it's good to have a new set of eyes on something, because again, as he mentioned earlier, he said it was just that mundane approach. This is the way we've always done it. You touched on inventory, the way that was done, your processes, there were none, no policies. You just said it was just an empty canvas, and you've done an extraordinary job. And again, like I said, I enjoyed spending at least 2 hours with you looking at your operation. In fact, it's an x-ray room down there. If you all want to go back in time down there, it looks like, you know, my background is surgery. I said, is this a surgical suite or what? But it's old x-ray equipment down there, but that's, I guess that was the processing for the filming back in the day for photographs. So that's there, so we're thinking, we are going to move all that out of there. But I wanted to bring to the board's attention because, again, I've made a decision on a moment's notice that we need to get that guillotine out of there. That's very clear. But wanted to just, you know, again, have him have that wrapped up in his presentation. So look forward to you bringing that item to first the Finance Department, Purchasing Director, talk about what we need to get the guillotine replaced. Okay? And working with our DCA, Deputy County Administrator, as you have done. So thank you.
Madam Chair.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. DCA.
Yes,
You have the
Madam
floor.
Chair, just wanted to make a point of reference that that's exactly what this presentation was about, to bring this awareness to the board. Since Mark's hiring with the county, that has been my charge to him, to go top to bottom in the print shop. We didn't want to piecemeal this. We wanted to take our time, go through all of the equipment, the department as a whole, make an assessment of the staff that was there and what the needs are, and we're at that point now. So it's nothing that has been overlooked. We've known that there's been a need. We just didn't know what the exact need was. And I understand that Mark has capacity, has an excellent background
Yep.
in printing, and I recognized that during the interview process. So I knew that once we got him on board, he'd be able to give us exactly what we needed to bring our print shop up to speed. So this is the information that we were looking for, wanted to bring it to the board's attention, and that is our plan, is to move forward with you know, clearing up the issues that Mark has pointed out today. So thank you.
Thank you so much, DCA Perry. And those issues are urgent. So thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Poole.
Thank you.
Great presentation. We're going to move on to our next presentation, which is Chattahoochee Riverlands Project by Trust for Public Land Trusts. We have our Deputy Director, Suleiman Rana of Transportation. Deputy Director of Transportation, Rana, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board
Good
of Commissioners.
morning.
With us today, we have representatives of Trust for Public Lands. This is a national nonprofit organization that aims to revitalize outdoor activities by developing parks, trails, and preserving public lands. With us, we have Mr. Walt Ray, who is the project director, and Ms. Christine Hessel, who is the project manager for their
Hello.
upcoming project in our region. So I'll let them take it away with their presentation.
Deputy Director, if you could give me the names again of
Yes.
the two presenters, just if you could tell me the names.
Ms. Christine Hazel, she's the project manager, and Mr. Walt Ray, he's the project director.
Okay.
Thank you, Solomon. Thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners, for your time today. We do have a lot to cover, but I will try to do it very exponentially. So, and you can all see this is how, all right.
Yes.
Trust for Public Land, national nonprofit organization dedicated for more land for people. We've been around 50 years, about 30 offices across the country for about 350 people nationwide. We do believe that access to the outdoors is a fundamental human need. We have a large commitment to this mission. Through the past 50 years, we've preserved about 3.7 million acres of public land across the country, developed over 5,000 parks and trails and schoolyards, and have generated about $84 billion in public funding for parks. In Georgia, we have specifically focused on the Cumberland Island. We bought about the first 2,000 acres of Cumberland Island National Seaside Reserve. We started the Beltline. We bought the first land along the Atlantic Beltline, published a Beltline study back in 2004. We really have protected about 18,000 acres and 80 miles of riverfront between Helen, Georgia, along the Chattahoochee River down to Columbus, Georgia. We have had always a Chattahoochee focus in the Georgia office, And toward that end, we partnered with the entire region. In 2018, we launched what was called the Chattahoochee Riverlands Greenway Study. We went through 2 years of public engagement. Douglas County was one of our many, many partners. The result of this effort was really a bold vision to connect 19 Metro Atlanta cities and 7 Metro Atlanta counties from Beaufort Dam to Chattahoochee Bend State Park. And you guys, of course, are right in the middle of this jurisdiction, and you guys were very involved. Allison Duncan and Ronald Roberts represent you at all the meetings throughout the region. And this is what the plan looks like, and this is what the book looks like. But it outlines a bold plan for trails, parks, green spaces, overlooks, kayak launches, all the fun things that would really connect this region into one metropolitan tissue and create a new public realm, a new beacon of civic pride for the region. And Douglas County, of course, plays a key role in this vision. Since we published this plan in 2020, the Trust for Public Land has been much more interested in implementing the vision. And so we've been able to track Roswell, Sandy Springs, Sugar Creek, Douglas County. Yay, go Douglas County. You've got our numbers way up. We can really document about $200 million in investments throughout the region in implementing this big, bold vision. We've also stepped up, and we are implementing what we call the Chattahoochee Riverlands, the Showcase Project in Cobb County. Just come across from Atlanta, come across from Fulton County Airport. 2.7 miles of fully realized Chattahoochee Riverlands with the parks, the trails, the rambles, the kayak launches, the ecological restoration, to demonstrate the power and potential of the Chattahoochee Riverlands to the region. But as we look forward, we have promised that's a $43 million project. It will also connect through the Mapleton Parkway Trail to the Silver Comet Trail, and at the northern end, it will set to cross to the Chattahoochee River, cross the Chattahoochee River to the Proctor Creek Greenway in Atlanta, which of course gets to the Beltline. So we start to think about all these threads that come together. But really from Atlanta to your project in Douglas County, based on the Chattahoochee Hill Country Trail, which you guys are implementing from Boundary Water Park upstream to Sweetwater Creek State Park. Between the Atlanta section and your efforts, there's about an 8.2-mile gap where no one is really seeking to implement. So we're stirring the pot to seek funding to really implement, to begin implementation of this project. With that in mind, we think there's a massive opportunity to seek federal funding for a planning grant. We've hired Alta Consulting to help us write an application due the end of February 28th, which would connect Atlanta's section at Proctor Creek through Fulton County, through the city of South Fulton, across the river at Thornton Road, to Douglas County and Douglasville, to your intersection of, which I have wrote down, Riverside Parkway and Rockhouse Road.
Yes.
And your staff is already working very well on that, and it's receiving federal funding and local funding to be pursued. But there's about an 8-mile gap. We're asking your permission to include Douglas County as a partner with Fulton County, City of Atlanta, City of South Fulton, and Douglasville to apply for a RAISE grant. It's a federal grant, R-A-I-S-E, RAISE grant, due February 28th. And we'd like to continue working with your staff to apply for this grant for $5 million for a planning study. TPL will put up at least on paper, put up the $500,000 matching, local match. If the grant is successful, we'd come back and ask for the local jurisdictions to each chip in towards that local match. But right now, we're just asking for permission to pursue this grant and apply on y'all's behalf in the end of the month.
Thank you so much for the presentation. You have something to say as well?
No, I
to add.
did actually maybe want to add one thing, which is this 8.2 mile
Ms. Hazel.
stretch that we're talking about actually falls inside an area of persistent poverty. So no match is technically required for the grant, but we have been encouraged to provide a small match to just sort of maybe be a tipping point to select the grant.
Okay. When you say small, you have an idea of what that number looks like, or?
I think we're talking about $500,000, 10%
Okay.
match.
Okay. And you said it would be with South Fulton, Douglas County, who other? Fulton
Douglasville,
County.
City of Atlanta, and Fulton County.
Okay. That's good to hear. And thank you for saying no match. That's good music to, I know, this board's ear. Board of Commissioners, you have any questions regarding this presentation? Commissioner Robinson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you guys for being here. And, you know, every now and then you run into nonprofits that are a standard, that you say, okay, that's what it's about. I have to, my introduction to you guys was with the prior District 3 Commissioner Michael Mulk here. I always call him my conservationist and impervious surface teacher, and what it means to focus on that. And it was because of his understanding of it's not all about obviously truck traffic and stuff. There's other modes of mobility. And the trail system was something important that was birthed out of just listening to him. He's one of our more senior commissioners that's now gone, retired out with his head held high. But he brought something that was that whole 166 down Riverside, the whole Thornton Road was out of that, right? All right, we called it what? Blue trails, right? It was not only just the walking trails, but blue trails, the waterways. And those 9 counties that we talked about, like, yeah, we're over to Quita County and all the way down that whole thing in ramps. This goes back to the Foxhall conversations to my board that, like, I mean, how do we enter this thing? Everything is north of Atlanta and I-20, but what about the southern part? How do we tap into that water?
Well, we agree with your assessment. You know, respectfully, from Peachtree Creek North, you have the Chattahoochee River National Recreation Area. You have Gwinnett County, Cobb County, Forsyth County, who own large parks along that land. There's about 6,000 acres of public land north of Peachtree Creek, upstream, if you will, from Peachtree Creek, which is public access. There are not plenty, but there are boat ramps, all this. But if you hit Peachtree Creek south, good luck finding the Chattahoochee River, and good luck getting in, and better luck getting out. We think that is certainly a question of equity and a concern. If you look at the map on the screen and you tie together the public lands that are already there and the potential public lands where we have willing sellers, we can rival the Chattahoochee River National Recreation Area from Peachtree Creek south to Boundary Water, your Boundary Water Park. And that is about 5,900 acres and 19 miles, which would really rival and sort of equalize that equation.
No, I appreciate that. Now, stay with me. It sort of took me off task. I was making a point. There is 26 miles from Foxhall, which is Caps Ferry, all the way down to Boundary Waters, Old to Me Riverside. Basically the length of a marathon. Right. Right now we're working from Boundary Waters down to Rock House, which is a little bit less than that. Right. We're starting there and then we're going across the River Fulton. I got it. I'm trying to follow this because you're here for me to agree with something, and I'm trying to get in my mind envision a map I can't see. So you got to give me a minute. All right, so in envisioning that map, I'm saying, okay, I got it, 8 miles. So what would it take? We talked about regionalism. Our buses, this board likes to think there's regionalism. So we connected with Cobb County because we can think big picture. We can see that there's other partners that are here, that we're part of a bigger universe. I just had to step back like, okay, that's the direction y'all going. This is the first time I heard that. We're going that way. Got it. So I had to rethink. I'm thinking that we're connecting up through Mableton and Cobb. That's what some of our conversations have been. But I'm hearing like, oh, we're coming from the south up.
The south up.
Got it. No, see, that's why we have these meetings, and that's why we have to ask our questions. So now I get where we're flowing. Like, okay, I get it. And so you're just looking for us to come on board. I get it. We're down the path. I don't want to ask any more questions because I want to look at what you have. But I've been in support of this. Obviously, this is something that I advocated highly for this as being a priority that we've submitted, and we've got, Madam Chair, thank you. And thank you guys. We've gotten obviously some capital infusions from on high to help move this system along. I was just trying to get a feel for what's next and how we can help, and I think you guys have laid it out here, and you didn't go fast. You honored our time. Thank you for getting through it. Madam Chair, I'm okay for right now. Let them go. I yield.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for this amazing presentation. I believe the Chattahoochee Hills Greenway project has been on the docket since I arrived in office. Been talking about it. I believe it was, I discussed it in my 90-day speech, should I say, the state of the county in 2017, my first 90 days in office. And what is this now, 2023? Wow. They said in government you have to have patience patience is a virtue. So now I understand why. It's like being in the military, which I served. Everything you hurry up and wait, but good things come to those who wait. So thank you for bringing this good information. Any other comments? I'm sorry, Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
Yeah, just one question. Make sure I've got this correct. You said there is a match, there isn't a match, but there would like to be something of $500, $500,000. Help me to put my head around
The
that.
federal regulations say that there is no match because of the demographics of the study area, the 8.2 miles.
Mm-hmm.
However, we've been advised by our consultants, if you provide, say, a 10% match rather than a 20% match, it'll make you much more competitive to all the other projects across the country who are applying for the same pot of money. And we thought that was reasonable. And like I said, for the purposes of the application due at the end of the month, because we don't have time for every commissioner or council to go and secure, and TPL is going to be on the hook for the match. And then if this is successful, we'll come and have a discussion about how much can we rely on you for.
Yes.
So it just suggested that if we do the $500,000
Yes.
match, not that it's required,
It's not required.
that'll
It
make
makes
us a
you
little bit more competitive,
Yes,
if I'm hearing you correctly, so.
you are hearing correctly.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell.
I yield.
I did not see our county administrator to our right, to my right. I didn't see you earlier, the way Commissioner Mitchell was leaning back. Certainly wanted to acknowledge you, number one, and then also would like you, if you could just intervene in this project to determine where we are status-wise, determine has gone, what the needs are. I'm quite sure we'd have to go through our legal, our grant team as well to determine the process, and then also Ronna Suleman. So just want to make sure that we tie all the departments together and all those entities together that need to move this forward if it should go forward, okay? Thank you. I didn't see you, Dr. Corbin. You were laying back. Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And
Board of Commissioners.
Oh, you're welcome. Mrs. Hazel and Mr. Waldry, thank you. Board of Commissioners, we have one more presentation. It is the AT&T broadband presentation, and that is tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. So that wraps up our presentations this morning, Board of Commissioners. Board of Commissioners, please review your minutes tomorrow. Should I say the approval of the minutes will take place. So I encourage you to review our commission meeting minutes of January 18th, 2023, our work session minutes of January 17th, 2023, and our executive session minutes of January 17th, 2023. Look forward to voting on those tomorrow. Board of Commissioners, next we will have tab number 4 is proclamations. February 12th, 2023 is Georgia Day in Douglas County, and that proclamation will be read by Mrs. Lisa Meek. And then tab number 5 is proclaiming February 2023 as Black History Month in Douglas County, and that proclamation will be read by Mrs. Tracy Rookert Shaw. Board of Commissioners, we're going to move into our public hearings, which is tab number 6, and it is a public comment regarding Connect Douglas service to continue operating on their Saturday schedule, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. We have our Director of Transit, Ron Roberts, here to speak to us.
Good morning, Madam Chair,
Good
Commissioners,
morning.
citizens, fellow department heads. January 4th and 5th, I came before you, and I mentioned that we needed to hold public meetings, public forums, because there were some changes that were made during COVID. We're going to a Saturday service, which was 7 to 8. And this was one of the things that was noted in our triennial review. So we were able to get permission for those public meetings. We then worked with Lisa, posted flyers on all the fixed bus routes. We used the communications team for Douglas happenings, e-blast announcements within the January 18th, within BOC meetings and agenda, legal ads in Douglas County Sentinel. We used the media list at Connect Douglas, alerts on Douglas County and Connect Douglas social media pages. That included Instagram, Facebook, and Google, direct messages within our Connect Douglas social media. And then we had graphic rotation on DCTV. We had postings on Connect Douglas and CelebrateDouglasCounty.com and news flashes to the subscriber list. The FTA requires that these public meetings be held on transit routes that are accessible transit routes. The forum was held last week. Tomorrow, I'd like to close this item out and hold a public hearing here, just to see if there are any other comments from the citizens, and that's really what we'll be doing tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. Board, any questions? Okay, we'll just wait on the hearing. Thank you so much, Director. That moves us, Board of Commissioners, to tab number 7, to consider a street name change of Factory Shoals Road segment between Douglas Hill Road and Bullitt Road. Deputy Director Rana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this item was discussed in some of the previous meetings. This is a small segment of Factory Shoals Road that we're proposing a name change of. This is about 1,000 feet of roadway, about 0.2 miles. And tomorrow is the public hearing, and we've notified the owners, posted physical public hearing signs, and advertised in the newspaper as well. So we're looking forward to hear any comments that may come forward tomorrow. But this only impacts only 3 parcels. So far we haven't received any correspondence of any kind.
Okay, thank you so much, Deputy Director. Any questions, Board? All right, thank you. We're going to move right on to our county administrative business. You have any business today, Dr. Corbin?
No new business, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to move on to grants, which is tab number 8. Tab number 8 is authorization for the Solicitor's Office to accept federal fiscal year 2023 VOCA continuation base and comp advocate funding in the amount of $117,832, which is 20% matching funds waived from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, CJCC, submitted by the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia, PAC, for the period of October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2023, and amend the budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Solicitor General Compton, are you here? Anyone from the Solicitor's Office here? Okay, we're just going to move on. Clerk, if you could see if you could get in touch with our Solicitor General, and I'll just move on to the next item. Tab number 9 is ratification of the chairman's signature to accept a sub-grant for Superior Felony Drug Court in the amount of $32,851 to be used for emergency shelter for accountability court participants for the first time period of October 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022, with no match required, and amend the budget if necessary and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Ms. Teresa Gordy, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair,
Good
Commissioners.
morning.
Thank you for having me this morning. This is simply an adjustment to the amount of the grant that we had on the agenda a couple weeks ago. They allowed an increase because we had spent, this is the grant that they ended on us abruptly, and we let them know that we had spent more out of that category than they originally allowed, so they amended it so we could be reimbursed.
Okay. Any questions for Mrs. Gordy? Board. All right. Thank you. We're going to move on to tab number 10, authorization for the Sheriff's Office to apply for the Governor's Office of Safety grant in the amount of $375,000 with no match required to be used towards upgrading and or purchasing new equipment for our skills-based driving simulation care, which is combined accident reduction efforts teen driving program, as well as a new component to the program for older drivers to enhance their driving skills, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Lieutenant Colonel Pounds, and I'm so sorry.
Good morning.
And also, if you could introduce.
This is our grant writer that she works for us. Her name is Susan Shahada.
Yeah.
And
Good
she will
morning,
be going
Susan.
over the grants for 8 and 9.
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair and
Good
members
morning.
of the commission. Again, I'm Susan Shahada, and the grant that I'm here today to request permission to apply for is through the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. They're looking to fund programs all over the state that come up with innovative ideas to ultimately reduce crashes and, the fatalities and serious injuries that come with those. The program that I want to present to them from the Sheriff's Office is our CARE program. And CARE is combined accident reduction efforts. And it's one of our most successful programs that we've ever had. We've had it for about 23 years. It's been open for the teen population, and it's been so popular because it's fun. You know, we have a driving simulator that we put the student through different scenarios to test their skills in a lot of areas that prove a problem and lead to crashes. And what we want to do now to make it a little bit more innovative is to involve our older adult population, because they are just as high risk for serious injuries and more so for fatalities when they are in accidents. And that's, the grant, again, is $375. There is no match. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Any questions, board? Okay, no questions. Thank you.
And the other grant was from the COPS office of the Department of Justice to accept the $175,000 peer support grant that we were awarded to provide, mental health of police officers all over the country is a huge issue right now. And this money will give us funds to create a team that when an officer encounters a problem out on the road that is more so than their normal stress level, that they will have peer support through this program.
Okay. And that was tab number 11, that board that she just covered. Any questions, board?
Yes, I do.
Commissioner Robertson, you have the floor.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, so let me make sure I get this right on this one. So mental health for our public safety officers. Now, this is not for citizens who are having challenges.
No, this is for the officers.
It's just for the
Yeah,
officers.
if they encounter a situation out there that is, significantly beyond what they normally encounter, and they feel like they need some help with it, we have, it's our command level staff who are equipped to go there and help them at a moment's time. And if they determine that they need further counseling, that's also included in the grant with a private counselor.
All right, I'm going to need public safety to weigh in on this, because you'll slip into policy, and I want to take it away from the grant for a second. No, I get it. Thank you for that, for the money. I got it. Now, I want to make sure I understand what I'm listening to. So we're going to provide, now, we have benefits. I need my staff to, don't we provide benefits to all employees for mental health now? That's the first question. And my second question to the other part of the staff is, didn't we just get, he just was late, Russ Ralston, one of our top leadership of the state of Georgia, and put that mental health bill forth. It's just tied to that. Second.
No.
All right, no, thank you.
No.
All right, but staff, I need you to weigh in, because they need to know it. All right, don't sell me. Let me hear what I got to say. Let staff answer their questions. Because where I'm going with this is like, okay, so the third question becomes, now, how does this work in conjunction with my CSB? So what I'm trying to do is reconcile, so I'm saying, step back. I'm trying to reconcile, like, okay, I'm saying you guys get this funding for this mental health. I'm looking at CSB, and what they're trying to do is that they were just mandated, they're supposed to provide support out in the community. We're supposed to fund them to provide a certain service. In other words, EMTs, fire, everybody show up on the scene. CSB now sends out their team. This is a policy conversation. All right, so I'm like, okay, so now I got to fund all of it at some point as appropriators. And I'm trying to reconcile how we're doing this. I have nothing against the grant. That's what we're here for. That's what I'm saying. Don't get caught. Don't react to my comments. Legislative question becomes, all right, board, so what are we going to do about this? It's, if an officer melts down, we've got situations out there that hopefully, like some of the stuff that we're seeing right now across the nation. So we're saying that when you have a tragedy, like in Memphis, where Madam Chair is from, that you're going to weigh in, you're going to have, if somebody is melting down, I don't care what the intent is, because it's in the moment, I got it, it's after the fact that we can talk about it. They're going to do what now? We're providing this money for training for those guys, or we're providing salaries for those guys to show up in those moments? What am I hearing?
The money is going to provide training to our deputies
Yes.
to be able to respond to the scene, to assist with that individual who needs
For your, only
counseling.
only for the employee though, him melting down.
For
Not
the-
a situation in which a civilian or
No.
a citizen is,
No.
correct?
No, that's
That's-
not what the grant is for.
Yeah, but I gotta clarify that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what's my priority in light of what you're doing, see? Gotta ask the question. Because they coexist. I don't think it's necessarily an either or.
Right.
But I had to clarify because again, we're trying to line this up. We're trying to catch all this at the same time and make sure they're all aligned, including the community. So while I'm got you, I'm like, okay, so I'm sure, where's Community Service Board? And where's their training? Now, it's my understanding, now, all right, my second question is, who's providing the training?
The,
Once we get this grant, who is going to actually provide the training?
The Department of Justice.
The Department of Justice. And doesn't the Community Service Board provide training for this very situation, and don't they provide it for the whole state, and don't we not take advantage of that? Don't answer that. You can't get into that. That's what I'm saying, stay out of this. I'm making my point. So while I'm fine with that, I'm also clarifying issues that I know directly and intimately about, just to get attention. And why are we not working together? Why are we in a silo? But I'm okay, I got the grant, but from a legislative perspective, as we appropriate behind these things, like, okay, well, this is when we tie this thing off. It's just not an ask and we give without alignment. My county administrator, who's sitting down there, Dr. Corbin, we'll come back to this one. This one is that we've got these agencies out here, and they're just like, okay, guys, we can do better. I got it, no problem with the training, but it's going to come with conditions for my vote. We're like, no, I need a better alignment. I need to acknowledge that there's needs to be a holistic approach to this and not silo, but I appreciate the effort for the grant. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Pounds, well done. I ain't got no problem with that. But again, as we sit back at this, we put this, we're responsible for everything. We don't get to be just the deputies in that world. We got to line up everybody, all these agencies. I mean, it's our pictures on the front of that magazine that has our annual budget. And so that's what I'm saying, okay, guys, let's think through this one now. Madam Chair, so we use this as the trigger, like, I'd like to see where Ray is on this going into tomorrow, Madam Chair. So that's my only ask with this. I'm gonna let the floor go, but I want to make sure that he can also come alongside this, because I want to hear him account for, now, what separates him from what they're doing, and why are we not doing better than this? Can I have him? That's going to be my request. I'm just letting you know.
Okay,
Madam Chair, you have the floor. Thank you.
thank you.
I will take the comments back to the deputies who are running this.
Okay, thank you. Any other,
Yes.
Commissioner Mitchell?
Yes, Madam Chair. Just one. Lieutenant, I don't know if either or, but, so if I'm reading this correctly, item number 11, that the funds will be broken out per year, 87.5, 2023, and 2024, 87.5. Am I correct in that statement? Okay. So the monies will, how do you use this money to kind of, I'm assuming it'll be case by case, situation by situation. I'm just trying to get an idea of kind of how the funding, how would you fund that? You'll send them out, these guys, to a specialist when it comes to some mental challenges they may have had or seen or witnessed and all that kind of good stuff.
All right, so
Okay.
this not only deals with our mental health aspect that we may see out on the scene or whatever, but it's
Okay.
also, it's like grief counseling. If someone has a problem with their family,
Okay.
anything that they may encounter, we're there for. That's why it's called the peer support team. And it may be easy to talk to a peer as opposed to talking to a command staff person or someone else. You know what I'm saying? So this does cover all of that, but the funding is just definitely for the training. So they got state training that they have to go to, and this will provide the training and give them any kind of room and board that they need to get.
Also, this is training.
This is strictly training.
Oh, got you. Okay. And so staff, at least our accounting finance director and guys, so they'll break this out in 87.5 and you'll use it as.
It is for training, but
Right.
if we do need to send someone somewhere else, I'm guessing, Susan, that they can send them out to the counselors.
We do have some, we'll get a consultant.
Okay, but staff just, I guess they understood this by understanding the mere fact of how they're gonna account for it annually, 87.5. That's what I wanna make sure that accounting clearly understands that side of it. So once that budget amount runs out, then I'm assuming you kind of, that grant is over at that year for 2023, and then you'll go to the next year, and that funding will come back again at 87.5. Am I correct in my thought process?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lieutenant?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
it.
okay.
87.5 for 2023, 87.5 for 2024.
Got it. And no match from what I'm reading here
No
as well?
match.
Because I know Madam Chair didn't get a chance to read this into the record, but just want to make sure that we're all speaking the same language. Good enough. Okay, good enough. Thank you very much, and I yield.
Okay, any other questions?
Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
Commissioner Alcaraz, you have the floor.
Lieutenant Colonel, I mean, I applaud you for going out there to get this grant, because many of our deputies see a lot of things sometimes. I've been out there with them on certain scenes from my previous work with the coroner's office and seen some of them mentally not being able to process certain things sometimes. And I agree with you 100%. It's very important that some of their peers have training instead of waiting for to come back to the department, sit down and talk with someone. Usually that time is critical right there when they're out there in the field and they're seeing something. And to have colleagues that they work with on a daily basis, you have those bonds. You know this. Your department, you've got those certain ones that they go to and they talk to. I think this is great that this is being put out there for our law enforcement officers, and that you guys are pursuing this to train those individuals to help out in those crucial moments. I'm glad to see that you're going after this.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Alcaraz. Any other discussion, board? All right, thank you for your presentation. Okay. All right, we're going to move on to tab number 12, Board Authorization for Douglas County to apply to the Atlanta Regional Commission for Livable Centers Initiative, which is an LCI grant for the Highway 92 corridor in the amount of $150,000 with a 20% match requirement, $30,000 to be funded through the Planning and Zoning Department budget, and authorize the chairman to sign a letter of support for the application and all related documents pending final legal review. We have our manager, Allison Duncan, this morning, and restate your name. I know it, but I just had a brain bog.
Senior Planner Jaquel Johnson.
Yes, thank you so much, Senior Planner Jaquel Johnson. So, thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners. We are here before you this morning to ask for your permission to apply for the 2023 round of funding through the Livable Centers Initiative. This is a grant program through the Atlanta Regional Commission. We have received funds through this program before. We are once again bringing you an application for the Highway 92 corridor. We do have a slide presentation if you would like us to share some images of what we are going to look at applying for, but we certainly want to be respectful of your time. In general, as you had read into the record, what we are asking for today is permission to apply. Specifically, this grant does require a letter of support from the chairman of the Board of Commissioners, as well as a resolution of support for the match. The match amount would be $30,000, and that is approved in our budget for 2023. Mr. Johnson has been attending the meetings, working with the Atlanta Regional Commission so far, and will be overseeing the submission of the grant in conjunction with our grants manager here for Douglas County. So again, we're happy to share our slides or answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Okay, thank you. Please share the slides with us.
So before you, I have 3 nodes. The first node is the Hillcrest Drive Midway Road intersection. The second is the Beaumont Road intersection. And the third is the Lee Road intersection. So before you, I have the 2019 Lee Road Plan of Recommendations. As you can see,
This was the main node that we had focused on, where the 3 nodes that Mr. Johnson had shared previously were the original 2008 LCI recommendations. In 2019, we came back and we focused on that Lee Road intersection, and really came up with a master plan to support that. And so we have since seen the implementation not only of that node, but we have also seen transit that has come along that corridor. So that does make us more competitive, perhaps, than we would have been in the past for LCI support on this corridor. So we're looking at kind of that same corridor for the study as we go back and we apply for this round of funding, looking at maybe going a little bit further up on Lee Road, and then again focusing on that node that was subject of the 2019 LCI, or excuse me, Lee Road Small Area Study that we have since had the implementation through the movie studio. We've had the implementation through the Trails Mixed-Use Master Plan Project. So we're able to demonstrate some projects that have come on board as a result of that 2008 study. So that's our study boundary. And again, just an overview, this is a reimbursable grant program. ARC will pay up to 80% of the study amount. We're going to be focusing on affordable and diverse housing mix, creative placemaking, which we think that will be an important, feature of this corridor since we've started to develop transit and we've started to see some improvement of those nodes, as well as green infrastructure and improving some of our smart technology on the corridor. Just to give you an idea of the schedule, if we are successful in our application, we should see the grant award come through about April and May of this year, and the project would be scheduled to be complete by October of this year. So this really does dovetail very well with where we are in our comprehensive planning process, as we anticipate that we'll be wrapping that up around the same time. And so we are recommending approval of this request to go ahead and move forward with the letter of support from the chairman, as well as the resolution of support for the match amount from the board. And we're glad to answer any other questions that you may have.
Okay. Any other questions? Board, do you have any questions, first of all? Commissioner Robinson, you have the floor.
Again, I just watching this, you said '08, which is when I came into office, and to watch the Riverside, to watch Lee Road, to watch Thornton Road, to watch Fairmont Road, seeing the fruit of advocacy come to pass it's rewarding. That's how you get stuff done. I mean, I'm looking at this come to pass. It's like, wow. You hear a lot of District 2, but that was advocacy. And like, knowing what to do with the studies. The fact, to push staff to act on it, to put it on the list, to understand how it all aligned. Now, my point is not any other district, but it still is important to say, but look what the attention is. Look where the effort is. Look what the energy is. And these are key. Now, don't get it wrong. It's tying into 92 coming off with Commissioner Mitchell coming down that thing. Like, we've been talking about that forever. Him, 5, 6 rings ago, different jurisdiction. Now that he's finished off that, now we're going to bring it all the way down, right? We got to shape the county, shape the character areas, like do something with it. Right? So, I mean, again, one more time, I walking down the street, there's no sidewalks. We're trying to get bike lanes. So we're trying to upgrade. Now, I'm dense. I get that other character areas in this county will not follow this. I have no problem with that. But I'm still just making my point is that, well, these are what my citizens were looking for. Bike lanes, trails, sidewalks. Like I said, character areas that where you can show up at. Right? Affordable housing. Yeah, y'all. Just like the governor said, no, y'all can't have economic development and not have affordable housing. And we're not talking about Section 8. Stop the fake narrative. You need, look, my rent about to go up to $2,200 for a 2-bedroom in Douglas. Are you kidding me? Unaffordable. But I get it. You got to go after this. You got the city is outpacing us. We sitting here with this fake narrative and the future land use map conversation. And I'm like, really, guys? You can't sustain this like that. The burden's going to come back on you. You got to distribute this. But that's a false narrative as well, and I don't think we have to debate that. You got to do what you got to do. So thank you, Allison, for setting expectations. Guys, this is where we're about to put them in. It's already in play. You can come out and complain. I want to hear those complaints. But you can't have it both ways. You have to have housing options. And this is part of enabling that right here. So sometimes it's important to say it in front of the public, to say, no, this is where this is now. Not hiding it. So I want to make my point. Allison, thank you. I appreciate it. I know what you're doing. Keep the work going. And Madam Chair, I yield. I'm done.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah. Commissioner Mitchell?
Yes, just one. Mm-hmm. Well stated by Commissioner Robinson, though. But just so I understand that the $30,000 is within your budget and the planning and zoning budget, so you don't need any additional funding to kind of get through this.
That is correct.
And you can cover the 30.
Yes, sir. It is approved in the budget by the
right.
Board of Commissioners, so yes, sir.
I just want to make sure, though, because I mean, I'm reading it there, but I just want to make sure that clearly staff and everybody else know that this is already covered, and only thing you're doing is just making us aware that if we decide to go this route, we're covered in the funding side of this.
It is approved. The
For the
specific
match.
ask is that we will need a letter of support signed by the chair,
yes,
and then we will
right.
need the resolution, and that has to be submitted with the application, which is due in February, I believe. February 28th is when it's due. So you are going to be
Well, you-
receiving something for signatures that we will need back by February 28th.
You're on
so
the
that we
right
can
path.
submit.
You're doing well, Allison. So thank you again, and I appreciate you guys.
All right.
Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell, and thank you so much, Allison Duncan, and also Jaquel Johnson. Thank you all for this presentation.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to pivot back to tab number 8. I understand that we do have representation from the Solicitor's Office. Mrs. Marilyn Dallas is here. Tab number 8, again, Board of Commissioners, is authorization for the Solicitor's Office to accept federal fiscal year 2023 VOCA continuation base and comp advocate funding in the amount of $117,832, which is a 20% matching funds waived from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, CJCC, submitted by the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia, PAC, for the period of October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2023. Amend the budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Mrs. Dallas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and fellow board members. I'm standing in for Sonia Compton, the Solicitor General. This is a continuation grant given to us by the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, one that is renewed yearly. And Ms. Compton is asking all board members to sign off on this grant, just to accept this grant for another fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mrs. Dallas. Any questions, board? All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you
For
all.
bringing it forward. You're welcome. Board of Commissioners, is about 11:43. I believe we can squeeze a couple of more items in tabs. Tab number 13 is under the business item category. Tab number 13 is approval of a contract with MWL Architects in the amount of $63,978 for feasibility and design consultation for the coroner's office, facility, to be funded from the proceeds in the general fund from the prior sale of the previous location that will be reimbursed by bond proceeds from the 2022 SPLOST, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. We have with us LaTanya Amons this morning, our Director of Procurement. And LaTanya, you have a guest with you, and certainly if you could proceed and introduce your guest.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Board of Commissioners, and good morning to the citizens of Douglas County. My name is LaTanya Ammons, and I bring to you on the agenda today we're seeking approval to contract with MWL Architects, and I have with me Mr. Russell McElroy, who would give a short presentation on the capabilities of his company and how they can best serve Douglas County in the facility of the design and construction of the coroner's facility.
So my name is Russell McElroy. My architecture firm is MWL Architects.
Good morning.
We practice, good morning, Madam Chair, how are you?
Oh,
And
great.
supervisors, good to see you. We practice all around the United States, actually have worked in 46 or 47 of the 50 states. The 4 people that you see there on screen are the 4 people that we would dedicate to this project with more than 100 years of experience designing laboratories. This map indicates those little dots that you see crossing the United States represent the projects that we've done in forensic science for the 47 of 50 states that we've done today. We've also worked in 7 different countries and as far away as Singapore. We've worked this way for about 35 years, and the skill set that we bring includes 165 forensic facilities, more than 270 law enforcement, public safety, and also E911 facilities. We have been trusted to do the world's largest. We did do our FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia. We did the 665,000 square foot facility in Toronto, Canada. We were also the first architecture firm to do multiple things related to public safety and forensic science and law enforcement facilities. We've even had the opportunity to write the documents and prepare writing the documents for the Forensic Science Handbook, published in '98. In 2012, it was republished by NIST, and we did that, along with working with the IACP, which is the Chiefs Organization for Law Enforcement. We work in law enforcement every day. A little bit of specific experience related to forensic pathology, because coroners and medical examiners do very similar tasks, so we refer to it as forensic pathology. This is the Cobb County Medical Examiner Facility. Dr. Gullidge is the medical examiner there. This is recently completed and in action right now. You can see the autopsy suite in the upper right-hand corner, receiving in the upper left, and then a special decomposition suite in the lower left. If you go a little further away, we've worked in Reno, Nevada. Working in Reno, this facility was for Dr. Knight, again performing similar tasks. One difference here is the opportunity to observe autopsies for law enforcement officers, so they don't have to be inside the pathogen contaminated environment. This saves them and helps with safety, and it prevents having to don PPE to be in the suite. The suite also shows that color can also be introduced into the facilities. They don't have to be drab and gray because of the science that these folks do. We try to dress it up and make them more energetic, more willing to go to work and get the job done. This last facility I'll show you is probably considered the leading edge of medical examination forensic pathology. It is in Minneapolis. This facility in the upper right-hand corner shows a custom neuropathology facility. On the left, again, observation, so you can watch from outside the suite. In the lower right-hand corner is, again, a decomposition suite for either specialty cases, burn victims, other types of science that they would do autopsy. Again, their suite and their office environment is set up so that it's kind of neat and clean, bringing in natural light. So again, the staff members are energetic when they go to work. This is what their autopsy suite looks like. I can tell you we tried to introduce color and, again, natural light so they can perform their work. We also are the only architecture firm to actually patent an autopsy table. And in this case, it was for Dr. Andy Baker. And in doing so, we were able to create this custom table. We did that for our own benefit. We actually do not make any money off of the table when we use it in a design that we work with. We don't want a conflict of interest. We work together with the staff. We'll move in and talk with the coroner, Renee Godwin, work with her and her chosen team members to make sure that we are following national guidelines and what their needs are. In doing so, we create a program. This is a detailed program that shows square footage in each of multiple categories. But the one thing I bring forward to you is when we do a program of area, we don't just say, how big do you want your anthropology suite to be? We have done this for so long, we know how much area is taken up by every single item within an autopsy facility and office environment. So with that, we can usually get within just a few square feet of accurately producing what your square footage would be for 10 years, 20 years, or even 30 years from now, what it should be off into the distance. And with that, I'll finish my presentation just showing that natural light makes a big difference, and it makes it possible for them to produce the results to determine cause of death in these critical facilities.
All right, thank you so much for presenting, Mr. McElroy. Thank you, and thank you so much, Procurement Director. Board of Commissioners, you have any questions? Okay, Commissioner Robinson, you have the floor.
All right. No, this is, thank you for that. That's a presentation. You got through that. That was good. Thank you for that.
No need to waste your time.
Yeah, no, but that was deep and wide, and I appreciate the credibility that you stand for. So this will be easy then. So from your experience, so you answered my question, and I know that's good when you already answered my question. My question was, did you meet with a coroner? And did you understand her business requirements and regulatory? And you answered it. That was important. It's great you can do all that, but you see your client. Let me ask you a question. What is the importance of a coroner that you've seen over time? What role does that play? I mean, I got the autopsy, the decomposition suites. You know, I'm a guy who watched Snaps, Law and Order, and Forensic Files all night long. I've been. So I get this.
Okay.
Talk to me. Go
So
ahead.
the number one thing most of the coroners and medical examiners need to perform is just to determine the cause of death. There is a difference, though, between a medical examiner and a coroner. A coroner is an elected official in most cases, and also shows more compassion towards the people that they're dealing with and the families that they're working with. On a medical examiner side, it's generally an appointed position, and they stay there for a long period of time. They are most of the time doctors when they perform, and they also perform pathology. But at the same time, they run it from a business perspective. Finish the job, move on to the next, and complete one project after another. That is a big difference between coroner systems and medical examiner systems that I've seen working with them in almost all 50 states.
You know, I appreciate that. You know, I have a heart for our coroners. I've got to know 2 of them, and it's just the work they have to do.
I have a heart for them too. That's why I do this, because I want to make a difference. And as an architect,
Right.
this is one thing I've found where I can make a difference in our communities.
Yes, I mean, just like, really, guys, y'all know how important this is? This is not just a tie-off. This is a fulfillment of a journey, and it's how they're treated. You know, I mean, you hit it, the compassion associated with those who do the coroner function. You got to have a heart for that, and you have to have the capacity to do it. And so it's not just getting mental health for the public safety. You get mental health for them too. They're all standing there together. So, no, this was good. I'm good on what I'm hearing. It's not so much as your capability and your competence, and that goes without saying, the credibility. My question is, this is to my director, Amos. So, you know how we have procurement processes, whether it's for photographers or for single source or whatever the case is. What is this? Is this a single source? Did we bid this out? How are y'all handling this?
Okay, we did not bid this out. I'm going to ask the board to approve this based upon the procurement policy and procedures manual for professional services, and that will be section 11 of the manual, where the Board of Commissioners does have the authority to approve professional services contracts without going out to bid. So let me also say this, though, in my research, number one, we typically, when we talk about professional services and from a statewide perspective, a lot of those are do not have to follow the normal bid process, and those will be companies or individuals that are licensed by the state. If you need an attorney, if you need an architect, if you need an engineer, or a doctor for services. And second of all, I looked for someone who had the expertise across the state. So I did a lot of research. I went so far as California. I reached out to other professionals to say, who has built a facility recently and who have you used? Upon that research, I was directed to Mr. Russell and his organization. And so I will ask the board to approve this without going out for the 3 bids, without going out for the quotes, because of the professional expertise and also the timing perspective. So this is not to negate others in the field who are also qualified. This is just to ask the board to render a decision based upon our current policies and procedures.
So, thank you for that. And so the funding source from this is going to be what? The general fund, where there's an assignment of money from the proceeds from the sale of some space to the city of Douglasville. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is correct, Commissioner Robinson.
All right, so this money is already pre-existing, no problem, so it's not a function of funding. So let's talk about timing. How long will it take this process? And I'm not trying to, he knows I'm not trying to be absolute, but relative for architects, I mean, because I need my administrators to hear this, that there's parts of the SPLOS that's in play. And where's the program manager to oversee things that we're setting in motion? I'm gonna come back to that later in this meeting. But can you answer that question as far as timing is concerned? How long will it take for this design process to work?
Well, when I initially reached out to Russell, I said, I have 2 years, and he said, your timing is perfect, just because of the design, construction, and the ordering and delivery of the particular equipment. So I believe, because of a project maybe our size, that 2 years will be great, will be enough time to facilitate the completion of this particular facility. And correct me if I'm wrong.
So I guess it depends on if the question is, how long does it take to do the feasibility study, which is to determine how large and how much the facility would cost, followed by the physical design and construction of the facility. The feasibility study will be about 4 months.
Okay.
The design portion, because at the end of that feasibility study, in the $63,000 number, is a schematic floor plan, which means that you are ready to start with the detailed design and construction document phase. That makes it about 6 months to finish that, followed by about a year to construct the facility.
No, you're good, that's tight. So this
It is
63,
tight.
to my peers, is just for the concept, the feasibility design,
Yes, sir.
and then you will get into the actual architectural, all the blueprints design, which is a whole different phase.
Yes, sir.
That's gonna add, that's probably about $500,000 that we pay attention to the money. And then obviously we got the actual construction itself. But out of the concept, will you tell us roughly how much this will cost? Would that be an output of this based on some type of early concept?
Yes, we give you a rough order of magnitude dollar figure, so that when it comes for you to appropriate the construction value, together with the soft cost, which is the architects and any other fees that might come along as part of Douglas County, that dollar value would be a number that will eventually come back to you for approval once the feasibility study is complete. The best part about this is you're doing the feasibility study instead of just waving a wand and picking a number, because then you absolutely get, this is what the coroner really needs and what it will really cost.
No, we appreciate that. And so
Yes, sir.
to your point, is this being positioned as phase one of your engagement is to do this concept, this feasibility, and that you're gonna move into a design build or a design? When is your assignment over? And I don't have a problem, I just wanna understand what is being presented to the board.
For this contract, my assignment would be over at the end of the schematic design phase when you have a floor plan. Then, if it's necessary for me to come back and compete, I'm willing to do that. Or if you wish to extend my contract, I'm willing to do that.
See, that's a good point. So I get back to my program manager, who's gonna facilitate this? Like, think about it, he's gotta stay on time. So it assumes that you're gonna keep going. 4 months plus 6 months plus a year gets me my 2 years. But if you got any delays between those phases, from design, the concept to design, then we've lost time. We've blown our critical path, and there's no slack. Oh, boy.
That's correct.
Project Management 101. So, you've answered my questions. I'm good on this. I'm fine with this. Thank you, Director Amos. We're good. Madam Chair, I go back. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you. Oh, Commissioner Mitchell.
Yeah, I just have one. Good Q&A. Just a couple. I don't know, David, if you would, based on the funding source and the funding process of what we gotten, can you kind of enlighten us kind of how that not the timeline, but where the funding source of all this?
Well,
I know we got the city, we got some other stuff that's kind of tagged in on all of this, though, right?
correct.
Okay.
Right now, we have it designated to come out of SPOS proceeds or collections. There are monies that have been collected from the sale of the prior building.
Correct.
That will be potentially allocated out of the general fund until such time as we get the SPOS monies in. That's about all there is to it.
Right. And so outside of the city's dollars, SPOS dollars, that's kind of hopefully will cover what's needed to potentially build this thing out. And I know there's other timelines that are engaged, from the soft costs to the hard costs and all the other good stuff. What determines, and I'm assuming this conversation would come from the coroner, what determines space, office space in this whole build out and lab space? How do you determine that?
Sure, I can tell you that there is a direct correlation between your population, your crime statistics, number of physical autopsies performed, number of physical surface examinations performed, and the staff that are there to do the job. It is very typical and a proven standard that it is somewhere between 700 and 1,000 square feet per staff member gets you a medical examiner facility. That number sounds large, but when you think about it, that includes all the mechanical spaces, large cold rooms for holding decedents, the office environments, wider corridors because you're pushing large gurneys down the hallways.
Correct.
And receiving, which is required to be in a fully concealed location to become accredited.
Got it. And I guess I'll end though. So you've done some great work, I must say.
Thank you.
Great resume, as I would always say. Have you did anything more on a smaller scale for us? I mean, are we too small for what you're doing versus too large of what you've done?
The smallest one we have done, we've got one going right now that is about 9,000 square feet.
Okay.
Generally, when you're of that size, you have 1 or 2 autopsy tables. It depends on the number of autopsies being performed, and we would correlate that to the annual reports from
Yeah, you just make me a little nervous, you know, because you've done some big things and they look great. But I didn't want you to kind of look at us and say, well, okay, we'll kind of get to these guys.
This is our specialty. We've done as small as 1,400 square feet in Oklahoma for a forensic laboratory,
Okay.
not for a coroner's facility, just because of the additional spaces that are necessary.
Okay.
Yes,
well,
sir.
But
And
I
we
mean,
take each one specifically as a new project. We'd come in with no preconceived notions, and we can cause the cost to be up or down depending on what the physical needs are.
Right, okay, well, thank you. I yield, Madam Chair, but, I mean, great resume, though, so
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to move on to tab number 14, Board, and the lunch is not here yet, so I would love to cover tab number 14. Tab number 14 is resolution for approval of Project Forward's participation on the Douglas County Tax Incentive Plan and form of the memorandum of agreement regarding taxation for real and personal property, leasehold interest, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. We have with us this morning our Executive Director, Chris Pumphrey of Development Authority. You have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners.
Good evening. Yeah, good afternoon at this time. It's
afternoon.
12:02.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners. Glad to be with you all today. This is an opportunity for us, for all the work that we do to grow jobs and investment in the community. We oftentimes have the opportunity to bring companies, to incent companies to make a decision to come to Douglas County. And as a part of our efforts of recruiting high technology companies, e-commerce operations to Douglas County, we have the pleasure of have been working with Project Forward to welcome them to the community. I am not going to steal all the thunder of our guest who's here today to allow him to talk about his project, his company, and why they chose Douglas County. But I will just state, you know, I've let you already know already, we are at this point keeping this as confidential. So all our communications are under Project Forward with the intent of after approval, we'll be able to make an announcement in conjunction with the state later this month. So with me, I have Kevin Porter, who's here with us, and I'm going to let him talk to you for a few minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Porter.
Move this down a little bit. He's a little taller than I am. So Project Forward is a 1.1 million square foot e-commerce fulfillment center slated for Lithia Springs. And so the total investment, both real and personal property, is estimated to be $142 million once the facility is fully operational. The number of jobs that are slated to be created is 600 full-time jobs. And that's, the facility should be operational hopefully this time, or I'm sorry, later this year. We chose this area due to a number of factors. It was a very competitive search, predominantly in the southeast, both inside Georgia as well as some neighboring states. And so we chose Douglas County due to population growth, great local economy, very community-driven organization, or community-driven area, which is a big company value for us. And we're excited about the project. Hope you guys are too, and happy to answer any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Board, you have any questions regarding this project? Commissioner Robinson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, you said Lithia Springs is, this is the Chris Pumphrey. Chris, this is in Lithia Springs?
Yes, sir.
Can we say we're at roughly, or no?
Yeah, it's at 980 Douglas Hill Road. So this is a new investment. So the party who's developing the facility is Prologis.
Yeah.
So this is a new facility that they are just about complete with.
Right, so this is going to be, would you say, an e-commerce center, 1,000,001, so that's a big building. Is one big building? Is it multiple buildings? Can you give us a little feel? Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you're doing the same thing with me.
Yeah.
One big building, one occupant of the facility, which is Project Forward.
Got it. So a bunch of, or I'm gonna call it robots, but it won't be a bunch of trucks. Is really that true?
Yeah, this is an e-commerce operation. I'll let you want to describe the operation a bit more.
Please.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So it's a e-commerce fulfillment center, so it'll be servicing online orders in the the immediate area and kind of a regional area for orders that are placed online to ship to and fulfill locally.
Okay, so I'm Kelly.com, and I'm just, for the sake of the conversation, and so there will be trucks there that is getting inventory, sending it out to people, or I'm just trying to get what is the
So
supply
there will
chain?
be inbound trucks for the goods that will eventually be purchased online, and then outbound, I think.
Locally.
I'm sorry?
Locally.
Locally, exactly. So I wouldn't say they're fully trucks. I don't actually know what the vehicles they're going to be utilized for the fulfillment, but it will be locally driven.
I got you. So big trucks inbound, drop off the big inventory, and then little trucks take them out to the various areas and so forth into the community.
That's my understanding. I'm not a supply chain guru, but I'll leave that to the other folks.
No, I get it, but no big trucks will be coming into our subdivision. So I got it. No, we're good. This was good. I think I got what I needed. Chris, the incentive, does it fit with our profile and our investment policy that we have
Yes.
worked so diligently over the few years?
Yes. So this is within our ordinance, the property tax incentives plan. They do hit the 20-point schedule for this project, so it is a 10-year property tax incentive schedule, but no changes in that ordinance. It is what you have already pre-approved.
And again, we do thank you for considering Douglas. You know, we're trying to balance our digest between residential and non-residential, and with Chris Pumphrey and his leadership to help us shape our sectors and targeting and inviting companies like you. I mean, obviously, it's all about geography, and we welcome you here. But this was intentional, and to watch this whole area build itself out. It becomes, you know, there's places within our county that are important to grow and to provide an offset. So which brings me to my last question regarding jobs. So this 600 number job, now I know a lot going on in the economy, so again, I'm not an economist, but for the sake, are these numbers, are they adjusted up? Like, if the economy was, right now they're saying it's slowing down, I don't know what it's doing. But for the sake that, will you outperform these numbers if the economy, or these are adjusted numbers down because of the economy? What am I looking at by way of jobs? Is there a better, if you do better, will there be more jobs? Are you limited to these jobs? Can there be more, or are you saying it could go the other way?
I think, so it was revised down a little bit due to economic conditions, though if, you know, depending on where the economy goes, whoever knows, if anyone knows that, that'd be great to learn. But in the event that we do have a better economic conditions, that number will go up due to, well, demand of our products. So it's really going to be demand-driven of our products. And so depending on what that is in the future, that will likewise be correlated to the number of jobs.
Wait, I'm not an institutional investor that I'm holding you to an analyst call, right? Really, this is just really, we're just trying to translate. Have you factored in the fact that there is some volatility right now? And what we're looking at as of right now, and that will go into tomorrow's meeting, is that these numbers have been adjusted accordingly, and you're comfortable. And what I'm hearing you state is that potentially it could go up. I know it's a private investment. We're not in it like that, but there is an exchange for the tax incentive. What I'm hearing you say that these numbers are solid, they've been adjusted accordingly, and there's potentially upside, barring Armageddon.
Correct. And yeah, we were very conservative in the numbers, so.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, you can only answer that way. That's good. Don't go along with me. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, board? Okay, with that being said, thank you so much for the presentation. Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Okay. Clerk, do I have time to slip one more in, or can I keep going? Okay, I'm gonna move on to tab number 15, authorization to amend the Douglas County Code of Ordinances regarding Chapter 5, Article 11, Animal Control Advisory Board, tables since November 29th, 2022. We have our director here this morning, Director Franchakowski. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners. I'm coming before you today. We had tabled the proposed bylaws in November. Since then, Animal Advisory has elected or appointed a new chair and a vice chair. And we have two other members that have just been appointed on the Animal Advisory Board. So they had asked me to come before you to ask to table it one more time. This will allow the new members to go ahead and go over the animal advisory bylaws, make suggestions. This way I have enough time to get it to legal department and then bring it before you in totality.
Okay. Board, you okay with that?
So we'll
The
table
request?
tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll table tomorrow.
Retable, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Tab number 16, authorization to approve the 2023 Equitable Sharing Agreement and Certification for Douglas County Sheriff's Office, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Lieutenant Colonel Pounds, you have the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. This is our yearly asset forfeiture account. This is an audit for that. And as far as I understand, it has been signed by legal, and it just needs your approval, it needs your signature. But also, we need Kellen Barnes to be able to sign electronically. She will still sign the paper copies, but she needs the authorization to be able to sign electronically as well.
Okay. Any questions, board? Okay, Commissioner Robinson, you have the floor.
Yeah, how much is in our drug forfeiture fund?
I don't have that answer right now, sir, but I can get it really quick and get it back to you.
That's fine, just by tomorrow, that's fine. I mean, that's important. We know the constitutional authority of the sheriff and those monies and however y'all split it with the Fed, state, local, and even the fund you get by yourself, but it's always important to know. Question, so the next question is, for things that come into this forfeiture fund, is it just cash, or is it also the assets that you guys have now taken possession of? Just say if I had a boat, I don't, but let's take the conversation. Boats, guns, cars, houses, anything that may go into that, and it's probably cash mostly. There's probably some drugs and so forth. Put that conversation to the side. What do you do? How do you dispose of your assets? And the only reason this come up because something was happening over in Carroll County recently, and on TV, and I was just curious about it. How do we dispose of our assets here?
Such as the cars, and you will
Yes, sir.
actually, they hold an auction.
You do an auction?
Yes, we don't do the auction, but yes, sir, there's an auction.
Okay. Who is they?
Mr. Robinson, I do not have that answer, but I can get that one for you as
Yeah,
well.
because I thought you were part of they.
Oh, well, I don't do the auctions, but yes, I get what
But
you're
the
saying.
auction is within the function of the sheriff's
Yes,
office?
yes.
Okay, that's fine. I mean,
Yes.
don't scare me like that. I'm like, wait a minute, who got the? But find that out. I'm just curious, again, this is an annual process. And my last question, the third question is, this is something that's unique that somebody needs to be authorized to sign electronically. I'm encouraged to hear that we move into, electronic everything at some point. County Attorney, can you weigh in on this if he's down there on this, giving authorization to somebody to do this electronically? What does that mean to us, if anything? Is he here?
Yeah, he's here. He's.
I think if the board expressly authorizes another person to sign electronically, I think it's acceptable to do that. But the board should expressly do so and give that limited authorization. I think it would be acceptable.
Okay.
I do have a further question. I think it's preferable if the chair could sign electronically. Is there a way that she could do the signature rather than someone else? I don't know the answer to that.
I can check with that too, sir.
Yeah,
and,
I
get
think
back
that'd
to
be
you.
preferable. Now, I don't think, while I think it's acceptable to do the delegation, in the absence of that delegation, I don't think it would be acceptable. And I don't know that it's a good practice for the board to simply allow everybody in every department to start signing things. But I do think in circumstances where there's no other option and the board expressly authorizes it, I think it's acceptable.
Yes, sir.
Right, so you said something that may be triggered, I'm not certain who this person is, but nonetheless, like Madam Chair has authority as elected, as what she is, so are you suggesting, because I was thinking like, well, why wouldn't it just be the sheriff? Because that's what accountability is.
Well,
I get delegation.
If it's a document that binds the county,
Yeah,
not just the sheriff's office,
I
but the
see.
county, then I think it would have to be a signature from the county. If it is something that is binding on the sheriff's office, or non-binding on the county, but it's conveying information or something like that, I think that it could be the sheriff's office. The sheriff's a constitutional officer, and to the extent it's a contract or a document for his office and using his funds, pertaining to his funds, I think it would be acceptable. So I think that would be the distinction.
Right, so but you answered, you went broad, but I'm coming back in. We know the chair is the chair. Put that aside for a minute. I get it. We're talking about something that's within the constitutional officer. And so he has like authority being constitutional. The point is, on this matter, since they're asking us to depart and do something different, I don't know who the person's name is on this thing, but I'm like, I don't know that person. I don't know that person. So since I don't know that person, I feel more comfortable that it would be the sheriff signing something of this magnitude. We talk about an asset for, like, really? You would delegate this? No. That'd be the top gun. Own it.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't disagree with that assessment, that if it's the sheriff's document for the sheriff's office, then the sheriff should sign it. I haven't looked into the question about whether or not he could delegate that authority, but I suspect that, the law, to the same extent the board could do so, then I suspect the constitutional officer could do so, but I think the better practice would be for the sheriff himself to sign it.
Can y'all get this settled and have an answer for us tomorrow? Seeing that this needs to be moved forward, I have it, but I would like to know, because what my preference is the sheriff. He needs to sign off like, okay, no, that's a lot of power. That's the power of that forfeiture, like we ain't got no say. So I'm not gonna let it be delegated into the organization rule, since we have no power in it. It rises with the office of the sheriff, not the delegated person. And so if you're gonna get that type of power, and it's already inherent in that, the sheriff needs to sign off on his thing. So that would be me. If I gotta give authority, I'm gonna give it to the top person and let you deal with his internal. So I wouldn't just give it to that person down there. I'm like, think about what we're being asked to do. I mean, again, if we're required by state law to tell us, great, I'll do it, thou shalt do it this way. But in the absence of that, and if I got to sit here, it's like, okay, well, why isn't the sheriff signing off on his stuff like our chair signs off on her stuff, like the judges have to sign off on their stuff, like the tax commissioner have to sign off on his stuff? That's my only point. All right, I yield. We'll see what happens tomorrow, but that's where I'm going with any consideration for at least for me, is that the sheriff will sign off on this and find out the numbers for me for the forfeiture fund, please. And we'll take this up tomorrow. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you,
Thank you.
Lieutenant Colonel. Lisa, where are we? It's ready. All right. It is now 12:19. I initially stated that we would pause at 12. We would go into recess at 12 noon, but it's 12:19. So with that being said, Board of Commissioners, at this time, we will go into recess. It is 12:19. If we could return at 1 o'clock. That's a good time. It is 12:19. If you could just return at 1 o'clock, and we will resume.
So we're in recess, not executive session. Recess, right?
Recess.
Okay.
Yeah, recess.
Recess to 1 o'clock.
And I encourage all here, if you indulge in lunch as well. Okay. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. There you go. You like that
Yeah,
sound?
you gotta be official.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, you gotta be, clock it. Yeah.
so much, and I hope you had a great lunch. Our recess has ended. It is now 1:05 p.m. And again, thank you, directors, as well. I hope everyone enjoyed your lunch. We will start with tab number 16, Board Authorization to approve a 2023 Equitable Sharing Agreement. I believe I covered that, right, Clerk? Yes, 16. Let me go on to tab number 17. Tab number 17 is approval of various independent contractor agreements for treatment providers for juvenile programs to be funded through the Department's 2023 budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Oh, Jennifer's not here, so you are here today. Thank you. State your name so everybody.
Chair, Deputy Director Jamie Dappermont, Juvenile Programs.
Yes, thank you for being here. You have the floor.
Yes, Board, these are various contracts for our service providers who provide all the programming and services for the programs that we offer through juvenile programs. If the board wants me to, I can go through each one of the providers and give a brief description of what service they provide. The first contract is for Recovery Unlimited. They provide assessments, therapy, group services for our Chance Court program and our Family Treatment Court. The next is the Douglas County Community Services Board. They also provide assessments and psychiatric services as well as treatment services for our Chance Court program. Next is Atlanta Psychological Services. They provide psychological assessments, psychosexual assessments, and parental fitness evaluations for people in dependency court. Next is Family Ties. They provide functional family therapy for participants of our incentive grant program. Next are our two facilitators who provide evidence-based programming through our incentive grant. They also provide evidence-based programming for our Chance Court grant as well. Next is Talatrix. That's an electronic ankle or electronic monitoring system. It's a wrist-worn electronic band. They provide electronic monitoring for youth who have been released on conditions from detention, as well as sanctions for our Chance Court program. Next is True Unity Mentoring. They provide youth mentoring services for youth through several of our programs, including our Chance Court grant and as well as the Justice Assistance grant. Next is Medlin Treatment Center. They provide evaluations for our youth in juvenile court. The Douglas County Shelter provides temporary housing for our FTC participants. Kana Hospitality, which is also the Comfort Inn, provides temporary housing for FTC participants as well. Wyatt's Pharmacy, we contracted them to provide prescription assistance for our participants in FTC. And finally, Gail Walters, she will be serving as a parent time coordinator for our Family Treatment Court.
Okay. Thank you so much for providing that information. Board of Commissioners, you have any questions for our Deputy Director? Very good. Doing great things. Thank you. But one question, Deputy Director.
Yeah, no, this is more for procurement for the broader finance, administrators, legal. So we just he volunteered it, but we just ran 7 contracts through there. You didn't say nothing. Now, the reason we ask the questions that we ask sometimes, the reason we go there is really about honesty and transparency and all of that. They just rolled some contracts through there. But we get convened on on who we pushing through. That's what everybody hit us. Now, I ain't got no problem. Look at the list. Y'all are silent. The entitlement and didn't even give us a heads up. You allowed it. This is what I'm pointing out. You allow things conveniently. You're not consistent. But I'm cool. Good job. Thank you for volunteering, sharing us with that. Now, I'm going to make sure I'm going to hold you to the same standard that y'all try to hold us to. This is serious. I need you to look at this now. Look at the roll a group of contracts through. Y'all ain't said nothing. It's buried. See how convenient that is? Nothing wrong with the work. But then I won't get into how they were picked. Ooh. Where the quotes? What was the process behind their process? Now I'm going to let them be. I'm going to give them a judicial little room. But where is that standard at? That's consistent. They point them on through. Silence. Where's 3 quotes times 7? Where's the standard? Where was even the attempt to say something?
Procurement Director, please come forward, please.
No, I want to put her on the spot, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay.
Don't put her on the spot.
He don't.
Because
We're
we're good. No, they
Okay.
get it. Y'all get the spirit of this. I yield the floor.
Okay.
You're good.
You're good. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Clerk, for the record, Commissioner Mitchell, he's left. You told me he's not going to be here. So commissioners, it's just 3 of us at this point, okay? Still have a quorum. We're going to move on to our next item, which is tab number 18, authorization to accept a transfer of ownership of surplus radio equipment from Cobb County Government to Douglas County Government in the value amount of $16,081, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. You have the floor, Katrina Hartley, our Director of E91.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners. I am asking that this item be removed from the agenda for consideration. Cobb County elected to hold their transfer of ownership. They had initially, their regional radio systems administrator had communicated with our Douglas County radio systems administrator, but then when it started to go through the legal processes, the document that was provided by Cobb was not amenable to their legal department.
Okay, thank you so much. We get it, but I had a question for you. So are we in the need of additional radios? Is that what you're implying? So do we need to purchase radios? Can you explain to the board?
No, ma'am. These were actually surplus radios that Cobb had that they were gifting to Douglas County, if you will.
Okay.
And so our radio systems administrator was the plan was to use those radios for training, for spare parts, and other things. And so it's just on hold, according to their regional radio systems administrator. However, he provided a document, and I don't know if there was conversation with his legal department prior to that document being provided to us. But when I started the process through our legal department, they decided to put it on hold.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Robinson has a question for you, Director.
Yeah, I mean, but to that point, we just spent, what, $16 million, give or take, on our new communication system as part of this SPLOS 2016. And part of that tower that we bought, Tier 1, was supposed to be some radios, to your point, Madam Chair. I'm saying, we bet not need no new radios after spending $16 million. But I get the fact that they were gifting, because now we're compatible with their system. I got it. I know why we got in the game. So but evidently, some of somebody they changed, or you didn't go about it the right way. So I understand why they're pulling it up. That's fine. But to that point, what you're saying is that you're sufficiently, from your vantage point, and maybe my administrators can help her in this case, $16 million system. That was the largest project in the last SPLOS, single item. Mm-hmm. $16 million. It's up and running. So all the towers are up. It's fully functional. All the radio things are out in the field. True or false?
Yes, true.
True. I need my administrator to say that, because I want them to cover you. I want them to know what you know. Is it true? Somebody up here.
James Worthington.
I need to be able to confirm what staff is saying. So I got to look to the administration. Is it true or not? Somebody.
Managing Director, would you know? Okay.
I'm with her. I get her. Does anybody have a single view up here of everything? That's my point. I gotta reconcile with 20 directors to know a single view.
We got DCA that's going to respond to that. Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Robinson, I cannot confirm that right now, but we can, I'm totally unprepared to do so.
Is David good up?
No, David is not here. I
David
was
is
looking
not
for
here.
him as well.
All right, let it go, Madam Chair. Move on. We gotta get through the day. Thank you. You did good.
You-
Answer the question. It was on, Madam Chair. You prompted me to think about it, so I was fine until you
Okay.
said something.
Let
So we're
me,
good.
I think I have help. Help is on the way. Our finance director, Rosalind Miller, if you could just come speak to that SPLOST component where we are. I believe we do have a single view for 2016, and most of those projects I would be willing to bet are complete and done. Speak to the
Yes, that
radio
is
system.
correct. The $16 million communication tower has been completed.
All right, so it has been fully completed,
Mhm.
and so it's completed, is it operational?
Yes.
Different question, all right,
It is
it is operational.
Mhm.
Does all the equipment that go along with just building the tower, has that been given out to staff, wherever that means? In other words, it came with headsets, right? Phones, right? Or do we still gotta order that?
They were radios for the,
Radios, all right.
yes, sir, for the first responders.
So we got all the radios we need?
Yes, sir. It's up to, so we had a 3-year agreement. The radios, the portable radios are still under warranty. And so it will be up to the individual departments to order additional radios once that warranty is up, and that is 5 years with the portable radios.
All right, the portable radios, are they for fire, EMS, or public safety?
They are for public safety.
For the sheriffs?
Yes, sir,
The
for
deputy.
the sheriff's office, fire, EMS, E911, EMA.
All
animal
those guys?
control.
Everybody gets radio?
Yes.
All right, so that's what, Deputy County Administrator, how many people? I'm just curious. I know it's 300, maybe 250, so 550 for the big group of public safety, fire, public safety, 550.
Yeah.
Did we get 550 radios? Did everybody get a radio? That's
Not
all
to
I'm
my
asking, a
knowledge.
simple question. I'm not being exacting on the 550 versus 510 versus whatever. My question is, at
Chief.
some point, there was a population of people when we
Uh-huh.
purchased it, and so everybody should have got a radio. Like, did everybody get a pencil in school? Did everybody get a book? Did everybody get one?
And Chief is going to elaborate real quickly, and then I'll follow him up. Go ahead, Chief.
Man, we bought this thing, nobody can't use it. And y'all don't know.
Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, citizens, thank you for allowing us to serve you. Yes, everybody at the radio. And matter of fact, we have some spares that we use for different programs. So everybody did get a radio. To answer your question, Commissioner, and we do have several spares that we use for different activities and programs that we use.
How many radios were distributed? That's based on staff.
That's a good question.
Okay, you got the number.
I still haven't got that answer.
I can pull that number up for you, Commissioner Robinson. You
Yeah, we
just give me a
We just
second.
want to know, yeah.
If you could just give her a second, Commissioner.
Oh, yeah, she's not. So again, think about it. We're taking spares from another county, but I want to know, but where's my assets? Where's the inventory that we just put good money in? I appreciate Big Brother giving us the hand-me-down jacket. It's going to be well worn. Thank you. But where was the money we put into this system? That's what I'm trying to reconcile right now. And I appreciate that. Thank you, Kyle. We'll take them, but we put real cash, good money off the top, and I just want to know where our stuff is. That's all.
So our radio assets are distributed amongst the public safety entities. I don't want to guess the number, but I can very quickly
You
pull
can
that
research
number up for you.
Yeah, if you could do that. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's
So
fine.
she should provide you with the information.
But does it make
You want
sense
it
what I'm
right now?
asking, Madam Chair? No.
Mhm, I know exactly.
She's taking it off, so once she leaves here, this is over, because she pretty much said, I'm done for now.
Right. She's trying to, you give her a second. Okay. Also, Board, I know you are aware that I have a radio as well, Chief, you know. So when we have emergencies throughout the county, I'm fully locked and loaded and hear everything that's going on around this county. So I have a radio and mine is in good working condition. Chief, you have any questions?
Yes, one
or
thing we did
comment?
was accountability when I came in, and we asked that the radio representative for the county do a inventory of everything that we had, and if it wasn't accounted for, we had it locked down so nobody could use it for safety issues. So our radio administrator, he did an asset and inventory for the current radios as well as for the old system that we have. And that system, hopefully, once we get everything up and going, we can put it up for sale to another small department maybe, to take advantage of the savings for the citizens. But there's a detailed count of everything that was issued, and Director Harley
Right, no,
had
that was sufficient. I want to be sensitive to in framing. Again, this is just for this somewhat for my new colleague. Think about it, guys. For every personnel, there needs to be equipment. So that means for the sheriff, everybody gets a car. If there's 300 people, that means that's 300 cars, 300 vests, 300 Glocks, a base set of things, and 300 radios. So I'm just asking for some basic information that should be like, we should be talking the same language.
Yes.
We should have a fundamental understanding of like, okay, so that means for all you guys, turnout gear, helmet, you're in a truck, you got this, you got this. I mean, it's being consistent.
Yes.
And being accountable for the base. Now, I know you can't keep with all the equipment. That's not what I'm asking. I'm talking about basic stuff, a radio, a shield, a car, a hose, right? Some things you just should naturally know that if we ask these questions, we're just trying to confirm. So again, we're getting assets from some other county, and I appreciate the gift as if they're doing this, but where's our stuff that we just put all this money into?
Yes, sir.
And again, why is this on our agenda? In fact, we don't really need it, but I get it. It's like, no, but where's our stuff at? If you got all this spare stuff, why are we talking about this? But I get it. All right, y'all got the answer. I was buying time.
Okay. And Commissioner, please allow me to respond. I believe just out of generosity, my directors wanted to accept this surplus radio after being notified by COB that they had excess. And certainly, I appreciate this being on the agenda, actually, to show that there was potentially a request for transfer of equipment from one county to another. So I'm glad that she brought it forth. The reason why I led off with the question, do we need additional radios? And she answered me so eloquently that we don't. She just wanted to make sure that this information was transparent with regard to what COB had notified, I believe, us, that they had some additional radios that they wanted to bring forth. In fact, I had a question about the $16,000 and engaged in conversation with our clerk. I asked, is this what we need to pay for the radios, or this $16,000 the value of the radios? And I was assured that it was just the value of the radios. So that's why this item has come before the board, just really out of just giving you information and an update of what has transpired between COB with regard to notifying us of some surplus they had, and potentially just wanted to know if we wanted the equipment. Is that correct, Chief?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's it. But I'm trying to buy you some time, Director Harley.
I do know that some of the equipment that we have, Director Harley was saying that may need replacement or parts and stuff like that. That additional equipment could help with that. But,
The replacement of parts.
we're pretty good on our equipment. But I know that the 2016, that $16 million, most of the people that was involved with it have already retired and all, but we're doing our part to make sure we is accountable and be responsible for what we have.
Are you saying that they've taken radios out of here, like people take the computers? Tell me that's not what you just now implying.
No, sir. We're doing a detailed inventory to make sure everything is accounted for.
How do we get on retirees from the fact that, well, you check in your equipment on the way out the door? Where's the normal standard? See, this is where I'm like, this is opened up like, no, there's more to this. Because it's not straightforward. y'all are not really saying like, no, it's, it'd be easy to say like, this is where we are, the front door, and then, oh, by the way, not, I mean, that's what happens. We've been lean in a little bit like, okay, now what now? The more y'all talk, the more deeper it get. It's almost like, I just wanted a number, but the more y'all keep trying to put this narrative out here, I'm discerning like, oh, no, come on, guys. Don't make us pull that apart and say, okay, but where is everything? You're trying to tell me what it is. Like, okay, but I'm looking at you, but you're trying to point me that direction. I'm like, but I don't want to look that way. I'm looking at you right here, and I'm listening to your words. It's like, yeah, but what are y'all done with them? I mean, I just like, oh, wow. So what it was intended is one thing as being nice, Madam Chair, it opens the door sometimes. It opened the door to make me sit here like, oh, man, I don't even want this. Bad thing is, I don't even want this for y'all. This wasn't like it was intentional. It was like, oh, oops. I just want y'all to hurry up and give me my number so y'all can move out this agenda since there's no action.
Director Harley, are you ready?
Okay. So our radio systems administrator, he's looking at a spreadsheet now, and he's gathering that total number. But as far as Commissioner Robertson's question, as far as being able to track the assets. So last year, I came in front of the Board of Commissioners to ask for an asset management tracking software. And so we have it. And so he constantly keeps those numbers, and he can readily pull those up. As a matter of fact, they are provided. Those numbers can be provided readily to Chief Jolivet in my monthly report to him. So there's no issue with that.
Gotcha. So we got.
And I have the 3 dots now, so I'm about to have you an answer. It just.
No, you're fine. But
Just
you bring
a
up a good
second.
point. Back to the county administrator, back to all, you talk about decision support systems and executive support systems. And look how hard it is for us to get basic data. It exists. They all individually, back to the single view, back to KPIs. It's great to talk about it, but look at the time it's taking us to get basic information. And again, some of this, like, I'm not doubting the credibility. I'm sure it's there. But like, okay, it's down there with the chief and down there with that person. Like, okay, but we're in our room. Where is our single view? Why aren't the administrators able to have an aggregation of everything? An aggregation of money and a single view of information so that we can go faster. And there should be a cover here for them. And so this is not, this is, they go out to get in the ring with you on this because, come on, guys. Y'all know they're coming for the board. Why don't y'all have this secondary information on hand if we ask for it? This wasn't intentional, but some stuff it should be bang, right there in the morning, bang, right? I mean, put the millennials on these things, it's like bang. I mean, they throw out that data right there in the moment, bang. And we're act like we gotta go write some code for something like, okay, come on, guys, these ain't number spreadsheets. All right, you got it yet?
Yes.
Is Andy Pickens, is that?
Yes,
he's
Andy,
giving you,
yes.
He's giving you the information. You have the floor.
So there are a total of 1,342 radios that are issued out in the county amongst the public safety entities.
1,342, roughly.
Yes.
All right. Deputy County Administrator, how many employees do we have in the county?
At the county?
Yeah.
Full-time and part-time, we have roughly about 1,250.
So full-time part, 1,250.
Mhm.
So that means that based on those radios that you just said, that means that every employee has a radio? I know it's not true, but I want to know how, then where is, if that is true what you just told me, and that was deployed. That's more than all the employees that we have. Stay with me and make my point. That's more than all the employees that we currently have. In entirety. So now, Deputy County Administrator, I want to know how many people are in public safety, how many people are in fire, you know what I'm saying, split just the big guys, the sheriff and the fire chief. Give me the numbers. I'm just curious how this is, what assets? Because just right there real quickly, I'm like, well, that's more than all the employees. Madam Chair got one, but I don't have one. Commissioner
Right.
Alvarez may have one, but go ahead.
Roughly about, in the sheriff's department, about 350.
350, got it?
And in the fire department, chief, correct me if I'm wrong, I'd say about 275. Is that too high?
It's a little bit higher.
All right, so
Okay.
600.
Uh-huh.
Easy math. She just gave us number, what, 1,400? That's almost a 2.5. Where the assets at? So did everybody get 2 to 3 back up? How does that work?
So with the radios, you're talking about the radios that are both in the vehicles and on the person of the public safety responders.
That helps. Thank you for clarifying.
How many vehicles do you have?
Well, I can tell you how many radios the sheriff's office has. The sheriff's office has 631 radios that are assigned to them. If memory, I don't want to transpose numbers, but the city of Douglasville has 314 or 341 radios that are assigned to them. And then, Chief, how many do you have?
We have about 50 in the vehicles. And then, but the thing is, we don't have, a lot of our members share radios. They don't take them home with them. They're for firefighter one, that's on the engine. They use that, that's assigned to the engine itself. So they don't really take them home with them like law enforcement does. They would take their radio home with them, but fire department, we don't, only the executive staff have a radio all the time, but part-timers don't take a radio, they're just assigned to a seated position on the vehicle.
But you answered, but I think we've got clarity up here. The city of
Yeah, the
Douglasville
city.
is also part of this. What, they have about 50 officers? Something I read in the paper recently, they got a raise, but I think they said they have about 50. So I'm still back, so they got 300 for their 50. That's a 6, I'm just doing the math here. They got more per person than we do, and we funded this thing.
It's not just for their law enforcement, it's also for their DOT and their entities as well. Their other entities as well. Just for clarity, on our radio system, we have 9 sites, 7 of which belong to Douglas County.
Yep.
1 belongs to Fulton County that they allow us to piggyback off of. And then 1 belongs to the city of Douglasville, the prime site on Spring Street. And so we are on that site. And as far as the radio frequencies, 80% of the radio frequencies are actually owned by the city of Douglasville. Douglas County only owns 20% of the radio frequencies, so it's a trade-off, if you will.
Okay. We got you. Thank you, madam. Very well done. I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you so much for your presentation, Director Hartley. And thank you so much, Chief. We're going to move on. So, Clerk, did you get that? We're just going to remove this item off, so don't expect to see it tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Tab number 19 is authorization to approve Atlantic Coast Consulting Task Order number 1/2023-1 groundwater monitoring and reporting services for June event in the amount of $23,400. Task Order 2023-2 remaining capacity report in the amount of $6,580. Task Order 2023-3 groundwater monitoring and reporting services for December event in the amount of $21,100, and Task Order 2023-4, the annual stormwater reports in the amount of $2,550, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. We have our director, Heath Coward, here today, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon,
Good
Commissioners.
afternoon.
County Administrator, Deputy County Administrator, and staff. So this is Atlantic Coast Consulting. We've had them, this is their 5th and final year. We will go out to bid this year and open it up for everybody to join in, and then we'll choose at that time. I'll come back and tell you, hey, this is who we recommend to go for the next. But right now, we've had outstanding work out of them, as we always have, and all these added up is for the whole year, so it's actually less than last year. I budgeted for this, and it's coming out of the not contingency fund, the enterprise fund. So everything, as far as it's a mandatory thing, this is a EPD mandatory thing, so really there's no choice on if we do it or not. It's who, and everything so far has been been great with the ACC, so my recommendation is just to follow, is to sign this, we'll go out for bid, we'll get new players in, and if there are any interested, and then we can go a deep dive on all of them at that point. But I would suggest or recommend we take ACC and continue throughout this year for a fifth and final.
Okay.
Maybe not final, but fifth and final on this contract.
On this contract?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Pending any questions.
All right, any questions for Director Coward? I just have one regarding our closed landfill. They are still testing the landfill. Does that encompass this
This is the
contract?
water.
Just water, okay.
This is the water and methane.
Methane. That's what I'm saying, on the methane, that would be the closed landfill as well,
Yes,
right?
ma'am, on
Okay,
the top
examination,
section.
yeah, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was the question I had. Okay.
Yes, that's it.
All right.
We do some of the testing, they do the lab work
Okay,
on that.
yeah, want to keep our eye on that methane.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
All right, tab number, wait. Director Coward, need you back to the podium. I'm so sorry, I didn't see you. Commissioner Robinson, you have the floor.
Real quick, Director Coward, all right, ACC, right, no problem, I get it.
Yes, sir.
So their work, this is just a single contract that's annualized, I know what it's for. Were they not the firm involved looking at our current landfill and determining our capacity? Were they involved in coming back with that?
Yes, sir, so that's in this price,
All right,
one
so
of the task orders.
All right, so
is-
talk about that specifically, now we can talk.
Okay, so the estimated capacity left in the landfill, we had it, when I first came to the landfill as the assistant director, we did one, I believe that was 2018. We were on track to have 5 years left of space available, and that's in the C&D landfill. And that's all we operate here in Douglas County. It's a non-liner, so it's just construction debris goes in the ground here. Everything else goes through the transfer station. Trucking, Republic is the main contractor. They have a trucking company, which is Atomic, who works for them, and we push it in, load the trucks from the top as they drive through a tunnel, and that's what you've heard me asking for a new transfer station about, but that is part of it. So anyway, as we diverted more trash from C&D to the transfer station to try and see what can we do, because we went out, is there a possible, what are our options, what are the county's options at this point? And we came back with there was some interest in doing a lease build, and everything, we went through it and recommended to y'all, gave you all the paperwork on it as far as it was not a good deal for Douglas County. If you own, nobody's gonna take control of the landfill for the post-closure piece of the landfill. That's ours, we own it, and we can't get rid of it. So for the last piece of trash that goes in that landfill is covered up, we start post-closure. That's 30 years after that. We are responsible for maintaining and just keeping things like trees, bushes, shrubs growing on the side of the slopes. Those roots will undermine the clay cap. Animals, the water, the rainfall, everything has to be, we have to keep it cut, we have to keep an eye on things. We have French drains put in, riprap we can put in different places that we have to make sure it's not hurting itself over time.
Yes.
So all that is a part of this, or part of our responsibility. So when that came back, nobody wants that. They would lease it out, they would build it for $5 million, or 3.2, I think, back in 17. And then we would lose price for our citizens, we would lose employment opportunity there. We would lose everything but the C and D, still operate that, but have to go through Republic or whoever decided to do it. So it was not a money maker for us, or it was not in the county's best interest. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, you laid out the general fact. That was good storytelling, and that was perfect. 'Cause that, but that's part of this. That's why I get to bring it up, because it was part of the task order. But I need my administrators one more time. When the board has conversations, please do not come back later and say, well, we didn't talk about it. I do what I do to lay a breadcrumb down. He and I know I've had this conversation since he took the helm and went and came back.
Sir?
Do not insult the capacity of the board to remember what we talked about. It's up for the administrators to catch what we're talking about. Like, this is important. How many times we done went to Savannah and talked to Republic about a deal that's been public? Now, whether the board chooses to do it or not do it, insource or outsource, but it never got to the point where the administrators were actually framing this. This is not what he does. Nor is it what the consultants, they did their job, they came back with it, but where's my capacity to be able to process this stuff? So I want you to hear the emotion. We're talking about a capital improvement list. Well, let me show you what the priorities were. There's no interpretation of the energy and the effort that went to some of this stuff that's just outstanding, like, oh, y'all are killing us. I mean, here we are. So some stuff, that list is by default already done. Because we're not starting back over all this energy and effort about what's the priority. How much time I got left on this landfill?
We'll find out as of right now.
You'll find out, all right.
We have 8 years of capacity right now in C and D. They're gonna do another one of those studies. That's part of the task order.
All right. All right, so we know building, housing ain't even came back yet. Okay, stop, I got it. Right, we know things that will affect and obviously increase that. And we've done policy changes. We've done policy changes, haven't we? We've done pricing changes.
Yes, sir.
This is what I need the administration, pay attention to what we've been doing. We done bought time, but at some point, y'all gonna have to pay that. Right, so we do it now, do it later. We're nickel and dime in the transfer station. We could ask somebody to come here and do the whole thing. Now, since we owned it, so what? We own it at the end of it. That wasn't hard for me. In other words, well, okay, other people's money. It's the government. We can't abdicate our responsibility. But the point, if there's a more efficient way, that's cool, we'll take care of employees. But where was my administration to be able to package for the board to consider? But here we are, that's what I'm saying. We coming up on this thing, we've got to be ready to go. Have y'all act together. We're going to get to the SPLOST later. But make sure we're clear on some of these things that are somewhat inherent in the list. You did a good job. Thank you for that. I just had to tee it up. Thank you since you were here. I'm Chair Yield.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Robinson. And thank you so much, Director Coward, because I believe at one point you brought to the board's attention that we did have some time left. I believe you shared that with us, if my memory serves me correctly.
5 to 16.
Yep, yeah, we sure did. And you brought that to us in 2020? You sure did. Boy, my memory is pretty good. Thank you. We went from 5 years to 16 years, board, for the landfill before closing. Yeah, remaining, 16 years remaining. Now we're probably at 14 years or 13 years, if my math is correct. Okay. All right, and I agree with Commissioner Robinson. We still need to start planning. Okay. I know that's what you're saying in a nutshell. We're going to move on to tab 20, approval of the 2023 ARPA technology projects as recommended by the Technology Committee. Director Alex Benton Court, our Chief Information Officer. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good
Commissioners,
afternoon.
Staff. Can y'all see that? So as you're aware, the board has allocated us some ARPA funding to upgrade the technology in the county. Last year, we approached the Technology Committee and we submitted a projects list, which was approved by them and approved by the board. This year, we're also doing the same. In front of you is a list that the Technology Committee approved for this year. And I'll go down the list quickly. And then if you have any questions, feel free to ask. The first item is a data storage upgrade. Right now, the county is about 94% capacity with our data storage. We have obligations, both federal and state, to keep a certain number of years in our systems that we cannot delete. And because that includes data from emails and evidence from the court systems and the DA's office that are fairly large files. Therefore, we're reaching capacity fairly quickly. This is a critical upgrade that we need to do as soon as possible. Secondly is our increased capacity to our disaster recovery system. When you increase data capacity, you also have to increase backup capacity. That just goes hand in hand. The third item on the list is e-discovery software for the DA's office. This allows them to process their cases more efficiently. The DA came up to us and did a presentation for us about the software that she's requesting. Item number 4 is going to be removed off the list. Although the department does need some support vehicles, federal guideline prohibits us from using this funding mechanism for that, so we'll have to find another way.
What
later.
is that you're saying?
Support vehicles.
Support vehicles.
Next is electronic timesheet and time clock system. Right now, we're enter time in the county in a manual way. Makes it difficult to track time and request time off and process time clocks. We have about 4 different vendors and softwares that we're using for a time clock system. So we're in the efforts to identify a system where it can digitize that process, would allow us to audit our timekeeping and do request time off and have virtual time clocks with our phones and our key cards. And that'll help payroll better process those things. Following that, we have our end-of-life cycle for our laptops. Anything that's older than 5 years needs to be replaced. And then also our end-of-life for our network equipment. Anything that's 7 years older needs to be replaced for security reasons. We also have a SharePoint site development program. We would like to create a virtual employee portal for all of our employees to be able to log in online and essentially be able to do 100% of their work as if they were here in the office. Access to their share drives, access to all the files, and for all the departments. We also have a request from the Sheriff's Office for upgrading their Wi-Fi network and their network equipment at their building.
Yeah.
The Sheriff's Office heavily utilizes wireless network to upload their camera videos from both their body cams and from their vehicles. Their system is older. As you remember, when I got here back in 2021, we also did a Wi-Fi upgrade in the courthouse. They need to also do the same. They're in the same situation we were about 2 years ago. We also have a project for security cameras at the parks. We want to do a pilot program where we're adding security cameras in the interior of the parks for security reason and to deter crime. We'll work with the sheriff's office so they have access to those videos. In case an incident happens, we'll be able to have video evidence of that. We also want a request for an AV upgrade for the courts. As you know, last year we upgraded, or we're in the process of upgrading the audiovisual for the Superior Court system. We also want to be able to do the state courts and beyond. These parts are in back order and very difficult to access, so we'd like to get started on those projects as soon as possible. It's taken us about 6 months to upgrade the 3 courtrooms in the Superior Court, but they're getting a full new system with the ability to do virtual court up to the jailhouse and beyond. We also have a need to replace the AC unit in our data center. Last year we added a secondary unit, and at the beginning of this year the main unit broke. Our lever system, I think, was originally to the building, so it's costing us more to maintain it than it is to replace it with a mini split system. For reference, the temperature in that server room should not go above probably 78 degrees. We're about 72 right now, and it's winter time. So as we get close to the summer months, that room is going to heat up. We also have a software and hardware request from the GIS department. More and more, we're more reliant on Ed Deans and his team to give us data and present modules for us. The type of work that they do is very resource demanding. Their computers need to be equipped differently than the computers that we use here at the courthouse, and the software that they use as well. So they need to upgrade their systems in order to keep up with all the demand that they're getting. We also have a facilities management software we want to implement. Last year we're doing online business licensing and permitting capabilities. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find a software that did all three: facilities, business licensing, and permits, so we'd like to get something to manage all our facilities and assets. Next, we have a secure access for the IS, information services areas. By state law, we have to keep our data physically secure, and our inventory physically secure. Right now, we use a keypad system, and that code is shared amongst several individuals. It's not individually tracked. We'd like to add these doors to our data center, into our area, to our key card system, so we can have individual access to them instead of one general code. We also want to pursue modernizing our public works software to have something that's more trackable and more engaging with our citizens, to track our cases and to track our issues. And then also we have a software request from the print shop. As Mark was here earlier, he mentioned that he needed some software for his new printers. I met with him recently, and he explained what he needed, and we would add that software to the list. And that's about it.
Wow, a mouthful. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for our Chief Information Officer. Thank you so much for your thorough assessment. I know it was a task for you, but thank you for your due diligence. Board of Commissioners, I do want to remind you that our DA's office her request is time sensitive, and we really would love to push that one forward whenever you can get it. But that particular one, she's been asking around the holiday time, and we promised her that we would move things quickly so we could get it taken care of for her. So if you could just, I know you're working with procurement.
Yeah, so we got their software as a service agreement approved by legal, and we were able to extend their price lock until the end of February.
Say that once again, I didn't hear you.
So their software agreement with that vendor has already been approved by legal.
Okay, thank you.
And then I spoke to the vendor, and we were able to lock into the original pricing until the end of February.
Okay. Thank you so much, Attorney Coleman, for moving on that project for the DA's office. Thank you. I just want to tell Commissioner Robinson that I agree with his statement when I took office. He said, Madam Chair, there's nothing here. And as the years go by, I'm beginning to see that nothing was here. We've come a long way, but we still have a long ways to go. And it is just very hard for me to imagine a county operating so inefficient for so many years with no process improvements, no KPIs, no dashboards. And KPIs, by the way, is key performance indicators. No dashboards, antiquated, everything is manual, even from the application process for coming on board, we were still on paper in 2017, and I thought that was ludicrous. When I started hospitals, we were on paper, but when I left, robots were operating, so that tells you we came a long way through the process. So, Commissioner Robinson, thank you for being you're just full of wisdom, because you've been here a while and you've seen it and you've lived through it all, and during your 13, how long you been here now, Commissioner? 12? 14 years. So you see it. So thank you. We've come a long way, and we will continue to galvanize the process until we get there, because we will be the standard of Georgia. So I appreciate the directors and your tenacity and your energy with following my lead as the executive of this county, so we could just keep pushing things forward, because I'm telling you, we started from ground zero, and I walked into the twilight zone. But I believe one day that we will see something out. Maybe I'll have an opportunity to have a conversation with E.T. or somebody. Board of Commissioners, you have any questions? Commissioner Robinson.
No, thank you, and thank you. This is good segue, Madam Chair, and to the point. Time cards.
Yeah.
No time cards. Right, we have no time cards. So how have y'all been tracking? I get the manual. Look at the inefficiency running out. I mean, I guess it's an honor system, but y'all know the game. Don't do that. We allowed it. Right? I mean, no time cards. Like, I mean, Madam Chair, are we all back full-time yet? I mean, is everybody full-time back? Like, no more remote workers, right? Everybody back from the top to the bottom. Are we back full-time yet, or are we still staggered?
Madam Chair, I can answer
DCA
that.
answer
Yeah,
that.
I'm tied to this technology.
It's spotty. Commissioner, everybody is back. I mean, the county is wide open. There are some departments that wanted to continue with virtual work, teleworking, and, so it's on a basis that's approved by the department director.
Rotating.
No problem. I won't belabor it. You just made my point. So I listened to your list. Now, one more time to the administration. This list is a source of funding that's once every 100 years. Pay attention. It has a termination point. Just like they took that money back out in DeKalb and Fulton, they didn't do their renter assistance, they just clawed it back. I need y'all to pay attention to what I'm talking about, execution. We're taking too long to execute. To his point, I'm on his side. For decision-making to be made. Y'all sitting on $28 million, and y'all ain't got through this yet? Like, but this is my point. You got to line this thing up. This is federal money. Pay attention. Who's my project manager going to run all these projects that are internally? How you going to keep up with this? Are they certified project managers like the guy that just came in here, that architect? We're going to do the best we can. I know we got a landmark in there. Jill, I know you got it. I know.
Yeah, Jill.
But that was my point. That's my point. And so I'm trying to now take these moments and say, now spread it across the whole enterprise. You have pockets of brilliance throughout it, but make it universal. Some highlight like, okay, look, he got his list together, he ready to go, but he's still waiting on y'all to say go.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, how long are we gonna wait? I mean, they had the money for 2 years. You want the Trump money, or you want to talk about the ARPA money? We got money. We had technology money in both rounds, and we're still burning through. I get it. You got what you need. I think I'm okay with everything you said as far as the list is concerned. I only heard one thing that was external, which is the business licenses. That's fine. That's externally. So we're using technology to make it more simpler for the citizens to do business with us. Everything else, the other 15, 16 things you said, was all internally focused. I get it. I get data storage. I mean, that's not my world. That's Madam Vice Chair. All that data storage and data recovery. But it's like, okay, well, get ahead of it. And make sure you're doing this as a maintenance, because this is a one-time upgrade. How are you going to maintain that once this money dries up in 2 years, which you know it is? Is that in your budget process? Is somebody capturing these comments that we're saying? So I guess my question is, this list that we're about to approve the technology list as part of ARPA. Is that yes or no?
Yes.
And what was the total dollar amount? You ain't got to go back to the detailed list. What's the total dollar?
For this year, it's about $1.1 million.
So what that list you just gave us was 1-1.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
And what is the total list amount in your section, just in your mind?
In total, it was 2.4.
All right, so we put 2.4 out of the 28 million. So you got about what? 10%? Okay, not bad. And that's spread over 2 years, right?
Yes, sir.
10% in technology.
Yeah.
That enough?
It'll do.
It'll do. I know, coming from nowhere, I get it. But would it help move us forward to Madam Chair's vision?
Absolutely.
Can we get a baseline? We can worry about all that added stuff later, but you think this will hold us, right?
Yeah.
Vulnerability, all that stuff. And again, back to Edward Dean. He didn't even got the software to keep up with us being super users. He can't even give us the information, even though we got the capacity to get it, don't we?
Yeah.
It's just.
We just, little stuff like, okay, will the executives make a decision and get this stuff off our table? Because we keep approving lists. Every 6 months, we keep approving a new list, but where's the fruit? But I get it. Thank you for that. Good job.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Alcaraz, you have the floor.
I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around what Commissioner Robinson says. And this may not be a question that you can answer, maybe one for finance, but manual time cards, is that something that's written in, sent in? Is it come from each department, emailed to for payroll, or I'm just trying, I just want an understanding of when you said we're still on a manual basis. I just want an explanation as to how that's turned in. Is it because of a department head is not at their particular office and they not knowing how many employees they have? Like we're holding to the honor system, but I don't know a company alive of a decent size that doesn't have a time clock that's stamped electrical. The employees come in, they scan their cards, they know when they check in, they know when they check out. Is anyone here that can answer that question for me, is how that information is processed over for payroll?
Administrators?
I would ask for finance to address that question. Right now, what we're doing, yes, we are going through, we're remedying that situation, Commissioner Alcaraz, and we've already had several demos from New World Systems, and we are having executive time implemented here roughly very soon, and that's going to be a countywide time tracking system for us. Right now, we do have manual time cards that departments are utilizing, but Madam CFO will expound on that.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners. So currently, what Douglas County has in place is a hodgepodge or a mixture of everything. We have people that are doing on spreadsheets, various ways, and then they enter their time from the department into the system for payroll purposes. What we're looking at is doing a uniform time system across the board for all employees in all departments, including elected officials departments. And it would require the employees to either clock in at a time clock there, whichever department. The department head will have three options. A time clock that they clock in and out, they have to punch in and out for those hourly non-exempt employees. They can sign in on their computer, or they can use their cell phone, which has geofencing. So when they log in on the clock in or out on their cell phone, it tells you where their location is. So they can't say, I'm at the office when I clocked in, and it shows, no, you weren't at the office, you were at home. So, or at McDonald's or wherever getting breakfast. So that's what we're looking at. We've had a demo with my staff, and I actually like it. It's similar to a product that I implemented at my former employer's office, former place of employment. And I also implemented a timekeeping policy that I've shared with the administration here, with Deputy County Administrator Perry and our County Administrator, Dr. Corbin, for us to look at to massage and make it fit for Douglas County. So that's where we are with that process right now, to get a uniform timekeeping system that will feed into the payroll system.
Okay, so from what I'm hearing, each department has their own way of sending you files in regards to timesheets for payroll.
That is correct.
So you have to decipher a lot of different things in regards to spreadsheets, possible just simple emails. You've got a lot to track down that's probably a little cumbersome and probably a little frustrating at times.
So it is, but what happens is they do it on their end. They have a timekeeper in their department that gathers all that data, and they enter it into the system, which leaves a lot of room for error, because humans make mistakes sometimes. So if it's automated, then at the end of the pay period, the employee signs off saying, this is the time that I worked. The manager signs off, this is confirming that as well, and then it would upload it into the system. So what happens, they have to have that done, say, by noon on Monday of pay week. And then my payroll staff would then hit a button, and that time data will go over into the payroll system, and they can process payroll from there.
Okay, all right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I yield back.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Alcaraz. And I just, if we just keep in mind that our Madam CFO, how long have you been with us now?
6, 7 months?
6 to 7 months. That just reiterates the fact when I said I had a leader that once said you have to burn the forest for new growth and understanding. And it's just so many things that are coming forward to this administration that just keep raising his head. When I came into office, we were shredding papers. I said, why are we shredding papers? And there's a security system bin that you can just drop them in, and a company will come and pick up your little bins, and we use that in healthcare. I thought healthcare was behind, but we are just light years ahead of what this government agency. I just won't speak just to others. This is my first time working local government. I worked federal and state, but I was just quite amazed. So thank you for working on this time system. And 4 minutes, so you know, Commissioner Alcarez, we had payroll statements. Your every month, you know, every 2 weeks, our biweekly payroll statements were paper as well. Now everything is automated per my request to get it to move in that direction. So now, instead of the staff, and if you could explain the payroll, how now we don't have to, Lisa's not handing me an envelope every 2 weeks with my pay stub. I don't need to see it. It's on the computer. Can you share that?
Certainly, Madam
Yeah.
Chair. So currently, when we get paid, you can log into the system. It's like an employee self-service where they can go in and make changes that they may need to make with their addresses or anything. But there also, they can get a copy of their pay stub at any time from anywhere in the computer by logging into the system. And also, the W-2s are available there. And I noticed something that we do here is that we mail out W-2s, but they're also available, and they make it an option to go in to check that I want to receive it electronically. So I'm looking at removing that option and automatically make it electronically. That would save money and time because we have to print those, and that paper cost, and then we have to mail them. There's a fee. We all know mail costs are going up as well. So there's a little bit of cost savings that we can get there from mailing out W-2s as well. And we had an instance the other day where a former employee called and wanted a copy of his W-2. And the payroll manager said she would mail it to him. I'm like, can they not log into the system? Can former employees not still have access to the system to get their W-2s and pay stubs? I know I still do from Clayton County. I was able to get my W-2 from just last week. So I still, and we use our employee ID, but I think they told me that they can. They just have to use their personal email address. So I was going to talk to HR, so it's part of the offboarding process to make sure we have a correct email address, an updated email address, so they can still go back and access their old pay stubs or W-2s if they leave in the middle of a calendar year or whatever. So those are some of the other things that those are things that have been done. We haven't been utilizing them to their capacity to automate payroll for employees.
Right. Also, with that being said, what about our retirees? Do they have access to the system? Is that something?
I don't know a lot about the retirement system. Deputy Perry, County Administrator Perry can probably.
Just a thought, when you said W-2, I didn't know if the retirees could print.
Because that's done through a third-party administrator.
Okay.
So it would
They
have to
wouldn't
be through there.
have access. It's, you know what, it's GAPCOR. I apologize.
Right now, they do not have access to it,
Well,
Madam Chair.
I don't, maybe not, because it's a different
Correct.
system. It's GAPCOR. I'm sorry. All right. Madam Vice Chair is here. She stepped in. This is your world, technology. You don't have anything, Madam Vice Chair? Okay. Okay, Commissioner?
Yeah. All right, so again, appreciate the list, $1.1 million out of $2.4 million over 2 years. Thank you very much. Great list. I'm back to, I get your comporting. You're going to comply with our grant administrator, her process, her team on Landmark. My question is specific. Who is the project manager that's going to line this across a lot of cross-functional, cross areas? This ain't just load software on machines.
So we have a project manager on staff, and then I also oversee all the projects myself.
I understand you by default. I'm talking about the literal work. See, the thing about directors, this is what I always like, okay, guys, y'all are not project managers. Y'all be in too many meetings. Y'all in too many meetings. And y'all get drawn in this day-to-day about execution. And I've seen too many things over time that we drop, oops. And y'all know I know it. I'm behind the veil. I'm saying, where's the discipline? I'm going back to the SPLOS. We will come to that in a minute. That we want execution. Like I want my video finished. It's certain things like, okay, you really want me to weigh in on our capacity? We're talking about cross-organizational, not in your own silo where you have direct command. I'm talking about cross-departments, cross-agencies, enterprise-wide. Where's that person to ensure that we got all inclusion of everybody in the room. This is why we spend $4 or $5 million on SPLOS, or $2 million in our original jail for program oversight. The reason I've been advocating for the past 4 years, like, okay, guys, get ahead of this. And again, go back to 2016, where I insisted that we needed to spend double what we did last time to ensure we got somebody qualified in here, that we didn't want the disaster of 2002. So I'm just saying, I'm trying to bring it internally, like, okay, we got to outsource on the big thing, but bring that same discipline here. And again, it's okay if we mess up a SPLOS money, that's our local. They'll just get mad at us locally and mean at us. You mess up that federal, now we're gonna take a hit. I do not want to hear these fines coming back in here and they tend to take us offline about us not being able to raise our game to it. I'm making my point. So you get it, it's not you. Good job in bringing this forward. But this is to the board. Like, guys, you need to put something in place to have a condition that says, all right, you need to, who's going to run this? The grant administrator is not the project manager. They're not the same function. And I hear us like, guys, that's not what I'm talking about. That's after the fact. They just keep it up with the paperwork. Don't confuse the two. I yield, Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay.
That was to get background to Madam Vice Chair where I was on my low. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner Robinson. Okay, if there's no further comments from the board, thank you so much, Chief Information Officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Board, we're going to move on to tab 21. Tab 21 is authorization to renew a contract with Granicus for services to track short-term rental units in Douglas County for a period of 3/16/2023 through 3/15/2024 in the amount of $12,360.34 to be funded through the Planning and Zoning Department's budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Allison Duncan and Mr. Johnson, how are you? Again, you're leading. You have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So before I have you, the Granicus renewal for the short-term rental tracking software. The initial contract with Granicus was initiated in March 2022, and the setup was complete June 2022. Since then, 140 properties have been identified in unincorporated Douglas County as short-term rentals. 95 have been identified with enough information to email notification letters. 41 residents have since then removed their listing. 42 reminder letters have gone out. 6 special use permits have been issued for short-term rentals since March of 2022. 2 additional applications are pending. 1 will be heard tomorrow night. $8,600 in application fees have been collected since September of 2022. Approved short-term rentals are required to obtain a business license in Douglas County. Before I have you, the taxes collected from short-term rentals of 2022, that amount is $284,159.25 in hotel/motel tax collected. State regulations have changed in 2021, requiring STR, short-term rental platforms, to automatically collect and remit taxes to the local governments directly. 2022, the amount charged was $11,770.50 for a 12-year lease, address identifications, as well as rental activity monitoring. In order for renewal for the 2023 year, the amount is $12,360.34. Ongoing monitoring of newly identified properties, as well as working to pinpoint properties not previously identified, and engaging code enforcement for properties that fail to come into compliance. Staff is recommending approval for the renewal of the 2023.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. Joquel, did I get that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Certainly want to commend our Madam Vice Chair, because this was something that she brought forth, and I hope you remember, Madam Vice Chair, you said, what are we doing with short-term rentals here in Douglas County? particularly related to the Airbnbs, and so that was a good move, and I wanted to publicly acknowledge her efforts. And so far, so good with Granicus. Just within the months we've had them, they've identified quite a few properties that were not even on our radar. So certainly, Board of Commissioners, do you have any questions this time or comments?
Madam Chair.
Madam Vice Chair, move before you.
That's fine.
Okay. Madam Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Johnson and Ms. Duncan, in terms of what you have seen for Granicus services, are you all pleased with how they send you information so that you can track it?
Yes, so far I am pleased, and any issues I have, I reach out to Granicus. Their representative, his name is TJ, and we work together to quickly resolve any issues that I may have.
Are they able to do targeted reports for you? Say you are noticing that there is a decline, where beforehand there was a steady flow of rentals in the area. Are they able to pinpoint that for you or help you to figure out why it is? And do they update the list as they notice people drop off? So
To the first question, no.
Yes.
That's something that we would, staff would have to generate. And to
Okay.
answer your second question, yes, it is updated every week. I think on a daily basis it is updated.
Okay.
So if someone were to open an Airbnb tomorrow, we would be notified.
you'll be notified? Okay, so they do all of the tracking through all of the social media, through everything. They pick it up and they're able to notify you in the system.
Yes, so the websites they use to track is Airbnb, VRBO, Verbo, and I believe Expedia as well.
Okay. And what about those who kind of fly under the radar? Who checks for those? Who checks for the ones, that, people list on Next Door Neighbor and those types of places that I know they pop up because people just, want to make money when they see conventions are near Atlanta?
So I would have to reach out to TJ to incorporate those websites as well, just so we can stay on top of it and catch those who are who do use other websites.
Yeah, they do. They're out there, and most people. So the ones that we are actually bringing in or citing, or that you send notices to, those are the ones that are constant, right? Those are the ones that keep popping up on the list. And you send out notices to them to say, hey, you need to come in and either apply for a license here in the county to run that, and you need to get into the hotel motel tax certificate.
So yes, so the process in which we do it, we send out a initial letter to let you know, like, hey, you need to come in and apply for a special use permit. As of course, to Douglas County. After maybe 30 days. I send out a second letter, and as of now, I've complied the list of people who are still in non-compliance, and I plan to turn that over to code enforcement.
Okay, so code enforcement helps you to kind of keep track of who is and still in business and who isn't, and if they, okay. So Russell Tizone is the one who helps you to keep that in order, is that it?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So finally, it's safe to say this has paid for itself?
Almost.
Almost?
Almost.
That's a good response.
So I would just add, when you look at the fees that we brought in for the actual permits, I think that's the almost part. When you look at the fees that we have collected in hotel motel tax, and that's an automatic remittance, it has far exceeded
Right.
what it costs in the software. But what we had mentioned when we came forward last year is if we captured 10%, of the folks that were out there doing this, it would pay for itself. You will recall, starting in about October, we have started bringing these applications to you at least once a month, and that trend continues. So we have not yet come to a month where we have not brought in an application for a short-term rental. A credit to Mr. Johnson's good work, that he continues to work with the applicants, work with all of our partners in environmental health, fire department and all of those various departments to get them to the point where they're ready to come forward to you.
Okay.
So again, I think as we start to see that pipeline slows down a little bit, that's where we start to turn these over to code enforcement for the folks who have not been
Got you.
responsive to
Okay.
his initial request. And then the other thing I would just highlight is the number of residents who, as soon as we reach out to them and say, hey, there's a process to do this, they just pull their listing off, right?
Gotcha.
So I think there was a number of folks, at least what I've learned through the process, is there was a number of folks that just kind of put their property up there to see what would happen, right? And as soon as they found out that it was going to be maybe a bit more work than they had anticipated, they've started to pull those down.
Okay.
So we hope that y'all have maybe stopped getting the calls that you were getting, complaints in neighborhoods about short-term rentals. Because I think that what we're seeing is that the people that we bring to you are the ones who are actually interested in running this as a business in Douglas County. But there may be a lot of folks who are just like, testing the waters, seeing if they wanted to do it. But we've heard a lot of people say, well, we listed it, nobody ever called us, or, they weren't really interested in pursuing it as a business. So
Okay.
I think it's been effective, We would recommend renewing it for at least one more year, but obviously that decision is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, I have not received any more calls since the party houses, and we brought that forth. So this is working, which is good to say. At least in my district, I have not received any more calls. So
That's good to know.
it is. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. Commissioner Robinson, you have the floor.
Yeah, it's interesting how today's agenda, we went from tourism to this and talking about museums. Want y'all to make more money so we can spend more money on this. Well, I want y'all to enforce that. Well, okay. I hear it. I think it's all relative. I think it's still early to, if it's proven itself yet. Need at least a full season, need a full cycle to see how this plays out over time. But I like the 200 plus. That's hotel motel, right? But it's the permits. Like, okay, can it cover the base cost, not the capital per se, right? Is it covering itself? Yeah, the enforcement is a point. What you gonna do? I mean, you won't be able to keep up with everything absolutely, because people gonna move how they move, right? I put up, put it down. I mean, things that people want to work the system, they'll always be ahead. You'll never catch up. So I don't want you to think that you got to be absolute, that you catch everything out there. Granica said there's 100 people and you only can capture up 10 to 15%. You could be no more than us capturing emails, 15% of the total population. Just keep our expectations correct, unless you want to put real money into that to go get it. The contract, I think this is meritorious. Again, Madam Chair, I do agree. Madam Vice Chair's policy and her push on this was to put some on the table. And she put it on the table, and here we are. So it's good movement, good policy, and it's something we should watch. I mean, again, we were responsive. I like it. Just we'll see how it plays out. So as far as the vendor is concerned, I guess we're just going to re-up it. We were having this conversation earlier about how vendors just roll through. They were buried in something earlier about like 8 contracts. It was just allowed, but I'm on that tip today about contracts and what we allow and don't say nothing.
Right.
But good job. I have no problem with granting because again, give them a shot. And again, it's up to the will of the board. Unless you got 3 people who are going to shop it, then it's going to roll like it's going to roll. So, Madam Chair, I have no more questions on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I had one question for you, Mr. Johnson, regarding data, tracking the data and trends. Commissioner Carthen, or should I say Madam Vice Chairman, had a very good point. She says when something changes, is it real time in the system, such as a property that is no longer at Airbnb, or can you explain it, a short-term rental? How do you track it? Is it real time? Is it electronic system, or you have someone that enters from your department or Granicus? I'm just
So
trying to follow the data.
Okay, so as far as our department goes, I actually go and check each listing.
Oh, you check it? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I go back and check each listing to see if it's still active. If I notice that it's no longer active, I reach out to the owner. They usually reach out to me once we send the letters out. And they say, well, hey, I'm no longer active, or so on and so forth. And I go back to verify to see when their last booking is. Because usually people leave reviews when they go. And so I go, that's the best way I can to identify if they're still active or not. as well as see if they're still able to book. And so that's a way I keep tracking. Once they completely have removed their booking, I can no longer click it. Like I'll click the link and it just takes me to the home page of whichever site they're using. And so that also lets me know, hey, that it is no longer there.
Okay. I would ask, since this is new to our county, if you could just benchmark and see what other, if there's something else out there that would add to the efficiency that you have, because it sounds like it's very cumbersome to, just like you said, you got to look through the paper and determine which one make. I'm just wondering if there's a better way to do it. Certainly, it works, but I was just I'm trying to chase efficiency. So that's just something to just add to what you just mentioned. Thank you.
I would also just mention to that point, we can pay for additional services from Granicus, just to clarify, right? So I just wanted to put that out there, if that is the will of the board. At the time we entered into the contract in 2022, we did make a deliberate decision to just purchase the 2 services from them, because in working with code enforcement, they said that they would rather keep the code enforcement function in-house. And so the point that was raised earlier in the agenda about the making sure that the hotel motel tax was remitted correctly, they do offer a service whereby they audit what they think we should be receiving versus what we are receiving. Again, those are additional add-on fee-for-service provisions. You know, we can certainly ask them for a quote as to what those would cost the county, but there is an additional provision for that. I would also say, to your point about seeing how the platform works, it is a dashboard, and I would invite all of you to come and sit with Jaquel and just see how the dashboard works if you would like more information. And you can kind of see how the tracking works and understand our process a little bit better. You know, we're always more than welcome to have y'all come and just kind of sit with us and receive your feedback about how we can improve it. But if you would like for us to go back to Granicus and get, you know, a quote for additional services, we'd be willing to do that. But when we brought this through in 2022, these were the 2 that we thought would make sense, just to see, you know, does this work for us before we got too much further in. But they'll sell you a lot of different functions if you want to pay for it.
They would sell us a lot of different bells and whistles. Okay.
Correct.
This, right now, you're implying that we have the basic package. Is that what I'm hearing? And certainly, I'm not sure, board, if you all want some more elaborate information or some more bells and whistles perhaps added that would make us more efficient. Certainly, that's the board. We lean on your expertise and those that you're working with. So, board, are you comfortable?
For this year.
You want?
You know, with the one thing we didn't fully implement in 2022 is to start pulling in code enforcement, right?
Yeah.
And now they have their additional staff on board, you know, and I think that we can start taking these properties that we think continue to be active, but, you know, fail to respond to our initial outreach.
Okay.
We can kind of start to bring in Russell to zone and see if that gets a different response in working with planning and zoning.
Okay.
And go from there, and then maybe bring this back to you again when, to Commissioner Robinson's point, we've had more of a full year of seeing how this works. Because by the time we got everything set up, got all the data online, and began to work with it, it was really summer, really June, before we started to see it, you know, kind of fully formed into our office. So.
A full year is this year, June, or?
Right, so we, you know, you authorized us to go under contract in March, and then there's a bit of setup that happens, and so I would say it was June by the time we started receiving the data, and we had to make sense of it, start sending out letters.
Yeah.
Mr. Johnson came on board in August, and I kind of handed this off to him, and he has just done an excellent job in implementing it. So I think it was October where you started seeing on the P&Z agendas, you know, the short-term rentals on the agendas coming into compliance, and so that would be our recommendation, is we give it, you know, at least one more year as is.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Revisit,
Okay.
from there.
Makes sense. Thank you for explaining or clarifying. All right, any other questions, board? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. We're going to move on to our next item, Board of Commissioners. Our next item is tab number 22, which is Deputy Director Suleiman will be briefing us on tab number 22, is authorization to award a consulting services contract in the amount of $187,540.16 to KCI Inc. pursuant to the RFQ 19-017 for design services for State Route 166/Duncan Memorial Highway at Chapel Hill Road intersection improvement project to be funded from the 2016 SPLOST funds currently allocated to the project, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Suleiman.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So this is a project that is coming from our 2016 SPLOST list. This specific intersection was labeled as one of the top congested intersections in our comprehensive transportation plan. We've decided to pursue this full design contract that covers complete design of this intersection with KCI, and we'll be presenting this for board approval.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, board? Okay, being none, I'll move to the next item. Tab number 23, authorization to award a consulting services contract in the amount of $292,985.59 to RS&H Inc. pursuant to the RFQ 19-017 for design services for the Highway 5 at Berea Road Intersection Improvement Project to be funded from the 2016 SPLOST funds currently allocated to the project, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Deputy Director Rana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This again is a project from our 2016 SPLOST list. This is also an intersection design project that we've decided to pursue with RS&H. So that's why we're requesting board approval on this contract.
Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Robinson, I saw your hand first, and then I'll get you, Commissioner Alcaraz.
I'll be quick. Just for the record, by way of process, these two items, perhaps a couple more, did they come through the Transportation Committee, and are they coming before us as a recommendation?
Yes, sir.
All right, County Clerk, let's put that for the record, that these are, yes, part of the 2016, and they're coming as a recommendation from the Transportation Committee. I think that's important to say, for the record. County Clerk, you got that?
Yes, sir.
All right, you go back, make sure that all these items that we covered in Transportation Committee, they have to be stated, so, but that they're not just coming from the Transportation Director by himself, that we did cover this, and it's coming with the full recommendation of the committee as being a priority. Go ahead, finish up. Thank you, Madam Chair, I yield.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Alcaraz, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm glad to see this coming about, because I've seen this intersection, it's quite dangerous, especially in the mornings. But my question is looking at this, coming into, doing some study, coming into this new position, and looking at that SPLOST list, I just have a question, because I thought that the Post Road and 166 intersection was before these two on that list. I'm just curious, just asking a question, is where's that?
Yes, so in fact, these four projects and Post Road was included in this project that was approved by our Transportation Subcommittee. I'm in the process of finalizing those contracts with the consultant, and we will be presenting those for board approval in the upcoming BOC session.
Fantastic. That's all I need. Thank you. I yield back.
All right, Commissioner Alcaraz. Any other questions for our Deputy Director?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner, I'm sorry, Vice Chairman, you have the floor.
So once these are awarded, how long would it take for the design services to begin once the contractor has been notified that they have been awarded a bid?
Yes, so currently the anticipated time frame for these projects is about 18 months for complete design. Things do get to change once we're past the concept stage. On these projects, we're just getting started, so we'll have to review the traffic analysis, the initial feasibility analysis to see where things are. But if everything goes as planned, we're looking at 18 months.
So now that we are getting ready to go into our new SPLOST, there is no guarantee that these projects that we are doing the design for will actually be picked up under the new SPLOST. Is that correct?
No, actually, so these, we accounted for the future phases of these projects.
Wonderful.
So the construction is actually covered by 2022 SPLOST.
Wonderful. I just wanted that to be noted for the record. So I won't be disappointed. And once at the 18th mark, and we get the recommendation that Duncan Memorial Highway and Chapel Hill will be able to go into its next phase, which is construction. Once we buy up the right-of-way, which we'll leave in your hand. Thank you so much. I yield, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Commissioner Robinson, you have the floor.
No, to both my peers' point, right, this is money that was left over at the end of a SPLOST, pay attention. We'd have to split them up amongst those four. This is Miguel's gift back to you guys through Deputy Director. They didn't have to make the list. Don't confuse what happened. acknowledge staffs. The list was long. Just because it is in that order down doesn't mean that it's a priority, because the board didn't sanction it. The board only sanctions what's approved. But okay, we said, okay, how are we gonna do this? It was equally split to try to get these in motion. One more time now. Now, we don't have to carry, we did not, as a committee, have to carry over. We could have stopped design like you see all these other projects that are stopped in design until you get money 8 years later, 10 years later. I need that to be understood. They're like, all right, let's spot them. Let's make them conscious that we know it's important, but the process doesn't guarantee it. It's not a mandate to do it that way. So it's courtesy to say, okay, let's spread this out. Let's make sure this gets in here. But then to Madam Vice Chair's point, but now you gotta fund it. Ooh, now did we not take the new list of stuff that's already there as part of the SPLOS and what didn't make the last year, whatever? There was no rule that said we had to do it one way or another. Our list was consistent. I'm wondering if the other teams are doing the same thing. That was the point, show leadership. Like, no, let's continue, let's tie the two together. Make a program. Programs are over time and how you extend, right? So what we're trying to do is send a message. So I want to give him credit for bringing forth, like, I'm glad you asked your question, like, no, it's on the list, but it wasn't guaranteed, but it's like, this is how the best we can do this. Y'all are acknowledged. It's coming. You can't get ahead of it. We're talking about 18 months. 18 months? That's just on design? Set your expectations. Well, Lee Rowe been a long ride with me. Don't get ahead for propaganda and press releases. Like, no, it's going to take a minute. And there's not a lot in this SPLOS list, and when we get into this conversation here in a minute, we're like, are y'all looking at this list? It's very limited. So I don't want to overdo it. So the thing is, well, you said this party, that's all you pretty much going to get. Ride it. But thank you for bringing that forth. But I wanted to emphasize those two things that y'all brought up good points. But don't overset expectations like, all right, guys, this pretty much all is coming through. You put the construction on this on the backside of these things, we're going to burn fast through that money. On top of resurfacing, on top of right-of-way acquisition, we got maybe 8 projects that will individually go across 4 commission districts. All right, Madam Chair, you.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner. All right, we'll move on to our next tab, which is tab number 24. Authorization to request approval for the use of a traffic signal pedestrian hybrid beacon on Highway 92 from Georgia Department of Transportation in connection with the New Manchester High School sidewalk project, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. And before you start, Deputy Director, I'm smiling, and Commissioner Robinson can understand. What did I say about sidewalks when I first took office, Commissioner? I said, that's a quick win, didn't I? And it's 7 years later, and we're still talking about this New Manchester High School sidewalk. You have the floor. I'm just smiling. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This specific application is to install traffic signals or pedestrian-controlled methods on state routes. The proposed project is about 3/4 of a mile of a sidewalk that connects Boundary Waters Park with the New Manchester High School. About midway of this project, there's an alignment shift, and keeping in mind the student safety, we recommend this pedestrian signal to be placed, and for that we have to file this application with GDOT, and this application needs to be approved by the board.
Okay, any questions, board? Okay, pretty straightforward. We'll move to tab number 25, authorization to vacate 1,089 square feet of right-of-way on Paces Drive to allow the developer to complete a proposed development, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Deputy Director Rana, you have the floor.
Thank you. This agenda item was actually requested by the P&Z department. This is the Paces State subdivision development that was supposed to be done in 2 phases. Phase 1 was done over a decade ago with the proposed starting point for Phase 2. Now that Phase 2 is currently in motion, they're proposing a slight realignment to their initially proposed roadway alignment. In order to do so, they'll need some of the right-of-way that they initially dedicated back so they can proceed with the new plats that they're proposing. And I have a display for your review. The first screen, or the first page, shows the plat that was approved. This has a date of 2008. The next page is the proposed plats that we recently received, and this is a big document, so it's taking a minute to load up. But just to simplify the display, this is the tiny piece of right-of-way that's needed to proceed with their proposed plans from phase 1 to phase 2 development. And the yellow highlights shows the right-of-way that needs to be dedicated back to the developer.
Okay, any questions, board? You have any questions? Okay. Okay, Commissioner, Vice Chairman, how are you? You have the floor.
Thank you. So there was right-of-way that was dedicated to the county by the developer. And now the developer is coming to the county and asking for it back.
Yes. So initially, they were terminating phase 1 and starting phase 2 at a curved road. And now that phase 2 is currently being proposed or developed, they want to take that roadway straight rather than that minor curve radii. So that realignment really causes this small sliver of right-of-way that needs to be adjusted.
And you're okay with this?
Yes, this should be fine, because with the realignment, we will be getting the right-of-way that's 50 feet right-of-way with the proposed
Okay.
roadway. So
Okay.
we should still be in order with that.
Okay, all right, thank you. I yield, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. All right. We'll move on to tab number, okay? Commissioner Robinson, you have the floor.
Just prior question about, I want to be thoughtful about the New Manchester, because you were going somewhere recently. I'm at New Manchester High School on Friday, and of course I get to see all this boundary water, see what has been done over there. Get to behold the sidewalks, the markets, the small things. And watching the students get out about 3:40 and stuff, and we see the Douglas County Youth Innovation Center bus roll up. Like, go ahead, Ray. And so, look, this is all in motion. Like, it's awareness. Put something on the table, moving forward. And so I'm in there talking to the Key Club, to these little young ladies, and encourage them to be courageous and to stand up against pushback. Be proud you're intelligent. Don't fear. And that they can become that one. And we talked about right across the street. You had to fight for that center to give you something to do. That Youth Innovation Center bus out there. And it's like, okay, I need you to step up. And I have to say this right now. You got to know where I'm at right now. That this is important to see it manifested. And you got the younger generations about to take over. So sometimes it's not for the citizens. It's not just about us doing the work. You got to make it relevant to know what we're here for. Like, look at this. You got sidewalk, youth center, everything y'all asked for. Stop sign. Like, look. Like, you're talking to your citizens to make them say, look, I told you. I did what you asked me to do. Now look at that. Your kids get what? Safe passage. Look, we're coming up the other side. It takes time, though. We had this conversation back in 16, 2 elections ago, but it took what it took, right? I'm sure it is a slow game. And so every now and then you got to take time and make it relevant for the citizens, because they don't follow us every day. Our own staff can't keep up what we're doing every day, let alone the citizens who come in every now and then. Mm-hmm. And I think this is important just to acknowledge, thank you, Deputy Director Ronald, because you've come in, you've got a very important area. And so I appreciate the process, guys. He's doing a great job. He really is. I'm just marking some of the things he needs to, he doesn't understand our rules, but it's okay. Technically, he's got this thing on point, and I'm very proud that we picked him, Madam Chair. So keep the work going and stuff. Again, just to acknowledge, because you got so much coming at you, and we're about to crank this times 2. And so again, you need to hear that every now and then, just like we're doing all the other staff members, thanking them for their job well done. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yield.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Robinson. I echo your words. Deputy Director, you're doing a fantastic job. I know you have a lot of balls in the air, but you're doing a very good job juggling those balls. So thank you. All right, we're going to move on to tab number 26, authorization to approve a contract with Malden and Jenkins in the amount of $94,000 for audit services and authorize the chairman to sign all documents pending final legal review. Our Director of Procurement, LaTanya Amons.
Hi, good
You have the
afternoon.
floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair.
And you
Board
just
of
celebrated your one-year anniversary.
Yes, February 1st was my one-year anniversary with Douglas County, and it's been a joy to work for you all for the last 12 months.
Yes. And you hit the ground running as well and have done a yeoman's job. I just wanted to commend you publicly as well.
Oh, thank you, and I couldn't have done that without the help of you all and my peers that have helped me transition into county government. So I do want to thank everyone out there. I could not do this alone, and I'm not successful as well without my staff.
Okay.
So I come to you today to authorize really a purchase order quote from Alden and Jenkins to complete the 2022 audit for Douglas County. This will be year 6 of a contract. I know our goal is to do 5-year contract agreements, but when Madam CFO and I realized that we are in year 5, and we knew that we couldn't put together a quality RFP to contract for an audit company and one that needs to be complete. So we would like to contract with Malden and Jenkins for 1 more year for them to complete the 2022 audit. And later on this year, we will put out an RFP to open up competition for next year, or for the audit for 2023.
Okay, thank you so much, Director Amons. Board of Commissioners, you have any questions? Commissioner Robinson?
Oh, yeah. Let me jump on this one. All right, so it's just good work day. All right, so on this one, because we had to work through these things. So we got an audit. It took us all year to do the audit. I got to go back to the auditor's comments. I don't waste time when I come up here. Okay, so we got dinged about our lack and our inability to get information. I have to highlight it. Nothing about y'all, you good. You're just getting the contract, no problem. But the point is, what have we improved? We're gonna pay the auditor. You gotta have an audit. It's not the issue.
Yes.
It's about conditions associated with the decisions we make. When we make our comments, they have to be captured. It can't just like, okay, we got the contract approved, and y'all forgot what we said. So I guess I'll have to be more specific in these last 2 and 3 months, because we don't move on certain things. What are we going to do to improve are we going to make sure that the guys over in, the tax assessors have the personnel in place? Do y'all have the software in place over in finance? Do you have the people? Why do we have the certification? I mean, she told us very clearly, like, okay, guys, I got you, Meredith. Really, guys, this is a $200 million operation. We treat it like a PTA. Like, listen to this. Listen to what we're talking about. It's almost like, what is it going to take for y'all? I'm like, okay, I got this. I'm going to make it more explicit. Tired of emotions, tired of all the, You guys, what are we going to do to improve that process? So I'm looking for the county administrator, you guys, or whatever the team y'all is, to come back and tell us how it should not take a year, and it's not acceptable that we got to a year that. I mean, if we were able to get to an audit without the refinement in education, then surely what's the excuse now? It was unacceptable to get to December after 13 years to be down there, not get new staff. Y'all had to take over this. I got it. No problem. You're right. I got it. It's not about y'all. One point is the underlying process, the underlying procedure, the underlying people who are actually doing the work that are allowed to do superior work or don't have maybe had the competence to tie this up. What are y'all going to do about this? Because again, that's where the work is being done. The professional services will come in and make their cheese, they in and out, and we just sit there and we allow the same old stuff. All right. So, auditor, 1 more year. Oh, we're back to these professional services again. Oh my, man, we had this guy come here early. Well, he was top shelf regarding that coroner, man. Oh, what impressive. Well, we're paying a premium for that, but I get it. We wanted the best. I get it. I mean, we're all over the board regarding our procurement today. Oh, these exceptions. Look at this. I'm cool. I'm making my point. that we're gonna make this exception. Now, remember, this is being recorded. We're under scrutiny. Look at your process. You better hold. It better survive. It better survive. It better survive. This inconsistency. We allow when we want to be convenient. It better survive. That's all I got to say. Madam Chair, I yield.
All right, any other comment? Okay, Vice Chair, you have the floor.
So while we're on the topic of the Malden and Jenkins audit services to be authorized, what processes are we putting in place? We know what the audit report said because we just got it, a few months ago or so? But have we worked with those departments and with those elected officials to ensure that they will align with what the auditors said we needed to do? It's really important because we don't just do these audits, just to say we do them. We have to because we need to comply, right? But internally, how are we going to ensure that we are getting we're actually getting what we need in order to be compliant across the board? And that's with elected officials, that's with department heads, that's with you guys. So what have we done? What are the policies that we need to implement? Have we had those meetings? Yes, Madam CFO.
Yeah,
I
Madam
need you to
CFO. Yeah, I was asking her to come up, requesting her to come up.
Okay.
Madam CFO, if you could respond to Madam Vice Chair's question.
Sure, okay. Yes, Madam Vice Chair, we are, Rosalind and I are in the process of scheduling meetings with all of those elected officials. We've been working on something with Dr. Corbin, so we haven't been able to meet with them yet. But we are, that is on our radar to get with them because we need to show them what reports we need. General ledger reports, basically, they need to be sent to us each month or each quarter. We just need to figure out how they can send it to us and what we can do to help them so they can get us what we need for, so the 2023 audit, because 2022 is already come and gone, and we just got the audit late.
Right.
So I wasn't aware of any of the deficiencies that were there. But now that I am, for 2023, hopefully we won't have those same findings. We may have them again for 2022, but not for 2023.
Got you.
Okay.
And Procurement Director, the policies that need to be in place so that we are uniform across the board, so that, let's just say, the tax commissioner's office isn't doing procurement their own way in terms of these contracts and the bids and the procedures. Are we looking at policies for that? And if we need to say it, yes, say yes, but if not, and you feel as though, okay, well, that elected official has their own policies, then we know that when these audit findings come up, then there may be some dings. So are we aligning policies? Are we looking at that?
It is my understanding that they have some of their own policies. And yet, as I do introduce myself and meet with them, I let them know that I am welcome to helping them even design and on working with them on their procurement policies and procedures. But I am reminded that they are little, they can move differently based upon their office. So I am reminded of that, but I do extend an olive branch in anticipation of audit reports and investigations. And so when information is disseminated from my office, I do include all of Douglas County, regardless of their, if they're an elected official or constitutional officer. And so I do extend an olive branch.
Okay.
So I'll say this and then I'll yield back. As a county, we do distribute the budget, right? And at the end of the day, when the auditor comes, they're looking at all of it. They're not really separating out that it's, the sheriff's office or the clerk's office or they're looking at it, but it's important that our procurement is across the board uniform, especially if they're going to utilize you and really they should because you're the expert, right? But, maybe we can get a meeting with the elected officials and, you know, let them know why it's so important, and even really, with Madam CFO, kind of help them to understand why we really want these policies aligned, and that is, it benefits us all. It even benefits us when we do when we go out for grants and management. I mean, we're asking for this, right? So we need to be fiscally tight when we do it across the board. So it is my hope that Madam Chair and I can possibly get together with all of the elected officials and constitutional officers, you and Madam CFO and Dr. Corbin, and see how we can make alignment, because as a county, it would just behoove us to do so in uniformity. It just makes it better for the taxpayer as well, and we probably could streamline some stuff. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'm just getting back to thank you for summarizing single view. And I believe I heard two
Madam Chair.
voices at one time. So, who would want to acquiesce? Who want to? Okay. Commissioner Alcaraz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you have the report from 2 months ago, correct?
I believe, I'm not sure, I don't think I have the report from 2 months ago. I have an initial one. If someone could send that to me.
Has a report from 2 months ago? Okay. Has everyone seen this report?
It was presented.
Being new, I would like to ask if you would please forward that to me, just so that I can see it. All right, ma'am. Thank you so much. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Alcaraz. Commissioner Robinson?
Yeah, he just wanted to catch up, so I got his point.
Yes.
Just ask for the report. All right. So, but one more time, you asked me to make a decision why everybody wants to go have meetings. You're asking me to authorize the auditor. So I got to look Meredith in the face and says, well, they talked about it. The process is already February. You about to start a new process here any moment now. When is the process? Where's my CFO? Madam CFO, come on down. Explain the audit process, the general time frame.
Okay, so once we get the engagement letter, they will send us a list of things that they need for us to give to them the pre-audit work so they can start the audit, any working papers, any of those things. And usually it takes about 3 months for them to do the audit. So the audit that they're going to be doing is for 2022.
Yep.
The things that were pointed out on the 2021 audit, they're not going to be correct. We're going to probably have the same findings on 2022 because we didn't get it until December, the end of the fiscal year for 2022, which is what they will be auditing. The only thing that we can do is moving forward, make sure 2023 is correct, which we just started. So and for transparency, 2022, we may have the same findings because of the timing of when we got the audit back, the final audit back in December.
What assurances do we have? What that means is February, let's say you ain't gonna get it back until March. So all of March, April, May. And then we get into the mid-year retreat time, like we're gonna buy time, we play these games, and we're gonna do it at the retreat, not do it at the retreat. We're buying time. That's unacceptable. Don't do that. We're paying these guys good money as auditors, and we should be able to do our part. There's no reason we should be the drag for transparency. I mean, if there's something, either corruption or competence, take your pick of why we got a delay. Take your pick. Take a position. There's no reason at this point that you can't do a basic audit. And it makes us look bad that we sit up here having to sit here and rationalize it like it's okay. No, it's not. And it's going to keep repeating. The consciousness is just sort of like, wow. I mean, I'm sitting here like, wow. All right, so my point is, what I like to see going into tomorrow is like, but what were the things that were said? I mean, you can go to them and say, here's my process, here's the rules of engagement in this audit, because I want to be clear in this process. I'm going to think about it overnight. So I don't want to get my lawyer to say, okay, look, we get they got constitutional power, but we want to give you a base process for procurement, 3 quotes. And if you don't have this, then you're on the hook, Mr. Sheriff, Mr. Tax Commissioner, Mr. Everybody else. You pick your rule. We find out, y'all are running from the obvious. No, there's basic procurement. She said, no, there's a general standard. We ain't got to debate that. We ain't even got to negotiate it. This is the rules. Generally accounting, what is it? Generally accepted
accepted principles.
There you go.
GAP.
Stay there. Gatsby, Gap, whatever, I'll pick one. We're gonna hold in FASB in the private sector. Stay there. It's unacceptable. This is the process. You got it. We know what it means to be sovereign and free. First Amendment. Go on with your bad selves. But we don't want to hit us when it comes down. Where's that transparency? Like, no, y'all messing this thing up. Checkbook register. And we're just like, guys, this is a $100 million operation. Y'all got all types of money over there. Y'all just, I'll take the Uber receipts. But y'all looking at that? Really? Oh my God. And she up there looking at us like, does anybody hear me? Like, yeah, I hear you, Meredith. And so we need some type of process in place that assures, like, okay, well, tomorrow, for my auditor, I want there's something to be a sign-off. Now, I'll talk to county attorney offline. We won't do this now. Is there a sign-off that can be done when we do this year? Y'all can go to them and say, look, we're going to put this in place, a procedure. Why don't we legislate what it will be? We're allowing it without any real rules that says, okay, I want a resolution. I want legislation that says what the procurement process is going to be. We're talking about ours, but it's not clear enough about what they can and can't do and where the accountability is. And so then we're all clear. Sign your name on it, Sheriff. Sign your name on it, Tax Commissioner. Annetta, probate, sign up. DA, own it. Everybody own it. I'm willing to take the hit. I'm not afraid of that. But everybody got to get in the ring and be fair about, we want equitable distribution of risk and reward. All right, I'm sure we're good.
All
I'll bring
right.
it up tomorrow.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Robinson. And also, I would just like to add, if we could just focus on, I know we have some vacancies both in procurement and in our finance side. If you all could just special attention to see what we can do to shore up our staff in those areas. No, they're not frozen. That's what I'm saying. Right now, we're trying to find applicants, I believe. That's what you're doing. Just the picking is slim out there, very slim, but we just.
Wants to work.
Okay.
Well, not only that, it's not enough, on the government side, it's not enough qualified applicants. I've received several applications, but nobody has the experience that we're requiring. And I've had that problem in the past as well. So it's just very hard to find someone with the skill set and the talent that we need to move forward.
Okay.
So we're doing the best we can with what we have.
Is the pay commensurate with that, though? Is the pay commensurate with what
Yes,
we're trying to get to?
for that particular position, yes, it is.
It is?
Yes.
Okay. I just requesting if you could put your lasers on it and see if we can be laser focused to see what we can do to fill those positions as soon as possible. I believe, Madam Procurement Director, you say you're working on yours, right?
Yes, I've submitted mine to HR for posting. And I also am attending a webinar next week because across the industry, as far as procurement professionals are concerned, we are facing challenges regarding just identifying a talent pool and hiring a talent pool. Because, I always say I could teach you one thing, but I can't teach you both, i.e., if you need someone that knows, our ERPs, then I can teach you procurement. But sometimes when you don't have candidates that know either one, the system and or the science, then it becomes a little more challenging. And so as a leader, I have to decide, okay, if you know the system, then I can train you on the other side, but really what's more important to me? And it's finding someone really that has some procurement experience, and then I can train them on an ERP system. That's kind of almost secondary, and so it is a challenge across the industry. And again, I have a webinar next week addressing that particular subject and trying to give some tools as to how we can, whether it is students, whether it's reaching out to the colleges that have those particular majors, reaching out to our internal network, asking our friends and family members, and I say that lightly, meaning, not from a nepotism perspective, but does anybody know anybody who knows anybody that can help me in this particular field or arena? So it is a challenge. Yes, and yes, and borrow from other companies. I'm stealing. So yes, I'm doing that as well.
Oh, okay. We're still, where's DCA? Are we using the recruiting form? Is that what you asked the firm that we brought on and approved? What's the firm's name again?
Brightwell Solutions.
Yeah, Brightwell Solutions.
Brightwell Talent Solutions.
Okay.
And yes, we are utilizing them, for executive level positions. So for Madam CFO, it would be for her deputy CFO that we are utilizing Brightwell for.
Okay. As I reflect back on 47 years ago, and I'm dating myself, joining the Army, and certainly was an operating room specialist, and it was, you were thrown in there. It was see one, do one, teach one. The first case I scrubbed on was a bowel resection, and I was nervous, just trying to hold myself together. And my preceptor walked in the room on the next bowel resection case and said, "This is yours." I was a nervous wreck, but I hit the ground running, and I've moved ever since. So I'm just not sure. I know generations are changing, but sometimes we just got to hit the ground running, and not you all. I'm just saying, like Madam CFO said, she just can't find anybody that want to work or that can get it done. But I appreciate what y'all are doing, and I know your staffs are working hard I'm trying to give you some relief, just hoping someone is out there. We funded those positions. I'm with you. I'm praying that somebody will get the right applicant that comes through the doors, and they will have, you all will have some help. Thank you for what you do. All right. All right, let's go on to tab number 27, Board of Commissioners. Approval of a change order in the amount of $279,030.38 for the DDS site to cover costs associated with unsuitable soils on the site to be funded through general funds, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. And Director Worthington, he has the patience of Job with this project. Every time I see him in the hallway, or every week when I touch upon him just for a huddle is what I call. I mentioned the DDS, and certainly Dr. Corbin has been reeled in on this DDS conversation. And I'm telling you, it has been a work in progress. It's more talk than walk. So I'll let you bring the board up to speed on this one as well.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the time. So, as you mentioned in the agenda item, this change order is for the Department of Driver Services to cover costs associated with unsuitable soils on the site. The original request and what is on the agenda is for $279,030.39. But I did meet with a contractor a number of times last week, and I was able to get that reduced down to $228,643.88. So that was a reduction of just over $50,386. So although unsuitable soils are very common on construction sites, there is more here than I had anticipated. There was more debris in the upper layer of the site than normal. Most likely it was due to the trailer park that was located in that site before construction began, actually before the jail was even there. So the project's a little unusual in the sense that the state, represented by GSFIC, or Georgia State Finance and Investment Commission, will be accepting this property. So they have the kind of the right to say what can and can't go as far as the soils, and then we're kind of in the spot that we have to fix it. So we're doing that now. That's what this is part of. So the $228,643.88 that is remaining that I will be asking for is state contract pricing. So it's not really negotiable as far as that amount that's left. As for costs, the original approval by the Board of Commissioners was for $1,774,660. However, prior to commencement of construction, we were able to reduce that contract amount down to $1,720,487 by removing some of the permitting fees and some of the utility work that Greystone had agreed to handle for us at no charge. In April, we were again able to reduce the price by $132,255 by working with the state to make some adjustments to the site. So this current and final change order of $228,643.88 will bring the total project cost up to $1,816,875.88. And I know I've rattled off a lot of numbers. This is the only one that really counts here, which is $42,215.88 more than the original approved amount. So we had a number of deductions along the way, and this one bringing it back up. So we're asking essentially for the $42,000 difference. I'm proposing this be paid out of the general fund until another funding source can be assigned. The original funding was $650,000 from the 2021 Capital Improvement Fund and another $800,000 from the 2022 Capital Improvement Fund. And if it's the will of the board, the remaining amount could be included in the 2023 Capital Improvement Fund. And if approved, the contractor has committed to completing the Douglas County portion of this project by the end of next month, weather permitting. And we have had a number of issues with the subcontractor of the general contractor out there, and they actually parted ways last week. So we've got a new subcontractor on board that's supposed to pick up and get the ball across the line.
Yeah, my favorite term.
Again, they're committed to finishing next month with our portion so we can turn it over to the state. So, and with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Director Worthington. Any questions, board? Commissioner Robinson?
Yes, subcontractors, talk about procurement all day long. Subcontractors of contractors, and I got it. Let's stay with what we're responsible for, which is the greater good. I always looked at this project, and this is something that's been asked for quite some time. Why do we go to Fulton, Paulding, Carroll, Cobb, get our driver services? Madam Chair came on board, made her say, no, we get a state-of-the-art in front of libraries, in front of everything else. Like this was like, oh boy, we've been waiting on this. The state spots us, the state-of-the-art facility.
The state.
The state.
The state.
Yeah, I said state. The state did. And again, we appreciate Governor Kemp.
Thank you.
We appreciate us bringing them economic development, them switch deals. The largest economic development deal in the state's history wasn't Meridian. It was Switch, Thorn Road, $2.5 billion. And at least ours is built. They're still working on theirs. They got issues. All right, keep it real. So we're still number one until they actually complete theirs and get it through the process. But my point, sometimes you got to respect what you got. The General Assembly was stunned that he just said, I'm like, I'm sure he thanking us. Just, all right, that's Douglas. I was just down there. Like, they cool. And here we are. We can't get this. We can't grade it. We got to do our part. We can't take this for granted. And we get into subcontracts and contracts. We get caught up in the wrong things. And the point is, do we have the capacity? This is what I'm saying, directors, y'all can't do everything. To my administrator, y'all don't have an internal project management process. This is too many, these guys are in too many meetings, and it's too granular that we can't keep up with this. There's no reason that, we can't, we should be further along than this. We should not be the bottleneck. All I've been hearing is, it's on us, it's on us. See, the staff is waiting on some type of executive decision to move, or we just ain't moved nothing because everybody ain't knowing that we said go. Can you not discern today? Talk about discernment. Look at how this thing is moving. I'm fine, I'm glad, I'm thankful. I don't want to be seen as ungrateful. We're trying to say one thing, but look at our behavior. We can say one thing, but look at our behavior. And I'm like, man, come on, guys, we got to get this going. I get everything else, but there's no reason that we can't be on this. I have no problem with the balance, yes, deductions, additions, that's fine. And we got to do this. We committed as a board. So take it out to general fund. Don't fake it. Do what we got to do. We already knew at 5-0 vote. Who voted against this? We agreed. Except for we had to cover, but still it was represented for his district. 5-0. So take it out to general fund and y'all reconcile it on the backside. But here we go, pause and trying to figure out where we're going to get the money from. You got money. This should have been planned. Right? This is where's my planning? I get we got all new staff. I got it. But I still got to let y'all feel this of our expectation. You ain't got all day. We hired you because we need it for decision making, maturity. That like, okay, guys, y'all don't see this thing? Don't you see the pressure we're up on it? Y'all get to go home at night. Be convenient. All right, Madam Chair, you got this, and I just want to bring home that point. DDS, I have no problem. I just want to make sure that we get it done, and that the fund source will be the general fund. Oh, him up there trying to say, well, I think this, I think that. Why are you going through all that?
Let's take it, yeah.
Because this is from the governor. What are you doing? Why are we like, we got to rationalize the source of fund? It's all one source. but be definitive about the decision. Make it up some other kind of way. That's all I got to say, Madam Chair. I'll let your staff work it out.
Okay.
I yield.
Commissioners.
Just be definitive when you come.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Commissioners, we have exhausted our change order capacity. Certainly this 40, how much you said we need, James? $42,000, but we probably will need a little more because you've exhausted your capacity for change orders completely. Am I correct?
That is correct. So the $42,215.88 is the additional funding that is currently needed.
Right.
Over what the approved amount was. I have been assured by the contractor that that will be the only change order on this.
Oh, really?
So,
Okay.
that's all I can say.
That's what
is
they
I've been
all
assured by it, but,
Okay, if you feel assured, 42,000 is okay. Okay, that's fine. All right, any other questions, board? You look like you want to say something, County Administrator. You good? You're just thinking? All right. All right, thank you, Managing Director. We're going to move on to tab number 28, approval of an agreement between Douglas County Fire Emergency Services and Douglas County Community Service Board to provide care coordination to persons within Douglas County experiencing a behavioral health emergency, to provide emotional support to family or bystanders on the scene during an emergency, and to provide emotional support and critical incident debriefings as needed for responders pending final legal review. Fire Chief Jolivet, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Honorable Board of Commissioners, our County Administrator, DCA, ACA, and to our citizens, thank you for allowing us to serve you. This is an example of the board making this happen. This is a game changer for us. This agreement with CSB will give us 3 full-time, 24-hour workers to be out on the scene with us, dealing with the bystanders, supporting the family members, and also being a part of the critical incident stress for our personnel. And when I say our personnel, I'm talking about personnel in public safety, the coroner's office, code enforcement, law enforcement, and fire, and EMS. And so this is, we're excited about it, and it's going to be really beneficial for the community, for mental health during these crises. And the last 2 weeks alone, we dealt with some real serious incidents where one of our respondents had to go home, and the other responders had to be briefed through critical incident debriefing. So this is going to be great for us, and we have CSB worker riding with us. Like I say, just helping us out.
Awesome.
So we're asking the board to continue their support and let us go through this, get with this agreement and make it happen.
Okay, thank you so much, Fire Chief. Any questions, board? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Commissioner Alcaraz, you have the floor.
Just thinking about these that are going to be riding along with you, or just because from my knowledge, are these professionally trained therapists, or who is this that's going to be coming along? If you don't mind, just explaining that to me from my knowledge.
Okay. Basically, they're part of Community Service Board, and they have been training with us, bringing their knowledge in with our responders, and they'll be riding with on the QRVs, quick response vehicles, but they are trained through CSB, and so they have all the training they need to do the debriefing and the counseling that need to take place.
Okay, all right. So these are no like community, right? These are actually people that you've selected to get trained, correct?
Yes, they work on the Director of Life work with our CSB board.
Okay, all right. I yield back, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Chief, licensed personnel.
CSB certified. They're CSB certified, and
yeah,
they've been vetted.
Okay.
And
all right. I have a question for our attorney. Attorney Coleman, I know you'll be working on this agreement. I'm just thinking out loud, the CSB staff members will be riding in our vehicles. Can you touch upon insurance or anything if there was a potential accident? I'm just thinking beyond the moment if something happens? How would that coverage, what does the coverage look like? I'm just thinking out loud. It may be coverage, may not.
I'm pretty sure that our liability insurance would cover, those persons riding in our vehicles in the course of business. Were you saying something?
Yes, this is Chevrolet. We've actually went through county attorney and got the blessings.
Oh, it's already-
Approval. Yes,
Okay.
we looked at all the insurance,
Okay.
all the different nuts and bolts, and this Chevrolet ready to go, and we just, thank you, county attorney for your personnel, legal review and everything, all the documents and everything. We also went through risk and safety
Yep.
and insurance companies, and like I say, everything is Chevrolet ready to go. Just
I
wait
think
on
the chair's question was whether or not our insurance would cover
Yes.
those incidents. And my
That was my question.
response is that, yes, I think it would.
Okay.
I think the chief is correct that we do have the required insurance incorporated into the contractual provisions and all of that.
Okay, thank you. Madam Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Chief Jolivet, the 3 full-time workers, whose payroll would they be on?
CSB.
So it would be on CSB?
Yes,
Okay, so they would just be lending their expertise, and you all would, I guess, work with their schedules to ensure that they would ride along with you all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just wanted to be certain that they weren't on
On our clock.
on our clock. Thank you.
On our time. No, CSB will cover the cost for the work provided. Okay, we'll move on to okay. Madam Vice Chair, you have the floor again.
My last question. So, Chief Jolivet, so how will you measure this? Like, how will you get us back data to let us know if this is really beneficial? Not that I wouldn't believe that it would be, because if somebody is having a mental health crisis, to have a licensed counselor or a licensed professional mental health clinician there, it would definitely help. But how will we as a Board of Commissioners know that this is actually something that we should continue to do after, this initial phase? And then 2, how long is this contract for? Is it an annual contract or?
Yes, it's just an agreement for annual, to be renewed annually. And what we're doing is we're tracking the data anyway, and we're keeping up with it, so we're able to give a good report as to measuring it and also managing the program. We'll be doing it through our tracking of our clients that we deal with and the different emergencies that they may have. And then we'll be able to transfer that back to our executive team as they can pass it up to the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, so
Oh.
when you all get a call, you already know whether or not it's regarding mental or is it physical?
They pass it on to 911, E911.
Uh-huh.
What we're doing, the next phase is to get someone in the center through CSB. That's the next phase of it. These individuals will be actually riding along with us 24 hours a day, and then we get a call that meet those parameters for medical or mental health, then they would actually be dispatched to our QRB and come
Okay.
to the scene.
Okay. Thank you. I yield.
Chief, speaking of dispatch, I know we have a dispatch, but CSB, how will they receive the calls? When you say dispatch, because you have to communicate with Ray Lightford's team as well. Can you?
Yes. Now, they will be, we have someone 24 hours a day on our staff with us, riding with us, and they would come through E911.
So it'll go to Ray's area through E911 as well?
Yes, and they
Okay.
would actually be with us. They would spend the night with us and everything. They'll be there 24 hours a day.
You're
on
already
scene.
there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they're assigned to you anyway?
Yes.
Okay.
Be real
That
time.
makes sense. Okay, thank you for clarifying. Any other questions, Board? If not, I'm going to move on to tab number 29. 29 is approval of a memorandum of agreement between the Douglas County Fire Department and the City of Forest Park to provide related instruction and practice as a part of the emergency medical training programs designed to benefit the students from the Forest Park Fire and Emergency Services Department pending final legal review. Fire Chief Joe Levette again.
Yes, ma'am. We have the infrastructure, the training, and the expertise in what we're doing in terms of teaching our members about how to care for patients. And Forest Park have reached out to us and they're asking that we enter an agreement with them so we can train some of their personnel as well in the clinician part of it for its experience, that ride-along program. And this is something that it happens in the industry around the country, but we're excited to be able to offer what we do to help Forest Park out. So they'll be riding with us as third riders if we get it approved, so they can help us teach them how to take care of patients.
Okay,
So they'll be practicing their skills out in the field.
all right. Any questions, board? Okay,
And of course, this has been through legal review as well.
okay. Commissioner Robinson?
Yeah, I mean, again, I get these moments, mutual aid. I get, I'm looking for a consistency across these public safety, like how do we interact with other jurisdictions? Do they come here to train? Are we spotting them? Is it relationships? How do we go about, like, why aren't we looking for people who are closer to us than further away? I'm always just looking to follow the logic. I don't have a position. I'm just like, no, Forest Park, like, what now? But I get it, and I get relationships. And I'm just, some things just, they grows organically. It's not like it's manicured and it's intentional. It's like, okay, we're grabbing moments, we're showing, look, we're partnering and stuff. Like, but what is the grand master plan? Like, how will we do an aid for the whole region? I'm looking for regionalism. If that's part of my region, I'm fine. All right, we just have to start over there. That's fine. But I got all these other areas. And I know we do those mutual aids, so now it sounds like we're expanding beyond the current tier. We're going out in orbit. All right, got it. Is that intentional, or is it just because I know the guy? There's a difference. If it's intentional, says if that's the beginning of something, okay, if you're going to do that now, swing the whole region. Swing it all the way around. Make it be consistent. Become that guy, not just because you know somebody. Become that Douglas County's fire becomes the standard in which they come to us for training. That's what I'm trying to get the sheriff to get. I get it. You want me to put $10 million into what? A driving facility. I hear you, but make it worth my time. Become that standard. Don't talk about it. Just show us. Do it. But I'm like, I'm game, I'm open, but I'm like, okay, I get it. Y'all are right there, but I want to see that. I don't have a problem paying the premium. I don't have a problem putting it into cash, into compensation, in any combination. Give the citizens that. Then turn around and then reduce crime and prevent fires. Now we cooking. I got y'all. I'm talking to the leadership. Y'all got to do y'all part. I appreciate these, but I want to see results. I'm looking at, now why is my public safety? I'm put per capita more money into all these other smaller jurisdictions, but when you compare us against our other 158 peers, don't make me start breaking out that data. I got my own data. I'm just sitting on like, okay, now y'all know ACCG gives us a book every year that shows us our comparison on every aspect. And y'all put money into this now, and y'all see our performance. It's like, that ain't my point here. But I'm just saying, I get it. We come in with these mutual aids. We come in with these things that sounds like they're fun, they're nice. But again, I'm back to the agenda, like, okay, what else? Is there real action here? Did you really need us for this? Or is it just that we need it's just acknowledgement?
Yes, it needs to be signed off on and
Gotta be
legal reviewed. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Could that be executive versus that we had to do that? Is that something that the administrator can sign off on? I don't know. I mean, it makes me ask, what is the policy though? We're doing these one-off MOUs. My question is, why isn't there a policy in place that enables this? Again, why do we have to see these things? But okay, I yield the floor, Madam Chair. Keep moving.
Okay. We're going to move on to the next tab if there are no further questions. Tab number 30 is approval of a mutual aid agreements with Douglas County Fire and EMS Medical Services and EMS mutual aid partners to provide mutual aid to each other in the event that an emergency occurs which requires resources and manpower beyond the capabilities of the requesting service pending final legal review. Fire Chief Jolivet, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. This is, Madam Chair, thank you. This is agreement with our mutual aid partners for EMS. If we ever run out of ambulances or need some help, we have an agreement with mainly three EMS mutual partners, Puckett, which covers Cobb and Austell, and then we have Metro, which covers Paulding, and then we have West Georgia, which takes care of Carrollton and Carroll County. And what we do is if there's ever a need for mutual aid, then we have an agreement set up in place to help each other out, to take care of our citizens. And it's something that's been in place for a long time, but it's an agreement that we have to look at once a year and get everything approved and legal reviewed and everything to operate.
Okay, thank you so much, Chief. Any questions? Commissioner Robinson, you have the
Yes.
floor.
All right, so look, Puckett EMS, all right, guys, I got to date myself. So when I'm growing up, I am the God's father, somebody's son, who tried to break into this non-emergency, and these names ring a bell, Puckett, West Georgia. Never seen how hard it was to break through. There was such a lockup for years. This has got to be in the 90s. So here I am sitting on this commission. And I'm like, okay, these firms are still here, and they got an oligarchy still on. You just entered their deal with what, private sector? These are private sector, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, private sector. I'll make y'all, you will understand this when I get through. So 3 private sector go all in, and we just like, okay, we got to do it. I'm like, what about everybody else? I can't come on the heels of the citizen, and I sit here and say one thing that we open, but not turn around and sanction the same old, same old. Oh my God, listen to this, guys. We're going to give all 3 a deal just straight because. They get locked in. They're on the list. They get all this. I know why the coroner was such. It's that money. Look at the supply chain. I know this about. You knew I did. But since you set this up, not personally. Look at this. Look at the money. Look at the transactions along people's lives. Look who's in position to benefit. Look, what was the procurement process? I'm cool. I get my fire chief. He cool. And I'm gonna come back to Where's the consistency? Oh, there's exceptions to every rule. I get it, and it's a perpetual exception. Nothing is consistent. We get convenient when we want to disallow something, but there's no consistency about the standard. We have been here all day, and I've seen at least 6 different procurement procedures. I'm cool. Hey, if the board allows it, I'm just gonna say, for the record, I saw it, and they're gonna have to own it. No problem. I yield.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Robinson. Any other
Madam Chair.
comment? Commissioner Alcarez, you have the floor.
Chief, have you had an agreement, just for me being there, have you had an agreement with these companies before?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Are you satisfied with their services?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what, just for my knowledge, what is the percentage that the amount of time we have to use them? Is it fairly often, or is it only when we're short-staffed?
Since we post-pandemic, we have a lot of calls and we're working on our system, but a lot of calls come in that are questionable 911 calls. And if we are holding a wall or something's going on, we have to have mutual aid, or they may have to have mutual aid. So when you got the hospital system that some areas are shutting down, or everybody's trying to use the same emergency center, or some people can go to other facilities. It's an issue that we've been dealing with in the medical community for a while. And so we share resources in close proximity because time is tissue. If you need an ambulance and one is not available, then that mutual aid is in place to kick in automatically and have somebody respond.
I get it. I get it that these, because I've seen these companies, ambulances everywhere. So I understand that I'm sure your calls go out to such West Georgia for any of those, in the Villa Rica areas. It just makes sense. But my other question would be is, getting into this agreement, if an incident was to happen, does that company report back to you? Are you notified if, say, if something goes wrong on that ambulance, anything with a particular call, does that come back to you? Are you notified about that?
We are. What it is everybody has to be licensed by the state and licensed to operate within the state as an agency. And if they respond on their own, if they mutual aid or what have you, then of course we have all the information through 911 and the hospital to QA the call and work with them to make sure they're operating like they're supposed to. So we have the system in place to CQI to make sure we take care of our citizens when they come in. And they have the same thing if they call us. I know we had a call one night where Austell they had a call, needed somebody with chest pains, and we had to release some of our units to go help out. And that's just part of the mutual aid agreement to help each other out when you need help. So
sure,
we have a CQI policy in place to make sure that everybody's operating like they're supposed to in terms of taking care of patients.
Okay. I mean, the only reason I was asking that, Chief, is because in the mindsets of our citizens, if they was to call 911 and they're expecting our fire EMS to respond, and then one of these companies to respond, an incident happens, anything could go wrong. I'm just wanting to make sure that they're reporting, things get reported back to you so that, you know that this one particular company may have had a few different instances, and we know we don't need to use them no more. And just make sure that they report back to you if there's any instances.
Yeah, one thing, we have, all our units have EMTs and paramedics and different levels of trained personnel on them, and they will respond as well. Most of the time when we call for an ambulance, it's just for transport or something like that. We'll have people on scene already that are attending to our citizens. We'll use them for transport or if they need an ambulance. So most of the time we'll have someone on the scene that's covering our area to help out. So we'll be on the scene automatically. 99% of the time we're there already. We just need an ambulance to transport.
Sure. And this is just, again, for my knowledge, would I be able to possibly get some data as to how often and how much we pay these particular companies in a given year, that we're outsourcing to?
Yeah, our part, we just mutual aid with them.
Okay.
We don't.
All right, so they're billing, I understand, okay, I get that now. They're billing, but I'd still like to know the percentage of calls that, if there's data out there that provides that instead of our units responding, that they respond to.
Yes, we have that data. And they'll get they'll do their billing through the insurance companies. They won't get anything from us in terms of fees.
Okay, yeah, that's understood. Okay, I yield back, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Alcaraz. Commissioner Robinson, you have the floor.
Yeah, I mean, but to Commissioner Alcaraz's point, as a condition tomorrow, we need the data. Not when you get around to it, guys. We're making a decision. He needs his data. This is my point, back to my staff. All you do is survive the moment. If we allow this, then that's why y'all don't move. We don't have to vote on this unless you get what you get. Come with your data. Come correct. You got time till tomorrow to provide us with information. So if the new commissioner wants to okay, it's conditioned about this data, and y'all can't get the data, that becomes an issue. We can't move. It's not sufficiently prepared. It's not shovel ready.
Yes.
And so I'm advocating for him. No, give him his data now.
Yeah, I'll get it to you today.
Yeah, the data's important. The other part is, again, the feedback mechanism that says, okay, these guys have these, I forgot what it's called, it's in your space, but the person is non-emergency medical. There is data out there. I'm like, okay, but what is the money? You can find that out. And it's but still, why we got to go with them for, why don't we put out an RFQ? See, y'all not answering the question. Okay, where's my, Now, we do control this one. Oh, boy. You got 3 firms that get automatically dumped in. I ain't mad, but I'm quite sure. I want to know how long we've been doing business with them. I know, Lisa, we probably can't go back beyond '08 because I know our system, but without dragging out the old AS400, but still, I want to know how long we've been doing with each one of these firms, and you should be able to give us a quick and dirty number of calls and the volume. Somebody need to help you. It ain't you. Don't get me wrong, Chief. Where's the support staff? He delivers services. His job to be out there to prevent fires and do that. I'm looking for the administration to provide cover. All right, you guys get it. We're just trying to make the point about maturity this year. But Chief, you got it. You'll get give him his data, and I'm just curious on what I'm looking for. I just want to know that y'all hear me. But staff should be responding to what we're saying in these meetings. That gets my frustration. As if we just showing up here and we just talking. As long as we just listen, y'all, we're going to go do what we want to do. You okay? It's going to be an interesting 23 months. All right, Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Robinson. Any other questions, Board? Okay, we're going to move on to our next item. The next item is tab number 31, I believe. Clerk, am I right? 31? Yes, authorization to hire a grant writer and pay $2,000 grant preparation fee to assist in acquiring an assistance to firefighters grant, which is an AFG, to meet our Station 9 staffing needs in acquiring 45 sets of firefighter turnout gear at $4,000 each, totaling $180,000 with a 10% match totaling $18,000, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Fire Chief Jolivet, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The, in preparation for the personnel for Station Number 9, which is set to be online, key ready, May 1st, 2024. We're making preparations to acquire personnel and also gear. And this grant opportunity is an opportunity that will pay $180,000 for 45 sets of gear with a 10% match of $18,000, which would come out of our operation in the budget if approved. And then the $2,000 preparation fee will come out of a $10,000 anonymous donation that was given with unrestricted ties to it. So we would be looking to do this to offset some of the costs of our outfitting our personnel that we'll be bringing on board, for the new station.
Thank you so much, Chief. Any questions, Board? Okay. Madam Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Chief Jolivet, have you already identified the grant writer?
Yes, ma'am. It's a grant writer that we used previously. And what we did do is reach out to other grant writers to see what they give us a quote. Mm-hmm. And this was the one that came back with a solid quote. And so we decided if we get approved, to go with them.
Okay, so you followed procurement guidelines of 3 quotes before you decided
yes,
to
ma'am.
review it? I just wanted to check.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, I yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions, Board? All right, we're going to move on to tab number 32, which is yours as well, Chief. Approval of a revised agreement with Georgia Power for the light poles at Fire Station 11, Highway 92, revising the monthly amount of $105.36, which is a difference of $15 per month, funded through the 2016 SPLOST, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Can you explain this one to us? I had questions.
Yes, ma'am.
During the
This
briefing.
is, we have in 2016 SPLOST, we had it approved on the list to do a drive-through for our fire station out there. And the delay was because of the Highway 92 construction. And since that is over with now, we're looking to get that project taken care of. And part of the process was set up a light pole out there for the construction. And they was paying right at $90.36 a month. And with the cost increase of $15, it went up to $105.36. So Mr. Terry Gable, he he called Ms. Watson and everybody, they said that you need to run it back through the board, says the amount's going to change and through legal review. So they ran it through legal review, and here we are today, asking for it to be considered for the extra cost. Just a matter of the process, going back through the process.
Okay, thank you so much, Chief. Any questions, board? Okay. You answered my question regarding the funding, or should I say the difference of $15 per month. You said it was already baked into the 2016 SPLOST. It was already part of that SPLOST.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because that's a real nominal cost.
Yes.
That's why I was like $15, Chief. Okay. All right, thank you. I think that's it. Any questions for Chief? Okay. Thank you, Chief. Great job. And please make sure you bring the data, or either make sure that our commissioners receive the data that was requested of you.
Yes, ma'am. I'll get that. I have it to you in about 30 minutes.
That's fine, Chief. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to our discussion items board, tab number 33, gas station video upgrades. Allison Duncan, you have the floor. There you are. Come on down.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners. Oops. Okay. I have a few slides. Here we go. You will recall this is a continuation of a conversation that we began at a previous meeting. You had asked the staff to perform some analysis and some information in regard to perhaps looking at an ordinance to require video surveillance cameras at gas stations throughout Douglas County. So by way of background, what you're looking at is a map of all of the gas stations with convenience stores that we have here in Douglas County. So we have a total of 43, and you can see a breakdown by commission district of how many that we have. District 2 has the most with 18, and then District 4 has 11 stations, and then Districts 1 and 3 have 7 stations each. So when we looked at data from both the Douglas County Sheriff's Office as well as from E911 calls, we looked at the 12 months of 2022. We identified 1,558 incidents at the 43 sites for calls from the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. Now this is 61 unique categories of calls were identified, and I'll share a little bit more information about that in just a minute. The top 3 categories of call for the Douglas County Sheriff's Office were number 1, suspicious activity, person or vehicle. That was 325 calls. Traffic stops, 246. And domestic, so domestic was defined as verbal or physical alteration between family members, and that was 99 calls overall. I just thought I'd point out that 67% of the total incidents, or just a little over 1,000 incidents, result from just 12 stations. So those stations that have over 50 calls individually in 2022. When we looked at data from E911, so those were 213 incidents at the 43 sites, 38 unique categories were identified, and so those top 3 categories were patient evaluation, accident with injuries, and a person that was sick. So a little bit of a different, feel when you're talking about E911 data than when you're talking about data collected from the Sheriff's Office. But I think all good information overall. So what you have before you is just a graph when we looked at the Sheriff's data of categories that had 20 plus incidents. And again, you can see those ones that jump out, the suspicious activity, as well as the traffic stops. We also got a large number of calls for things like the business alarm going off, and then assisting motorists with keys. And then here's a similar graph when we looked at the top categories for E911 calls. So these were all categories where we had 10 plus incidents. And so you can kind of see, again, the feel of those types of calls changes a bit from what you get with the Sheriff's Department. So again, overall, this is what that graph is showing you. Maybe a little bit easier to read on this slide. As I had said, for the Sheriff's calls, it was 1,558 incidents that were reported in the 61 categories. And for E911, it was 213 incidents reported over 38 categories. There was 2 other questions you asked specifically for us to follow up on. One was about what additional burden there may be on our code enforcement department if we were to deploy such an ordinance. And so we did talk to code enforcement, and they basically responded by saying their concern would be about the expectation for the frequency of monitoring. So they didn't think that there would be any real concern with our current resources and level of staffing. If you were looking at annual monitoring or maybe a one-time check, that would be no problem. Any greater frequency than kind of annual or one-time checks may require some additional resources. They also wanted to share with us that they thought that recommended that the footage be available to law enforcement only. So code enforcement didn't really want to get into having access to any of the footage that was collected. They thought that that should be reserved specifically for law enforcement. The other thing that you asked us to take a look at was to talk to the municipalities that have a footprint here in Douglas County to see if they would be interested in partnering on an ordinance that would require cameras at gas stations. We did reach out to all 3 municipalities. There was some level of interest. They were receptive to more information on the county's proposal. Obviously, they were unable to make any specific commitment until they knew exactly what the county was thinking, but we did follow up on that. And so I did want to report back that there was interest expressed by all 3 municipalities that have a footprint in Douglas County. I want to thank Attorney Coleman and his staff. We've worked pretty closely with them to get to this point. Some of the specific questions that you may have had about any kind of feedback from the courts, I can certainly defer to Attorney Coleman on that. I think his staff has kind of taken the lead on that. But that concludes what I have to present with you here today about the data. And if you have any additional questions for us, or if you'd like to direct us to bring forward an ordinance for consideration, if you'd like to move in this direction, we're certainly receptive to that and glad to move it the direction of the board.
All right, thank you so much for your thorough presentation. Board, any questions? Okay. Commissioner Robinson?
Yeah, again, this is, we look out around and we talk about being progressive, but some things are not about the narrative of progressive or conservative. I think we're all concerned about crime. Everybody's concerned about safety. And it's just not new shiny objects. It's about outcomes. Right? And every now and then a crime is created and we got to go solve it. Right? And so these cameras are important, a tool to help in that matter. Sometimes just the presence of it, where people try, oh, they got cameras, that's preventative. But for the most part, it allows us to perhaps solve. So while I appreciate all the input from everybody, what I think is important here is, but what did the DA say? Who's going to be really using this? What did the sheriff say? And what did and/or the chief judge say? Because at the end of the day, it's a tool for them. Our job is just put local legislation in place, a local law, and get out the way. They're the ones to the point, thank you, Russell, says, no, this ain't got nothing to do with me. Right, this is real crime solving. See, we're on the administrative side, sometimes like if you've had a coroner experience, have you actually been out there to know what they do? Do you get what they may need and how important this thing is? And while right now you got people who have cameras in place, and there's no burden on us, it's that when we go and ask them if they got a camera or not. Everybody got a DoorDash right now, mostly. You can opt in whether or not you want to give it to them or not. And so sometimes we're in the way of our own legislation with our internal conversation, like, okay, guys, why are we in the way? The bigger voice should be the people who are actually going to be using this. Will this help our DA solve a crime? If it is, then what do we don't debate her. That's her job. So, County Attorney, she sort of threw the ball over to you. So now I've obviously gotten in writing, and I might have shared it with my peers, but for the record, has anything come out of either the sheriff, the DA, or the chief judges regarding this local policy and this local ordinance the board is taking up? Because they need to be in the room. We can't do this in a vacuum. Can you give proxy to them, or do we need to wait until someone else?
The DA has responded to the proposed legislation very positively, indicating that it would be helpful in crime fighting. Asked that we amend the draft language, which we've done, so that the DA would have access to the information. She specifically asked for that, and she expressed her appreciation to you specifically and to the board for raising the concept. So we have taken her comments, incorporated it into the draft ordinance. We're continuing to internally review it and we'd like to have another week or so to do so before we send it to the board.
Right, send it to the board. All right, so duly noted. So the DA say, I'm in. I know Chief Judge probably is going, you know, look, that ain't my job. I'll let them work it out. And, you know how I get his seniority. No problem. My question is, what is the next step to move this legislation forward? So, Michael, we'll give you time to sort of tighten things up with your staff. Right? Is there a public hearing that will be involved in this so we can get these people that I'm talking about in the room? Let the citizens and make sure we notify these gas stations, these targeted areas. Because I think originally we started with gas stations, and I think the DA can expand it to also be, put this new standard along those hotels. Oh boy, hotels again, from this morning. Hotels as well as convenience stores. So gas stations, convenience stores, and hotels. Am I missing somebody, County Attorney?
No, that's correct. She did
All
ask
right.
those businesses be included in the legislation, which
Right.
we've done.
Right, so, Manager Duncan, so, assuming we bring it all back together in another week or so, another meeting, no problem. What would be the next logical step to move this forward? Is this a public hearing moment? Is it, what are we doing here? How does this work?
Yes, sir, there would be a public hearing. When I last spoke with Attorney Ringer, who I think has been working on this, she had suggested it go in the Unified Development Code. So probably the earliest we could get that advertised for public hearing would be for the March 7th meeting of the Unified Development Code. That would be the Joint Planning and Zoning Board of Commissioners hearing. But if it is the direction of the board, we can go ahead and move that forward and get it advertised on that meeting. And if you would like for us to mail notification to the targeted properties, to the gas stations and the hotels, we could certainly take that as your direction today to go ahead and put notice to them directly in doing so, if that's what you would like for us to do.
But to that point, I wouldn't want to just throw something in legal order or something online. You need to go direct with them because it's a very small targeted group, right? We're not talking about 55,000 households and stuff, right? We're talking about what, 40? How many total was it? I know it's 43.
It was 43 gas stations. I don't have the number for hotels. I wasn't aware that hotels were in the mix for this, but we can certainly pull that number.
All right, yes, y'all need to coordinate.
Sure.
We talked about that this morning.
Sure.
You got to share data, so we know we've got at least 12 hotels. Okay, that's it. And then you probably got another equal number of maybe 100 to 150. I'm just guessing. You'll find out by tomorrow. But unless my peers have any objection, we at least want to move it forward to the public hearing to allow the citizens, both the commercial citizens and the residential citizens, to come out, and for our other stakeholders to come across that bridge over there, come on over here and weigh in. And I think that's where we go. It doesn't mean all I'm doing is creating an atmosphere for consideration, but they have to come and say, and like, okay, Madam DA, we need to hear your voice, not through an email. Come and say why this is important for us to do this, and what will be the implications? There's a cost to this. Well, okay, well, security camera people, y'all got to step up. Is there a cost? There were some creative things they did out in the cab to offset the cost of them having to upgrade this, but you got to think through that part too. All right, so all that needs to be here as part of this. Like, no, you about to go do this. Like, we get imposed upon. That means you got to invest, what, $6,000 into a new system. Say it. We be dancing too much. This is the cost for safety. There is a cost. So it's a direct burden, or do we absorb it? One time implementate, we'll do the upfront capital costs. Y'all buying cameras early, I heard you say. Maybe you can do a volume discount. I don't know. Yeah, but are y'all thinking holistically? I'm sure there's an annual subscription. All right, well, right now you can't put too much of enforcement because think about it, you ain't doing the current people. Current people cameras, you ain't doing them. So I want to be careful with that. That says, okay, we're going to be consistent. Think about that. All right, so anyway, it's worth it, but this is what real legislation is about, to sit down and debate it. Those are the elements I would want y'all to take up. So, Madam Chair, I'm fine with, let her run what she just laid out, run with it. It'll get before us in March sometime.
Okay.
Commissioner Robinson, I did not want to omit the solicitor, county solicitor.
Oh, yeah.
She also responded and indicated she thought it would be beneficial.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
I didn't want to admit that.
I wasn't discounting her, but thank you for saying that. Thank you for giving me cover.
Okay. All right, thank you. And this will include hotels as well, correct? I think that's what you were yeah.
I believe, right, I'm looking at Attorney Coleman, but I think that the Attorney's
Attorney.
Office is drafting the ordinance, and do we need to run the analysis for hotels as well, for the E911 and the Sheriff's Department's calls? Okay. So just sake
That
of full
would be
transparency, that
beneficial.
may take us a minute. If you wanted to see this March 7th, it may be the April meeting. We could go ahead and maybe discuss it March, bring it back to you, but then, again, if it's going to go to the Unified Development Code, that may be April, in terms of getting all of that data pulled together and do the analysis. I just want to manage expectations.
Right, I understand.
You know, and be respectful of my colleagues who have to pull all this data for the various sites, get it to us, let us pull it together, and bring it back to you in a way that makes sense. So just want to be very transparent about that, so.
So, Board, what are your thoughts?
Madam Chair, I say, give the time, but this is, again, we appreciate you operating in your pocket, but it wasn't that I didn't share this across a lot of people. And though you did your part, it's like, okay, but who's gonna pick up the hotels? Well, we got a presentation, them talking about hotels this morning. And we talking about Granicus and keeping up with that, like, okay, who is coordinating all this? Do y'all not share and talk about each other's projects that y'all working on that you may be driving, that they may feed each other? And so I'm like, okay, I get it. I mean, you're on the critical path. You didn't carry this thing. Now everybody else got to catch up. Right? But again, we don't want to compromise this. Like, no, it's everybody. We want the analysis on everything. So it's convenience stores, it's the gas stations, and it's the hotels. Be consistent. Give us a holistic package. Why would we want anything less than that? So it's not that you put it back on us like, well, don't come incomplete. It's like a test. You didn't finish the test. The administration did not finish the test. It's not, we can't move forward because y'all don't have all the data. Make us look good, guys. Don't make us in this spot like this. I'm sure, so we'll give her time, and when y'all come back, y'all got the data, the money, the people, everything set up, so the public hearing is in April, so there's your timeline, so I can't dictate it, I'm just, there's my input.
Thank you for your input. Any other input, board members?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Alvarez?
speaking about, by the way, Allison, thank you so much for that data. I think that was very well done.
Thank you.
We're on the subject of hotels, since we were talking about hotels this morning. I mean, are we subject to look at the short-term rentals? We had a murder at a short-term rental. I know it's a private property, but so is a hotel. I mean, you know, looking at all this, I mean, I just feel like we're opening up a little Pandora's box here when we start saying, well, you have to have cameras, but then you don't. And if the hotels come back to us and say, well, you know, these are rentals as well, how come we're having to do it, but they're not? I mean, we're not. So, I mean, it's just, I just think we need to take into calculation or what might be some feedback from some of these hotels if we start saying this is, you know, a new orders, you got to have this, and they say, well, these short-term rentals don't, so why should we? It's rentals. So just bring this out loud so we can all discuss this and keep this in mind, but that's all I want, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Okay, thank you for your feedback. Anything to add, Madam Vice Chair? Okay, I believe you get it, just.
Yeah, so, I mean, to his point, but, okay, I won't debate privacy. And we're very clear on what we're trying to isolate this to. Don't expand the scope on this. It's just where the areas where we have clusters of crime. This is not philosophical. You have the data to support, like, look, we're trying to prevent, that's where they're aggregating. I don't want to go beyond that right now. Stay there. Stay there. Right? If people are in the commercial and the residential communities, y'all already got DoorDash and everything you want to. Most of them already got that. If they want to volunteer and send it up, that's too many. Stay here. So this legislation is about that, the commercial. That's where we want to start on. We're not trying to solve crime all over. That's not what this was about. This is people getting their cars slid into, stuff that y'all don't really want to say. I'm trying to solve that. They come up in your house, it's one-on-one. Handle it. We're talking about, I'm trying to give tools to these guys. Now, I don't want to get away with a philosophy, a philosophical argument about, like, privacy. Like, this is real because we have the complaints. Okay, the hotel gets broken into. I got to go over there and have breakfast. Okay, what then happened? They done broken in 9 cars, stole money, computers, and guns. And we talking about why we won't do this? So those current guys who are carrying the weight and paying their taxes in hotel, motel, need to feel safe when they're attracting travelers here. Now, as far as the party houses, I'm going to let y'all handle the party houses. 2 different things. But we're talking about real money versus something that y'all just now trying to figure this out. But please keep the scope tight. That's what we were talking about. Now, if the board wants to, as a collective, expand beyond that, then there need to be 3 of y'all to agree with that. But that's not where we were trying to go to. It's supposed to be the crime on the books now. Do y'all not see what's in the crime? Did y'all not see that? Stay there, not for the incident of a house party. We're talking about like real stuff that's going on. Somebody challenged me on my website. Thank you, Mr. White, I heard you. What about crime? All right, bet, game on. Give me 23 months, watch me. Crime, not the shiny objects, because we done gave y'all all the tools and all the money. Now we got to pull down them, get us out of the top 105 and index down to the top tier. I'm game. We didn't give y'all everything y'all asked for, everything you said you needed. Now we got to see performance. So it's about the data, crime. How well are we doing about crime? Show me that data. So if we want to put policies in place to help us, then let's get going. I mean, I don't see why there would be a burden, but he brings up a good point, but I don't want to expand the scope outside. I don't want you to go beyond. Stay there, because that's what I'm proposing as a sponsorship. Now, if somebody wants to come up with a counter bill to go in a different direction, I'm game. But this one is very deliberate on the bill that I'm putting forth, which is this one right here. So I want to make sure we're clear. Like, unless y'all got 3 of y'all want to change it, that's fine. But this is the bill that's being dropped. This is the scope of it. Keep it tight. I'm trying to yield.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Robinson. Any other comment forward? Okay, thank you so much.
Just to clarify, if it's the will of the board, we could bring back in March an analysis piece of hotels and gas stations, and we could reach out to all the hoteliers and gas station owners and bring it forward as a discussion item. If you would like to have that discussion before we actually brought an ordinance forward, is that, I just want to make sure I'm understanding kind of what we're hearing. Because again, to your point, Commissioner, we could reach out one-on-one to all of the convenience stores and all of the hoteliers and invite them to come to a meeting, where this discussion item would come up before we actually pursued an ordinance. Would that be something that would be helpful to the board to hear if Attorney Coleman thinks that that is a proper way to move forward? We could do that in March, which would give us time to analyze all of the data from hotels and anything else that we think could be relevant in this, so that you would have a more fulsome picture, of what we're proposing here, and then still meet that April deadline if you wanted to move forward with an ordinance. Does that?
We still will have the public hearing in April.
I think for an ordinance, an adoption of an ordinance, the public hearing would still most likely need to go in April, but if you wanted to hear feedback from the business owners.
No, answer that. Will the public hearing still be in April? Where everybody gets to get in the room?
I believe to meet all the advertising deadlines, I believe April is a safer date than March.
No, I'm just asking, is it April? Is it April?
Yes.
All right, great. So it's April. So I don't necessarily need to hear anything until I want to see a full package.
Okay.
But to your point, I have no problem in March if you go in and assembling and getting that sub data, getting prepared for the meeting like y'all can do today. You don't need you don't need us for that. You will do that, no different than we have to do, go talk to our residents about some type of economic development project coming. And you hold these meetings with people. Then you bring it to us eventually. We may be in that meeting, we may not. So I have no problem with that per se. I'm just being like, I'm okay with the April date if you get the data ahead of time, but we're piecemealing it. As long as I don't want to separate the data from the legislation. So I need to have, with that, I would want, if you came before me in March, I would want the legislation from the county attorney to say, okay, I need to go hand in hand. I just don't want to get enabled with data. I want to see what the justification.
Okay,
Does
understood.
that make sense? The
Understood.
legislation needs to support the data. The data should support the legislation. They got to go hand in hand.
Okay.
Don't separate the two.
Okay, understood.
I
Thank
would
you.
just
I
leave
appreciate
Did
that
I
clarification.
clarify it? Don't
Yes, sir.
separate the two.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much,
Cool.
Allison.
Thank you.
Great job. Okay, Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on to tab number 34, 2022 SPLOST list. Who will be reviewing this information? I believe our Madam CFO, how are you? Come on up. Long day, but well worth it. This is the moment we've been waiting on. And then also we have our communications director, our SPLOST communications director, David Good, here as well.
They're both there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
So, good afternoon, it's almost evening again. So this is just a brief update on the SPLOST 22 projects. Staff has met with all the departments to get the prioritization of all of the projects that they had, because we had more projects. then we have money to do, so we did ask them to prioritize those. We're also working on a capital improvement plan, which would include SPLOST recommendations that we're planning on bringing to the board at the next work session, along with the capital improvement plan policy for you to review and approve at your will. So that's kind of where we are as far as the projects and selecting, figuring out which projects to give to you for you all to approve. And I don't know if Dr. Corbin has anything else to add other than we have our internal team that would be meeting on the 8th to look at that comprehensive list and finalize everything and have it ready for the next work session and meeting.
Thank you, Madam CFO. You have any further remarks, Dr. Corbin?
No, I think she described it perfectly.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, board? Commissioner Robinson?
Keep this real simple. All right, two things, project manager, program manager, what's the status? Based on what the board has given direction for before. Don't answer that. Let's come back to the actual list. I would like to know the status of the various committees that are already down the path of basically saying what the priorities are going to be for 2022 SPLOST. Now, you've got two processes going simultaneously. And anything in theory that is currently on a current list is probably over there in that capital improvement list. But by no means will we slow down for the reconciliation of the two. There's been too much work done. There's too much vested interest. The transportation list is done. A recommendation has been made by that committee. Now, there may be something in that capital improvement plan list, but unless it's done, I guess you go on to the next list. Where's facilities? Did a recommendation come from staff to codify what that is? Right, so we're talking about subsets of probably a half, $773 million list. We're talking about $50 million, $100 million. Don't make this hard, right? Because the board has vested interest in its prior decisions, and it doesn't back up. It doesn't start over. It's clear. It's already vested with its citizenry. So my question is, I know, Madam Chair, I know you had met, I think you guys came up with a recommendation of a list for facilities category. My question is simple. The public voted by referendum. Has nothing to do with my capital improvement list. By referendum, these four categories are our priority. Got it. So I'm staying there with what the citizen says has nothing to do with the internal process. Where do we stand in giving account to the citizens that SPLOST of 2016 is about to end and the new one's going to continue on? And where are we at with the projects? That's why I'm trying to tie one to the other, one season to the next. Who's reconciling this? So I'm still, one more time, where are the committees? So can anybody answer, has the Parks and Rec Committee, have they reconciled a list for the amount of money that they're supposed to be getting? That's one group, and has the public safety reconciled? It's not that hard. And so then, once that's been yes, each of those chairmen, because again, follow our process, the board's process. There were 4 chairs by default that were going to come up with the committees through their committees. There's a single view of everything. Can somebody give me a single view of the final SPLOST that will ultimately go, that we're going to go to Wall Street and do what we're going to do? Can y'all give us that list? Where's that status?
Commissioner Robinson, that is what I was referencing earlier. That list will be provided to the board at the next work session.
Next work session?
Yes, sir.
But I had to say something. You know where I'm going. For the record. But acknowledge that it is the committees that are driving this. Yes or no?
Yes. They gave us, we got the information from them, and they prioritized the list.
All right, so it is the committees, which is, I want to acknowledge my peers who are elected, that your voice doesn't get dealt to you by staff. Like, all right, guys, don't let that get away from you. Don't let that get away from you. Now, if you agree to allow it, that's cool. But clearly, we're the ones responsible for this. Let's be clear. All right, so only because it's already in play. And I don't want to think that, okay, y'all got to go reconcile this list and come back like, guys, we're already down a path. Right, so the next meeting, I'll give it. So right now, how much money are y'all bonding, do you think? David, somebody?
Dr. Corbin can answer that question.
Dr. Corbin, so right now, we got a list of projects. We have a certain percentage. Can you answer that question, please, sir?
We have not made that determination as of today. And we won't have that number probably for another week or so.
Okay, week or so, sorry. All right, now, here's, the committee is down the path with a pre-existing percentage, though. All 4 committees were in play. David Good, what is the percentages that we came up with? Give me the percentages of the categories, please, sir.
Yes, for public safety, yes, Commissioner, and thank you, Board of Commissioners, for allowing me to speak. 40.8% goes to public safety. You have 27.4% that goes to transportation infrastructure. I believe you have 20.8% that goes to parks, rec, libraries, and the last 11% are going to towards facilities.
40, 27, 20, and what? 11.
11.
Close enough for government math.
Yes, sir.
My point is, if I got 100 million to work with, then this percentage will go against that, right?
Yes, sir.
Straight math. Now, we had an assumption as committees on what at least the base number was, did we not? We had to have. So if it's 100 million, we decided that, okay, disperse that against 100 million versus 110 million. Did we not? There's a hard number associated with these projects, is there not? There's a percentage
yes.
and there's a number, correct?
Yes, sir.
Plus minus. All right, so one more time, how much are y'all bonding? This first thing, so I'm assuming 100 million, 110, but here's my point. Whatever that straight line math is, I just want to make up the point of the project manager. Did y'all take that off the top before the committees began to do their job? Or we still got to add another 4 or 5 points on top?
And for my understanding from
I'll wait
everything
for
I've
it.
seen is I know there was $160 million which started off, and then the county received 70.85%. Is that right, Dr. Corbin? 70.85% is what came out of that $160 million, and whatever that amount is what is set, and then maybe $5 million would go towards project management. But I'm not the master of that.
No. We're good. We're good. You went reverse way, and I wanted to come back the other way. But your point, because you're a. I appreciate your contracting, but where's my staff? The only point I'm saying is that, guys, did we reconcile that? I got to give account to my peers. Hey guys, when y'all did that, either y'all we're gonna have to shrink you by your percentage for this program management, or we're gonna have to expand it on the top. We're getting down the wire like, okay, but why I gotta go through that? Somebody should be able to answer this. This is not this would be my 3rd SPLOST. This is not new. So I gotta stay there. So I'm looking for like, okay guys, why is this hard? And then to my point, my opening comment, where do we stand with our program manager? I need LaTanya to tell me, is it in the air or not? We have been talking about this since you came on board last year. I'm in Washington, D.C., where I'm about to go in exactly 5 days. When I came back, you coming online, I'm talking about this. Tiffany has got me online in the restaurant in the airport. I've been talking about this for a year to get ahead of this if it goes forth. Y'all see how we don't execute very well? I don't want to wait. I want that program manager to be there to onboard. Do y'all know what we went through in 16? Like, okay, we're behind on stuff again. You know what we went through with Landmark? They got to catch up behind. Like, guys, what? But I hear my peers saying, oh, we're going to keep this thing rolling. Like ain't nothing to it. Like, okay, you see what the expectation is then? Who going to run this new one that we're going to carry forward for you? Who going to be ahead of this? So, LaTanya, can you answer the question? Is it in the air as the board has said and put our expectations to release that RFQ? Go down the list, put it on our list. Where do we stand with this? I keep asking the same thing. It's like, okay, well, maybe let me say it differently.
Yeah, so Commissioner Robinson, as of today, the program manager for SPLOST is not in the air. It will be on board soon. I do want to recognize the board's positioning that it is important, it's needed, and so I do not take that lightly, but it's just not ready to go as of today.
When we spoke last time, you had 4 ahead of us. This is back in December, coming at the end of the year. End of year budget, and 4 ahead of us coming out to get. Got it. Sounds like a few of them have been coming in here shortly. So that means at some point we're close to the top of the list. I get queuing.
Yes,
But
sir.
when is that, I mean, some of you're on time. The point is we gotta make time. Not you personally, as we say, get staff, get help. So some of this I gotta say because like, okay, but and gave you money, and gave you staff, then like, okay, but we have expectations. We have to talk to the public. And we're not putting anything, we're just holding a stand and saying, come on, guys. But this is important and stuff, and we want to be successful. So what, I need to know, what do you mean you're not finished? So you're almost done, so what do you say, 1 meeting by the end of February? That it should be in, that you've released the RFQ? What is the problem with releasing an RFQ for something that's supposed to be spending all this money, all the capital y'all talking about is tied to this person overseeing it, and we're like this is like we trying to put copy paper, put an RFQ out for copy paper. Why is this, y'all killing me?
Well, sometimes, Commissioner
Give me a
Robinson,
date. Give me a date.
to put together a RFP is not always a simple process, even when individuals come with a particular scope that's outlined. Some of it is me doing my due diligence to make sure that what was asked before is what was delivered today. That's number one. Number two, what improvements that we would like to see. That takes research. And so it's really the good, the bad, and the ugly of a current RFP, current operations, and trying to mitigate that in a new one to ask for, whether it's monthly reporting, ask for responsibilities. So even though we did put one out in 2016, that doesn't mean it was the best that we could have done based upon the current one, that is going great. This is not an indication that the current program managers are doing a bad job, but if there are some improvements, then we put those together in an RFP as well. And so it's not always as quick as individuals would like, and it's just sometimes the due diligence and research. And I have to say somewhat is my need for perfection, or just to mitigate a lot of questions on the back end. So I'm going to ask the board if I can have until the first meeting in March to have it out on the street, and therefore with an expectation that the closing date will be at the end of March, early April. And so I will also confer with inside staff, DCA, and our county administrator from a timeline perspective to ensure that that's in line as well as with the board.
Okay. Stop talking. Thank you. Again, I appreciate idealism, and I appreciate your professionalism, and I appreciate your professionalism. Got it. But I'm back to listen to what you just said, March, because it's when I gotta just think you're like a painter. You're trying to paint this perfect, like, okay, and I'm looking at you like, okay, I get it, but March, the new SPLOST begins in April 1st, and you just now dropping it. And I'm looking at the natural time, and I'm letting you do you, but I've got to look at you and everything else. So the same person. Right, now what she just said, like guys, so she's on our critical path. And she's just go drop it in March. Now they got a response, so you don't get a response back until April 1st. Now the new SPLOST is in. Now you got to give them time to go through your legal process, so now you in May. Now I'm not going to factor in the financial overlay of the transaction. And then now you got to do onboarding because you may not have the same team that wins the contract as the current team. So now we're going to experience some indigestion that I experienced in 2016 to 17. They couldn't keep up, or like with Landmark, when you turn money on and y'all start spending to keep projects going that are in play, but you ain't got nobody overseeing this. And it's not even necessary to even be in this place when you have experts out there doing it. And this is just not the one to be so perfect on, but we have the perfection on everything else that's going out in front of it? But this is where this is the main order for your spend. This is the main vein, but yet we just throw the rest of them out there like, okay, we gotta get them out, like, okay, but I've been talking about this, like, this is cute, like, okay, y'all not paying attention, this is about to hit you. This has been a year. So that's why I have the liberty to say what I'm saying. I've been saying this for a year. And we've seen our performance on all these other projects and some of the things we're experiencing, like, y'all not getting this, it's like we're avoiding it. We're in denial or delusional about the importance of a program manager on this. That's what I'm saying. The idealism is great, but we still got to execute. All right. So that means that, do you realize, let me ask the final question, you do know the board does not have to authorize you. Do you believe the board still needs to authorize you to put this forth? Because I'm just curious. I know the answer, but I'm dead serious about this. Do we need to come back before the board to authorize you to move on this? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. All right. That's all I need. Madam Chair, it's on you now. This doesn't have to come for us, but all right, you see the timeline.
Okay.
There's no reason. It's sort of like executive order. Get it done.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be asking for permission. It's like, ugh, I can only create the atmosphere. Madam Chair, this is.
We'll get it.
All right, I'll let you work through your administration.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I yield.
And you get it downfield for me. You'll get it
I
down.
teed you up.
Okay, you teed me up. You got it. Okay, any other remarks? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Board, that was the last item for discussion, except we have our board appointments to be discussed in executive session, and there may be some other items. Attorney Coleman, do we need to go into executive session?
Madam Chair, despite the bright, beautiful sunshine and warm weather, we do have some executive session matters we need to discuss in connection with personnel and pending litigation.
Okay, thank you. All right, Board of Commissioners, do we have a?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. We had 3 items that Heath Cowart brought to us. They're pretty straightforward. They're solicitations that were approved. We received pricing and we were unable to get it on this agenda. I'd like to, Lisa informed me that we can possibly add those 3 before executive session. And it's just the approval of the pricing. We only received 1 respondent for each solicitation. And I'd like to move forward with that with board approval. Heath has told me that this is for critical materials that the county needs for certain projects.
Okay, certainly at the board's pleasure, I would like to add this item tomorrow. That is coming from our.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Okay, not now, because I'm like, y'all
Yeah,
should probably
tomorrow.
step early, 'cause I was gonna ask you. Sounds good.
Tomorrow, is that what you?
Okay.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, clerk, did you hear that? We will be adding. Okay, 3 items. Okay, we have a consensus. Okay, thank you. Attorney Coleman, do we need to go into executive session? You said yes. Board of
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioners?
For personnel matter and litigation matters.
Okay. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please indicate when I call you district, your response. District 1? He's not here. District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 4 unanimous vote, and the motion carries to go into executive session. I will ask if everyone who's not involved with this executive session to exit the room. And then also, DCA, if you could just make sure that all the microphones and things are Thank you, citizens of Douglas County, for your patience while the Board of Commissioners and I engaged in executive session. Thank you, Attorney Coleman, for leading our executive session. Have any remarks from our board members or any closing remarks? If there are no closing remarks, Board of Commissioners, I appreciate your time and talent today. We've had a quite robust meeting, as I mentioned earlier, and I appreciate everything that you all do to serve the citizens of Douglas County. With no further ado, if there's nothing else to come before this body, this meeting is adjourned.